Do you guys think that if you're unhappy, that's a good reason to leave a marriage?
I don't think you're gonna be happy all the time. So I don't. It depends. How long have I been unhappy?
Right.
Because my kids are seeing that.
Right.
I think that matters too. Like
Most don't have nothing to do with
a lot of people.
It don't have anything to do with age, getting married too late. People don't have the intestinal fortitude for marriage. You get up there and say these vows. It's duty and responsibility, time and pain. It's the kids. It's the rearing. It's lineage and legacy. That's a joke in itself.
But is that not part of the kids? So your kids are a direct reflection of you. So if my kids are seeing me unhappy, now what?
What are you talking about?
Because you said happiness in the marriage, because you just said that kids are part of it, right?
Let me explain it to you. You're conflating your happiness with how the kids are treated, right? I'm not even talking about the kids. I'm talking about you being happy, right? I just said that about sex, so don't act like you can't do it about everything else. So now that we have a baseline with that, you can fake it till you make it in front of them kids all the time. Now, kids have discernment. I understand that, but happiness doesn't mean everything has to be egregious in the household. However, we know ebb and flow. Is that a thing, or are we dismissing postpartum?
Postpartum depression.
Do we have menopause?
Right.
And so you guys go through these ebb and flow periods where your happiness is intrinsically not working.
But that's why I agree.
But I'm just saying, but you put it on the kids. Like, no, answer my question directly based on happiness itself.
I did, but I said it depends on how long I've been unhappy. Raising my kids in a house where there's no happiness is not
selfish.
That's not life goals.
Just for the sake to say I have a husband? Are you serious?
No, you made a commitment under the Most High God, right? Unless you don't believe.
Who cares about the commitment if I'm unhappy and I'm dying inside?
No, don't interrupt them, Melly. Sorry, Nikki, what you say?
I'm not staying unhappy for 10 months. You talking about 10 years?
Well, I've stayed unhappy for a very, very long time. But who is going to continuously stay in an unhealthy marriage where you're burning inside, you're dying inside, you done forgot who you are, you done forgot your self-worth, and you're just super unhappy, like depressed to that point, just to say I have a husband and I have a family?
But I think that we know how hoes are created. Callie said it earlier. Something about they ain't had their daddy, their daddy didn't love them. That's one. Secondly, most of these hoes been hurt by a man. Just like these niggas that been hurt by women, they become hoes. It's the same thing.
Savage.
Okay, so this is what I'm saying. Even with what Callie is saying, the lack of love, hopelessness, a deficit, desperation. That's all the same umbrella. I'm desperate for the love of a real man because a man never loved me. So I'm out there searching for the love of a man. But because I don't know how to properly find love from a man because I never experienced it. So now from the worst experience that I've had and the damage that I've had from men, I'm telling you now, I'm only going to use them for what I like them for, because there's no possibility that they could ever even try to love me correctly. And I'm so lost on love, so in the deficit, I'll be desperate. And a lot of women have seen this. The girl come up here, hands. Remember the girl that came up here who was cosplaying a man? She was a whole butch, calling the women male-centered up here. You're trying to become them niggas. Talk about worship when you think you're fucking up a storm because you're a man and you're acting like a man. That's male worship down to the ground.
So the women who are promiscuous, are we saying they're all desperate?
Majority. I'm not saying that, but I know.
Yeah, I agree.
I feel like in my point in my life, I feel like I was being groomed to cater to him.
So at 18, when did you guys break up or stop doing each other?
When I was 21, turning 22.
So you went for about 3 to 4 years. How did you upgrade him?
Oh shit. I think that I gave him a different perspective.
Well, you also feel like after you dated him, I upgraded you, and then all these women want you after what I did for you.
Bro, he was 18, bro. Like, you grilling him, bro. What the fuck?
No, because it's hard to imagine an 18-year-old girl upgrading a 28-year-old man, but then you left curious, what could you have possibly really done to a man that age? Like, you don't have no money, you 18, you don't have much knowledge, you 18.
But what we're witnessing is cognitive dissonance. So there's no way you admonish the man by saying that you upgraded him and then in another breath say he groomed you. Those two things are diametrically opposed, right? And then you said age don't matter, people could be wise beyond their years. However, when Tamia gave you the bail money about you being 18, you're like, yeah, I was just 18. Nah, because remember you just said that you had the wisdom and understanding of somebody older than that, which is what you would be able to bestow on him, right? Ooh. So these things are conflicting when we saying them. Did you actually upgrade him, or was you mad and talking shit to him because he cheated on? Are most of us cowards? Are most of us willing to kill and die for our wife and children? Are we willing to defend ourselves? Do we know what it looks like when shit is hitting the fan? Do we know when danger is actually upon us? How many dangerous situations have we been in to tell? Do we know who we are in these ways? I'm gonna just tell y'all this. If you are in a real life situation and a person approaches you after an aggressive conversation, get yourself in a position in which you can defend yourself properly. So don't stay in a position that doesn't give you any advantage but put you at a disadvantage. Don't ever do that. see people picking and choosing, you know? So if I'm going to approach you in an aggressive manner, then I should stay that way. Or else you look bad. That shit look corny. That shit don't look good for men. Because it's like, damn, is there a low-level threat of violence between men for real? But that's the word. We pump faking, we half stepping. That shit take away from our strength, our bravado, when we don't know how this shit's supposed to go. So this is a thing that I just been trying to process, man. Don't sleep on nobody and be ready. Be ready as you can. The man says he got cheated on, and you tell him he's the reason why he got cheated on because she didn't feel like she was getting enough emotional support from him, and you justify him getting cheated on.
And like I said, that's unfortunate. But the person that he
got cheated on, you would have been like, "Girl, that nigga ain't shit."
No, first of all, you don't know me, so you don't know what I would have said. I would have asked, well, what happened? What did you do? What did he do? I was trying to get the full story. But to just go on this I hate women train, I'm not about to do that. Like I said, give us the full details. But to just act like everything was just shine the rainbow, sorry, Uno, but it's more to it.
Right.
So I just want you to realize real quick, she was emotionally deprived, and you think
then she entered a relationship with him.
But no, you can't add that speculation on. What we do know, based on what he shared, and somehow you're saying he emotionally deprived her. You think that correlates?
Because before she probably sexually had that experience with that man, she probably emotionally attached herself to him.
Why would you think that?
Because as y'all like to just say that women just go and just be loose and just have sex.
You do. Remember we had the conversation.
But the majority of women, they are going to emotionally, the majority of women going to emotionally attach themselves to a man and then have the intercourse.
How do you know that?
Because I know. The same way y'all know. The same way that y'all know everything that y'all done talked about all
what I'm saying is, how do you know that, and how can you justify that based on women's behavior?
Because it's statistics. Somebody do the research.
If she has a dream about me cheating, am I at fault now?
You did that shit.
You did that shit, nigga. You did that shit in your past life, man.
Damn, boy. So he got hit with a honey bun and it's his fault. Okay.
That's like a boomerang.
I mean, I don't know his situation. How much would you say yes or no?
Well, she let another man put his penis in her vagina. He didn't ask her to do it. She just went and did it because or whatever.
So, I mean, I don't know how necessarily it's his fault unless he, maybe he's seen the signs and just chose to ignore them. But other than that, like, I'm pretty sure you left after you found out.
Yeah.
So, yeah, he did the right thing.
Stepping away from it. So, is that an assurance for a partner? Is that an option as well? Like,
fellas,
like open book?
I got you. Real quick. Hey, fellas, if you dealing with a woman and she call you a partner, get up out of there. Okay. Yeah, let me see. Let me log in that joint whenever I feel like it. Yeah, I think that will work for sure. Yo, that accountability helps people too. If you know somebody else is looking at this shit, like how you reply, what you reply to, the bullshit, right? So like, for instance, this might be risky. Callie and I can see it, and my wife can see it. Now, I don't even really look at it that much because I know that they be looking at it. But also, bullshit get flushed. You know what I'm saying? It like take a weight off you, Right? Because temptation killed the cat. Pun intended.
I don't even have a lock on my phone. You can pick up my phone at any moment and go in there looking and see text messages and all of that shit.
Don't get a password. You say delete it. It's gonna be deleted. You mentioned that one of the problems was that you have so much access on social media. Like some people can message you, DM, your DMs popping. Him looking at it, is that going to satisfy him that it's confirmed now, or is he just trying to confirm whether or not you're responding back and cheating?
The con to that is that he gonna read all that shit the wrong way for sure.
Every time.
As he should. It ain't never all good.
I was just gonna say something to the effect of, in terms of social media, although primarily I do it for content creation, if my man had an issue with it, I was at it, no questions asked, because I've actually been there, done that.
It calls for strokes. Like somebody will punch you in your shit for talking too much and talking crazy.
It say that in the Bible? No, it doesn't say that in the Bible. That also equates to...
I knew it. A fool lips enter into contention and his mouth calleth for strokes. Proverbs 18:6.
Okay.
Because I read this shit. I'm just saying
I
about...
did too, 5,000 times.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is... Well, you didn't know that was in there, right?
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out.
So...
It's a vodka. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, tell a friend. DJ HAMP about to go live again. So hit the likes, my friend, on your way in. First off, salute the chat. And to all new cousins, welcome back. Heard you searching for the real, well, this is where it's at. The latest topics and panels, and brother, don't get sent to the bathroom. We got all the stats, too, back to facts in the morning or the afternoon. Tuesday, women's POV, 2 Fridays, dance and jamming tune. It's a community of real, and we better than the world news. This might be risky, I hope you know. This might be risky, let's go, let's go. This might be risky, no, I love you, real, I love it. This might be risky. Salute to DJ HAMP, it's time to start the show. Salute to DJ HAMP, it's time to start the show. Yeah, it's a broadcast. It's a broadcast. It's a broadcast, yeah. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, tell a friend. DJ HAMP about to go live again. So hit the likes, my friend, on your way in. First off, salute the chat. And to all new cousins, welcome back. Heard you searching for the real, well, this is where it's at. The latest topics and panels, and brother, don't get sent to the bathroom. We got all the stats, too, back to facts in the morning or the afternoon. Tuesday, women's POV, 2 Fridays, dance and jamming tune. It's a community of real, and we better than the world news. This might be risky, I hope you know. This might be risky, let's go, let's go. This might be risky, no, I love you, real, I love it. This might be risky. Salute to DJ HAMP, it's time to start the show. Salute to DJ HAMP, it's time to start the show. Yeah, it's a broadcast. It's a broadcast. It's a broadcast, yeah. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, tell a friend. DJ HAMP about to go live again. So hit the likes, my friend, on your way in. First off, salute the chat. And to all new cousins, welcome back. Heard you searching for the real, well, this is where it's at. The latest topics and panels, and brother, don't get sent to the bathroom. We got all the stats, too, back to facts in the morning or the afternoon. Tuesday, women's POV, 2 Fridays, dance and jamming tune. It's a community of real, and we better than the world news. This might be risky, I hope you know. This might be risky, let's go, let's go. This might be risky, no, I love you, real, I love it. This might be risky. Salute to DJ HAMP, it's time to start the show. Salute to DJ HAMP, it's time to start the show. Yeah, it's a broadcast. It's a broadcast. It's a broadcast, yeah. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, tell a friend. DJ HAMP about to go live again. So hit the likes, my friend, on your way in. First off, salute the chat. And to all new cousins, welcome back. Heard you searching for the real, well, this is where it's at. The latest topics and panels, and brother, don't get sent to the bathroom. We got all the stats, too, back to facts in the morning or the afternoon. Tuesday, women's POV, 2 Fridays, dance and jamming tune. It's a community of real, and we better than the world news. This might be risky, I hope you know. This might be risky, let's go, let's go. This might be risky, no, I love you, real, I love it. This might be risky. Salute to DJ HAMP, it's time to start the show. Salute to DJ HAMP, it's time to start the show. Yeah, it's a broadcast. It's a broadcast. It's a broadcast, yeah. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, tell a friend. DJ HAMP about to go live again.
We can kill all this.
So hit the likes, my friend.
Say, like, do you want to be next?
Anytime you ready, baby. I was supposed to be there.
Ooh, I'm with it.
I'm
with it. We can do it.
Knocks out everybody and no one can whoop him. That's when that little Cassius Clay from Louisville, Kentucky came up and stopped Sonny Liston, the man who annihilated Floyd Patterson twice. He was going to kill me. He hit harder than George. His reach is longer than George. He's a better boxer than George. And I'm better now than I was when you saw that 22-year-old undeveloped kid running from Sunday Liston. I'm experienced now, professional. Jaw's been broke, been lost, knocked down a couple times. Bad. Been chopping trees. I done something new for this fight. I done wrestled with an alligator. That's right. I have wrestled with an alligator. I done tussled with a whale. I done handcuffed lightning, throw thunder and things. That's bad. Only last week, I murdered a rock, injured a stone, hospitalized a brick. I'm so mean, I make medicine sick. Man, dude. Fast. Last night, I cut the light off in my bedroom. The switch was in the bed before the room was dark. Incredible. Fast. And you, George Foreman, all of you chumps are gonna bow when I whoop him. All of you. I know you got him. I know you got him picked. But the man's in trouble. I'm gonna show you how great I am.
Yo, like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel. The most DJ Hamp stand people in the building. What's poppin', man? Put a 1 in the chat if you feeling good. Thank God. All praise to the Most High. That is Friday. You heard. I know y'all got some big plans this weekend and all that. Just be safe and do the right thing, man. We got the Friday goal on and poppin'. How do I sound? Check.
It's a stampede! DJ Hamp the Stampede. DJ Hamp the Stampede.
There we go. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. DJ Hamp the Stampede. We in the building. All praises to the Most High. Thank God for the 106 people in the building. We got 42 likes. Let's just make sure the likes match the viewership. I think it's gonna be dope and an important conversation. I put the thumbnail hyperbolic, but it's more of a deeper issue, to be honest, man, in terms of our assessments of things and what we've been saying so long, not having vet them. You know what I mean? Let me see in the chat real quick and we get it popping. Hit the like button, hit the like button. Yo, what up, kid? Good to see you. Long head pause. Hope all is well, man. Black Latina. Salute. Top of the morning, my brother Fishing the Fit in the building. OG Vet Life, what up, baby? Good to see you. E-Dub in the building, of course. Mr. Williams, what's shaking? Hope all is well, man. JP, what's popping? Lee, what up, kid? I ain't seen you in a couple of days. Hope all is well, man. Nightbot behaving. That's always a blessing. Rogue was popping. Salute. Make sure y'all like, share, and subscribe. Please tell a friend. Share the stream in your office to the people that you know would benefit and would like the actual content. You know what I'm saying? See if we can get to 70,000 subscribers here in the next couple weeks or so. You know what I mean? We at 67.5 right now. Black America, salute to my OGs in the building, man. Mahogany, what's the word? Hope all is well. Free zone in the building. What's shaking? You know what I mean? God damn, Granny. Yo, salute to Granny in the building. Yo, it's about to go off right now. He gifted 50 second cousin membership, bro. I love you too, man. I actually put some dope streams up there for the members, and I think we're gonna start a different system anyway. After 1 week, the streams will go on members only. So when you get the clips may be associated with a stream that happened, a few weeks prior. or a week prior. So, you know what I mean? So I think that membership is gonna be uberly important. So it's about to go ping and go crazy over here. Robert got one. Salute to Robert. I ain't seen him in a minute. I could see him in the chat, but it's gonna keep pinging to the left of me or the right of me, depending on the orientation on the screen. I'm not sure. But yo, that's a blessing, man, because the second cousin ones are, I think, like $5, you know? So that's my brother, man. I love him. You heard? He's been holding me down for a very long time. Houston 2026. Obviously, Granny will be in a building. So I was able to secure all the venues that I need to be successful for that weekend. So based on the room, I was able to add a couple more VIP spots. The VIP admissions has sold out pretty quickly. I was able to add just a couple, maybe 7 more. Yeah, something. Well, my wife is doing it, but so there may be a few left. If you wanted to upgrade your ticket, let me know. It would just be obviously the difference. And generally speaking, it's definitely worth it, man. So salute to my brother Granville's gonna keep going off. I'm gonna let it go off, man. Welcome to the family, all the cousins. Let me read them real quick. Matter of fact, see if I can account for them. Young Mook, Bass. Hold on, let me scroll up further. Damn, hold on. So we got my brother T-Mac got one. Dollar Washer, Manny the Max, Harriet the Underground Conductor, Robert Platinum, RXCLSTA, Viz the Poet, I'm Not Liking the Video got one. Sis FX, D, Alexander X Live, non-linear timekeeper, Ari Williams, Laughing Like Saget, Ari Nicole, Miss Monarch, Tyranny, Lady Reeves, the Mentuition Network, Big Mike Deuce, Tamika Adams, Gary Goddard got him, Akron, Mr. Mongoose, Savage Reality, Golden Pisces, Mrs. Vontae. Oh no, Mrs. Vontae already had one. Chris Sis Music, Tips and Tricks, CFO, Only One Exposed TV, Jesse Lee, Amazing, Wody Mack, Bobby Johnson, Young Mook, I got Bass already, Just Me, Mr. Georgia Rowe, D. Turner, Aspiring Dagny, The Maverick, Paulie, Jolly 4, Darnell, Sweep the Leg, Sir, and it messed me up, let me see, Miss Mello, Scrap Skrilla the Rilla, Carl for President, Mr. Bean TV, BRB Poke, man. Salute to everybody who got the membership. It'll keep pinging over here. Granny, salute my G, as always, man. Locked in for life, man. Salute. Tiff, what up? I didn't even get to finish saying hello to everybody. Yo, Lee Shalom. Deucey, what up? Miss Bells, of course, man. Hit the like button. My brother Fo, we just rocked it out. We did all female MCs. The set was fire, man. That shit flowed. They did a good job, too, man. Action Jackson in the building. What up, my brother? Watch for Serious Podcast. Salute my G. Hope all is well. Hope everything's everything. My sister Keisha in the building. Audie was shaking. Aaron Shalom. Callie in the building. You already. Salute to the cousins. You know what I mean? Ones in the chat. That mean we looking good. We sounding good. We feeling good. Pause. Why I say pause? And I'm saying feel on purpose. JT, what up? Salute to my OGs in the building. Missy T in the building, of course. My brother Strada, SPS, salute. Strada was cooking on the Wednesday podcast. Make sure y'all go lock in with those brothers over there. They doing great work. SPS podcast, you know what I'm saying? My brother Granny, of course. Salute, man. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. GA, what up? I got Tiff. My brother Trey was popping. Salute to the person who just unliked. I mean, is what it is. Black King, what up, God? You already? Angel in the building. Ali the Goat was popping. My brother Rock Solid, you already? I see my brother Mel yet. Yo, Fat Boy was popping. Fat Boy getting in that ring come June 27 to put in work. Fat Boy versus 2K. I don't know why y'all would miss this shit, bro. On the Discord, man, so you can get the feel and understanding of everything, man. Peace Be Still was popping. Lido was good. American Negro in the building. My brother Daly in the building. What up, what up, what up, what up? Salute, 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 man. Hit the like button. Let's get it popping, bro.
Run! It's a stampede! DJ Ham the Stampede. DJ Ham the Stampede.
Yo, Aaliyah, what's poppin', twin? You know it is. Know what I mean? Yo, man. Let's be objective. Try to put our thinking caps on to try to process this shit accurately. The one thing I'm starting to understand more and more as I become edified, you know, from the different offerings from everybody, you know, as we have these conversations, you know, there's obviously an expectation of what I should do, what should be done, what should be said, what should or should not be allowed, right? And you can't catch everything. But one thing I'm noticing is the presupposition is destroying the opportunity for understanding. Let me say it again. The presupposition is destroying the opportunity for understanding. Let me say it one more time. The presupposition is destroying the opportunity for understanding, right? If you come in with an understanding, I would say upwards of 90% of us cannot move off that understanding. Whether it's something we learn, it's something we want to be true, right? Something that somebody important told us, we cannot change our outlook. See, I think people think windmilling is yelling and fussing, right? I hope they know it's more than that, though. It's being unable to process or concede in real time. It's unable to process information in real time to which you have an epiphany. It resonates. Damn, okay. Even though I've been hearing this for some odd years, I understand that, no, this maybe has been debunked or requires further assessment. But I think we have an uberly difficult time doing that shit. I liken it to people as they reference the Bible, right? They will know a dogma, right? Just an idea, like a dogma of Christianity, right? There's certain tenets of Christianity, and I'm not attacking Christianity, I'm just using it as an example, right? But when you look at the Bible, they don't align. But people will say, well, that's what I've always learned. That's what I've always told me, right? But if that's not true, then don't you make a change? Don't you make another assessment? Don't you make a transition once it's shown to you, right? And we're not even saying, hey, throw it out. We're saying, hey, once you hear something that is contrary to what you thought you knew, you put it on your whiteboard or your chalkboard and you try to disprove it. If you can't disprove it once you've heard it, then do you accept it? Right? And that we have a lack of doing that often. And I think that we're doing ourselves a disservice. I've heard so many people say, oh, King James wrote the Bible. The King James Bible. I would never read that. King James wrote it. He put this stuff in it. He was a homosexual, right? All this stuff. I say, well, actually, if you read the Zondervan Bible Compact Dictionary, which is a dictionary that defines certain things, terms, times, in the particular renditions of the Bible, what you would find is, per the King James, like how the King James come about. It's not a transliteration. You will find that the NIV is a transliteration. What does that mean? It means that the NIV will look at the scrolls, but it'll look at the King James and then say, no. I think the King James should say this, right? That's a transliteration because it's a translation of an already translated text, right? The King James is a translation. And so how did the King James come about? 47 Greek and Hebrew scholars took the Dead Sea Scrolls, the Greek Septuagint, and the Textus Receptus, and a little bit of the Codex Sinaiticus as well, right? And translated it from Hebrew, the book of Daniel's in Aramaic, and Greek, and put it into English. And then it lets you know that any italicized word was inserted to make the sentence make sense, like to complete it, because Hebrew doesn't have a lot of prepositions. Right. But nobody knew this. They just keep saying King James sat down and wrote it or Shakespeare wrote it. No. And so those 47, let's say they couldn't agree. There was a council of 12 that looked over everything to make sure everything was copacetic. Right. And then a council of 4 if they still couldn't agree. Right. So it was elevated. It was escalated. Right. Just like you would in a business. Things get escalated to the top to where the people with the most discernment and understanding will say, OK, this is what it is. Right. But people just run around. Oh, Shakespeare did this shit. Nah. Right. There's actual understanding behind these things. There's information that you can look up. Right. That you can read. But this is not happening. Right. And so the reason why I use the King James is because of the time and the technique it took to put that one together. You see? But we not doing this. We just saying, I heard this, so this is what it is. And I'm finding this highly problematic because we are better than that. We are better than that. And so if a thing that you heard forever doesn't make sense anymore, you can say that. Let me use a simple one before I get into the single mother one, right? Right? Let me get into this part, right? The 70% initiation rate of the divorce, right? Just think about how lazy this is on my part, on our part. To say that the 70% initiation rate means the person who did the paperwork first is responsible. Like just cut and dry, full stop. But how many assessments, how much qualitative research do we have? How much qualitative research do we have to substantiate the 70% number being the one who dissolved the marriage? Right? Wouldn't you need the quantitative with the qualitative? Because you would need to know who and why broke the marriage up. Now, you could substantiate the point, right, with a bunch of different factors, but those factors have to matter. They have to be considered before just taking a number and making a determination. Right? There's an analogy I use, and people maybe or maybe don't understand it. My son never comes and tells on anybody. Right? Because he's always the one tackling his sisters. You know what I mean? He just be roughhousing. They come, Nova come. Hampton tackle me. Right? He don't have no reason to come to me. Because he's the one always doing something. So what I'm simply asking is, how intentional are we with our assessments? And so a thing was presented to me yesterday. Salute to the Discord. And I'm like, okay, are we honestly assessing these things accurately, right? Or are these hypotheses? What I mean by hypothesis is, do we have a thought that we think is right, and then we're moving to prove that thought right? Right? People will formulate a hypothesis. Right? People will formulate a hypothesis, and then they try to prove the hypothesis. I'm just simply saying, when we're assessing things about our relationships and our dynamics, you know, are we moving with a hypothesis and then doing our best to prove that, as opposed to taking the information objectively, assessing it, and then making the determination off that? Interesting, man. Marcus, what up, kid? What up, Ms. Vontae? Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Let me show you guys this, man. So, this right here was an interesting conversation. And salute to the OG media man as well. He had put something up. Why does it always do this? Hold on one second. Let me see if I can fix this. So I want y'all to be able to read it with me. You know what I'm saying? Let me see if I can make this a little bit. All right. So I think this is okay for now, right? So I put in here, right, because they were discussing it yesterday. What percentage of people in the prison come from two-parent households? And I just used the AI overview, right? I just used the AI overview to see what I could see, because they were having a conversation, which was interesting yesterday to me. Okay, we could do that, Hakeem, and that's what I'm saying, right? That's a good interjection. Like, hey, put this in, right? You know? And so, but this is what I put in anyway. Based on research into inmates' backgrounds, and now here's a lot of this too. a lot of these are surveys. So they're asking rock solid. That's good. That's fair too, right? Yeah, and I'm saying, like, you see, look at rock solid's offering, right? Oh shit, let me move this. He's like, why? And it's not super, but I want to read it. He could why would he come to you if he could just tackle them when they do something, right? And that's the assessment. That's a great point too, and I'm not saying what's right or wrong. I'm saying, hey, this requires further assessment as opposed to making the determination strictly based on that one particular part of it, So my Google is pretty simple. Based on research into inmates' backgrounds, approximately 47% of prisoners report having grown up with both parents, according to data highlighted in PA Media's 2025 analysis. However, other studies suggest a higher prevalence of broken homes, noting that up to 70 to 76% of juveniles in state-operated institutions or specific offender groups come from single-parent or father-absent homes. Okay? So I'm going to keep going a little bit just to read this out. Two-parent households. Roughly 47% of inmates grew up with both parents, according to a recent PA Media review of research. For the absence, while some suggest over 90% of male prisoners grew up without a father, research from PDA Media found no definitive source for that statistic, though it is high. Juvenile offenders. Research cited by the America First Policy Institute notes that 70% of juveniles in state-operated institutions come from single-parent homes, and 66% of a study of 75 delinquents experienced fatherlessness. Incarceration predictor. Reports indicate that children raised in father-absent homes are significantly more likely, anywhere from 3 to 20 times more, to be incarcerated than from a dual-parent household. While the 50% figure of two-parent household represents a wide analysis of background, that data often highlights that non-intact families are significantly overrepresented in the justice system. So, Hakeem said we need to separate out black people, but I'm not sure if we have to, right? Obviously, I think 30% of the jail population is black, if I'm not mistaken. I think that's still the number. I think 31% is white, and then the rest trickles down. Here's what's interesting. There is a vast dichotomy between the juvenile offenders and then the grown-ups, So I wonder what that actually means, because when the grown-ups, people who are out here on their own, the disparity is not great, but I think we do ourselves a disservice with the assessment, because even like crime, there's an equation, and I credit Arnold with this, like with a portion of it. Density plus poverty equals crime. Density plus poverty is where you get people on top of each other with no means, and so they do things that are outside the law to obtain the means. And there's so many people close to you, it's easier to do something to by somebody, whether it be rob, burglarize, fight, shoot, And I'm thinking, what is the actual main factor? Right? Because when you get to the adults, there's a disparity. Now, or there's not as much of a disparity. It's pretty close. Let me show you guys this Media Man slide here. So the Dr. G, she had posted it in the Discord, right? Do most prisoners come from single mother homes? U.S. prison inmates, family background, this is 2016. 1.4 million prisoners. So that's state and federal. We have 1.4 million prisoners. Right? 41% mother only. Grew up primarily with their mother only. 36% both parents. Grew up primarily with both parents. With the father only, 5%. Grew up primarily with their father only. And then 18% are other, grew up with grandparents, other relatives, and foster care, institutions, and other arrangements. Okay. Largest group, not equal to majority. Single mother households are the largest category, but they are not the majority. You can't combine two-parent homes, 36%, with single father homes, 5%, and compare it to single mothers, 41%. That's not analysis, that's manipulation. All right. 59% had an incarcerated family member. 70% experienced foster care institutions. Data is self-reported survey. The data, not the narrative. Source is Bureau of Justice Statistics, survey of prison inmates 2016 nationally. So what is this saying? What does this mean? When we make an assessment, what do we say? Do we say, look, father-led only? That's a checkmate? What does the 36% say? What's the 41% say? What's the honest assessments? Yeah, this is everybody, right? I'm just thinking, when we look at this equation, do we consider means as maybe the predominant factor? Or is the mom truly the predominant factor? Do we make a determination where 41% mother only, 36% both parents, the common denominator there is the mom, and then you see a disparity with the father only at 5%. But also, do we need to consider that there is a slightly nominal number, I think it's about 10%, we can look it up, of father-led homes, motherless homes, right? And so because there's not enough of those homes, they're going to have a lower representation just because it's not a lot of them. So as an example, the criminal populations mostly, like, they kind of reflect like the populations. Like, there's not that as many Asians here per se, and so there's not that many Native Americans, so they have a lower representation. Is that what the 5% father means? Because here's the other thing, with both parents being 36% and the father being 41%, is the dad being overridden because the disparity isn't great? You see, like, how do we assess the 36% number? We say just the mom sucks in both cases? Or do we say the 36% is pretty close to the 41%? That is not a huge margin. So do we say, are these dads operating at a deficit? Like, how do we actually process it, right? Like, MS Best came in saying something already, right? So the next response from this person makes sense as well, right? Because they already had a preset position. If you've already assessed these numbers, I get it. I haven't really assessed them, but I'm looking at it like we're making correlations. And Sean said this the loudest the first time maybe I heard it, like it resonated with me, is you can make a correlation with most things. You can correlate things to then produce the hypothesis you want. So what do we think about the numbers that are pretty close, 41 and 36? What's happening to the dad in both parents' home? Because it significantly decreased with the 5% of the father homes. So how do we make this actual assessment? Now, here's the thing. What percentage of homes are single mother only, right? What is the percentage of homes that are single mother homes only? Because that has to matter too. Because we always talk about overrepresentation. The jacket on black people, and I would say mostly black men, is that even though we're 14% of the population, we account for 32% of the violent crime. Although you guys know I made an assessment that says raping and molestation are violent crimes, but they're parsed out to sexual crimes, right? Oh, thanks, Rick. So I think Rick says, I'm glad because I didn't feel like doing it. All right, so my brother Rick, I'm going to use this. He said, ChatGPT from Census Bureau. Children from two-parent households, 69 to 70%. Single mother, 22 to 33%. Single father, 4 to 5%. Okay, so we see that, right? So Luther Rick, right? And that's the key. If you have the overrepresentation, then is that the argument, right? Is that the argument that still mans the trope? You know? Does that still man the trope? So based on, hold on, my bad. And he got this from ChatGPT. I would assume anybody else can do it as well. Most from two-parent homes, 69 to 70%. Single mother, 22 to 33%. And so seemingly we have an overrepresentation here. And most often we conclude based on the per capita numbers, not the raw numbers. So if there's so many more dual parent households, they're going to have a number, right? You're not going to be able to avoid it. But at 41%, but you're only 22 to 33% of the populations in terms of the constructs, then we are to be concerned because there's so many more dual parent homes. So we can still pinpoint based on volume versus per capita that the single mother-led home is the issue. But the density versus means, right? Poverty plus density. I have one friend. His mom is a medical doctor, and he's never really seen the trial and tribulation. His mom also had him when he's a little bit older. He's my age. He's all right, my age. And so he never seen a trial and tribulation, but his mom has means. And so I'm just wondering, is it the parent so much as it is the means, the access to capital, the environment that you live or do not live in based on, what you're subject to? We often say that the environment takes over when a kid gets probably 12 or 13. And the environment is, where they live, obviously, the dynamics there, and their friends. And so if you cannot remove your kid from a harsh environment, what's likely to happen to them? When do we stop blaming the parent and start blaming the kid? Remember, we have that conversation often. So I wonder, are we minimizing the poverty portion and sticking it on the mom, or is it still on her because she chose to have the kid in poverty, right? People are having kids when they're not ready to have kids. People are unprepared. So the poverty is from your own doing. You knew you was broke before you had the kid. You knew you lived in a harsh environment before you birthed that child. So does that not exonerate the mom in this example because you're still responsible, right? Everything you do or don't have while having that kid is your decision to make. So is it bad parenting? Right? Is it bad parenting when you bring a kid into this world into a harsh environment? Right? See, that's very important in terms of the assessment as well. If I don't have an education, if I don't have money, family, if I live in a rough and tough environment where it's crime ridden and we know that our kids get influenced by everything around them, and I choose to bring that kid here, I can't use the poverty argument because I knew I was broke before I had the kid. See? And so we're just looking at how do we actually assess this thing? Right? How do we actually assess it? Okay, my brother Mike G, if she doesn't have support, here's the thing about that, right? Because now we looking at it. We see the numbers. We see the both parents. You know, we see the father-led home at 5%. Support how? A support how? Like what is the support supposed to look like for your kid? Like, who's obligated to help you with your kid? I would argue nobody at this point in time, at this juncture. But them not having support, should that be considered in the equation? What does the 5% for fathers mean? Like, this is like, we just got to make an assessment. And if the trope holds true, it holds true. But I would argue nobody owe you anything, nor do you deserve anything. Yeah. So let me ask this question. Is it, oh shit, salute the wife school. Is it morals and values, or is it money? Does money, being able to separate you from the environment, most likely or probably save you from some of the things in terms of your modus operandi, right? How you process things, how you see things, what you're willing to do and not do. Or does it again go back to poor parenting? Does it just go back to poor parenting? It doesn't matter how the means I have if I'm not instilling real responsibility, values, principles, and standards. Can the mom in a single mother-led home in an impoverished area, in an impoverished state, where the kid is in the house by themselves, how many of us know don't open the door for strangers? How many of us knew how to cook and clean at 10 to 12 years old, how to use the microwave, how to make eggs, because you did by yourself? And if so, what's being instilled when you get peer pressure and shit coming at you? So how do we actually process this? How do we actually process it? You know, is what we're looking at in terms of the numbers and the reasons why and why not? Is it money? Is it environment? Is it poor parenting? Do you get exonerated if you bring a child into this world knowing you're in a harsh area, harsh environment, have no money? It's very difficult to create structure, right? If you have to create structure even when you're not there. Rick says, make this. Okay. So what do we do with this, man? This last assessment, I'll drop the link. So we have 47% prisoners having grown up with both parents. So the other, what is it, 30 or 50, 53% didn't. That is not a large margin between the two. But when we look at the juvenile offenders, it's significantly different. Thank you, Ellen. What do you expect from a latchkey kid if you put them in a latchkey environment? So let me ask you guys a question. The trope of the single mother-led household, in terms of the kids, this is just the assessment of the prison populace. But we also know that those kids have more IEPs as well, And we're really looking at what people put into the earth. Does this stroke stand the test as we look at several factors as opposed to just seeing mom making the determination? Does that trope, it's whatever, man, salute, man. Good to see you. Does the trope stand the test of time? And I guess the most interesting thing I'm looking at is, to me, is there is not a great disparity between the prisoners that are of age, 47% coming from dual parent homes, survey, so self-reported, and 53% not having came from a 2-parent home. What happens with the adults when they're able to make their own decisions? It's almost like they're ended up kind of in the same realm, although we know, right, 47% from a population that's 22% is an overrepresentation. Why is per capita so much more important? Yeah, why so serious? That's what I'm trying to really understand. Why is per capita so much more important in terms of assessment? Like the overrepresentation versus the volume, right? The percentage versus the raw number volume. Why is that so much more important? You know? I don't know if I ever asked that question. I don't know if I thought about it. But why did we make a determination that per capita is more important? The percentage is more important. You know? So I'm going to drop this link. Yeah, free zone. That's what I'm saying. Like, it seems like we lean towards that when we want to make the points, you know? Like, as an example, we argued it down about the black men committing the crime is upwards of, 10 or 15,000, you know? But it's 33% of the violent crime. But for us, it's a nominal number of men doing the things we deem bad or legally bad. It's a nominal number. But we're able to be framed as so violent because we have an overrepresentation in a nominal number of people anyway. But we are defined by that because it's about per capita. But when you look, it's 15,000 black men per year getting arrested for the violent crimes. And there's 20 million of us, including the boys, because I would assume that number includes juvenile arrests, if I'm not mistaken. So how do we actually use that number? Like here, we're saying they have an overrepresentation. You know. So let me drop this link real quick. Excuse me. Like, share, subscribe, man. Tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Let me drop this link to see what y'all think. Salute to my brother Granville in the building. With the 100 ball.
Perfect.
Shit like that.
Granny with the $100 says, risky weekend, June 25th to the 28th. Get your tickets.
Perfect.
Yeah, it's gonna be amazing, son. That ass. Get your tickets. Word is born. Granny, salute. Tarus with the $10 says, morning HAMP chat. The main factor will always be poverty. Every country draws the correlation between poverty, crime rates, regardless of the status of the household. Okay. AL with the $5 says, the problem is we use stats and studies that aren't meant for the average person to understand. Okay. In what way though, AL? What way are we misunderstanding these numbers based on what we're seeing? Like when they told us that when Cambridge did the reading statistics for the fourth graders that were black, Latino, and white, and Latino children passed that test at 7 percentage points higher than black children, what is to be misunderstood there? Just so we can understand, right? Because they're giving us the information. Do we need to look into why the study was conducted? Right? And does the why change the numbers? It's an interesting statement. I'm just trying to understand. Ellen with the $5 says, because 1 out of 10, because 1 out of 10 and 10 out of 100 are equal when speaking of per capita. Okay. Yeah, so you're saying you get the gist. Yeah, okay. I see what you're saying. Because it's the percentages, right? Yeah, okay. But well, okay. Yeah, so 1 out of 10, all right, is 10%. 10 out of 100, 10%. But those is still 9 more people, though. And at what point, like, think about it. The percentage is the same, but what happens when you got to start feeding people, though? Right? So I gotta feed 10% of people, and then 1 out of 10, I'm good, right? I got $20 in my pocket. Right? Now I take the same percentage, but then I go over there. Yeah, you gotta feed 10% from this group. I go over there, it's 10 people. Okay, boom. Then I go to the next group, I gotta feed 10% again? Yes. I walk over there, boom, 100 people over there. Now I got 10 people that only got $20. So now I can't stretch my 20 because I still have a tangible resource. So if I'm trying to say, like let's use like the food vouchers, right? So it said we're 20%, right? There's an overrepresentation. But we're talking about money, the volume, right? The most of the money and the resource is still going to the people that have the most people. You see what I'm saying? Like, how do we determine impact, essentially, right? Because that's what it would be. There's an overrepresentation, but what's the impact? You know? And I guess you can make the case 30% of violent crime, and violent crime impacts more than just the 2 people that are involved or the 3 people. Maybe you say, okay, the impact is proven by the per capita, I guess. That is interesting, man. Okay. Hit the like button, share, and subscribe, man. Tell a friend to tell a friend, man. Salute. Salute to the 300 people in the building. We only have 141 likes. Let's help us meet the goal. And please hit the like button, man. 1 second. Dad Vin, what's good?
Good morning. What's up?
What's the word, man? I'm about to bring you on the screen. They can hear you. What you think, man?
I mean, I think a lot of people are right when they say their assessments. I just think we gotta break it down to what is most important when we're looking at the numbers. I think it's obvious that even when we looked at the numbers that either they correlated equally to their demographic, except for when you got to the single mothers, there was like an obviously spike in percentage of the prison population.
What do you mean? Sorry.
So I think what was it?
That's the interesting thing. It's not actually a spike. It's like 5 percentage points. So the single mothers was 41%, and then the dual parents was like 37%. That's the interesting part. It wasn't actually a spike. There's a larger disparity with youth, but this is with adults. It's 5 percentage points.
Yeah, I think that's interesting though. Also, it's like I don't think the only way that number makes sense is like they're gaining parental figures or parents during their life. Like maybe there's a time where they don't have like a full, a mother, father, like a stable household, and then they eventually do at some point, and then now they're reporting as they get older, it's like, oh, I count this person as my father. That's the only way that makes sense to me.
Well, that's purely speculative. That we can't ever. That'd be difficult as hell to.
Well, I mean, I get that, but that's why I'm asking the question. Is like, how do people then? What is that percentage? Why does it switch from that to that? Is it because now as they're getting older, it's like, oh, I got older, and now I'm counting, uncle such and such or the mentor down the street as a father? Like, how do we get from people saying as a young kid they didn't have a stable household to now they're older, it's like now I have a stable household? Or are we saying over time the demographic has changed of how the households are even working?
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure. I don't know why. But when we get to adulthood, we're not seeing a disparity. And are people just being influenced by what and who? Right, because it's harder to implicate the moms, because now the people who are reporting to have both parents, they're self-reporting this survey, and they're saying, "Yeah, I'm still here in prison."
Yeah, I know. I think for me that's the biggest question, but also I think there's still to me, if I remember correctly, I think and as I'm talking about, I think they're saying that they have both parents, but I don't think both parents is the original parents. I think they're counting stepfathers and so forth as their parents, which I think still counts against not having both parents in the household, in my opinion.
Okay. Let me see. All right. Cheek, you ready? You want to check your screen name too?
What does it say?
Not you. I'm talking Cheek. Before I bring him up. All right, 1 second.
I think for me that's the biggest question, but also I think
turn the show off. I think somebody got the show still on YouTube.
If I remember correctly, I think
YouTube. There you go. All right, let me bring him up real quick. Hit the like button, man. Salute to everybody in the building. Cheek, what's the word, man?
How you feeling?
Doing all right, brother. Can't complain. Just trying to assess this, man. I don't know if you were here the whole time, but I'm just kind of getting.
I was.
Yeah. Okay. And so I used the Bible thing as like they say Shakespeare did this and Shakespeare did that and King James. I'm like, no, there's actually research.
My understanding, transliteration, and all the things you talked about.
Yeah.
Some coming from the Greek Septuagint, all that. Like, so it's a whole complicated process. But
yeah,
I think the question that you're asking is this hypothesis versus well thought out research? It's hypothesized, right? And of course, funny enough, this is why I've started streaming again, because I think what you're doing is good, but you shouldn't be the only one doing it. We should just have an honest conversation about what it is that we find, and then maybe approach the conversation more genuinely. But when it comes to these male, woman, man, when it comes to this gender war, man, you're not gonna. It's sad, but you cannot expect a genuine conversation with stats. They're gonna use it against each other, either or. So I think that what you just found with the single mother thing is something that matters and should matter, which is it's not necessarily about parental guidance, but it is more so economic and environmental issues, right?
Yeah.
When you look this stuff up more in depth, it's not a gendered or sex thing when it comes to parenting. It's not that the fathers are quote unquote more structured or the mothers are less structured. It's literally the environment and the resources that's allowed. Another example, do you remember Gary that came up here? Gary that smashed the hose? Yes. Yeah. He had a single mother that was a doctorate. Right? And that speaks to his success. And he spoke on his mother well, right? The more resources, the more ability to remove your child out of negative environments, the better outcome. And it's not gender based. What you will find between the correlation is generally men make more than women. So that would allow them to put their children in better position financially, but it's not due to this inherent value that men are just giving their children the discipline. No, they have the resources to do the things that they need to. I'm tired of making it seem like every man is raising their children the exact same way a good man would, when we know that's not the case.
Damn. Okay. So let me. Cause I want to try to stay up on these right here. 1 second. AL with the $2 says, also stats are useless without a proper root cause. AL with the $2 says, the major thing is how the raw data was collected. Yeah. Okay. That's that. There we go. AL. Okay. Now I understand what you were. It helps me understand better what you said initially. I agree with that for sure. Ellen with the $5 says, we don't have enough people to make a big impact. We done deleted our future for generations. 1.3% birth rate. We are headed into extinction. Seriously. Nico with the $10 says, it's funny how black folk complain how we've been lied to by white folk. Yet the majority of information we black folk think we know comes from the same white folk, stats, college, etc. Mike Brown with the $5 says, stats are the new AI prompts. You have to know the intent to get the most understanding. Yep. And Strada has said that too before. AL with the $5 says, understanding context, questions being asked, methods used, sample sizes, data variance, etc. 100%. We actually see that as an example. Do you remember the OkCupid stat that touted Asian men and black women were the most undesired, right? But when you looked at OkCupid, over 86% of the people were white who took the test or who did the survey, which obviously skews data. Because if you do black people meet, I doubt that black women are going to be the most desired up there, right? And I'm speculating, but I think I could substantiate that, you know? So I think I'm just going off of what he said, you know? Now, Cheeky, here's one thing I said. She knew she was poor before she had that baby. She knew she ain't had no help before she had that baby. She knew she didn't have a relationship with that man before she had that baby. So do I still have to separate her from her circumstances if she didn't?
I think so.
Okay.
Because again, I would accept she knew this, that, and the third, right? I would accept that criticism, not necessarily the idea. Like, I accept the premise of what you're saying, and I would agree with the idea and the premise, but the criticism itself and who it comes from matters as well when we have the conversation. If you say that and you are not pro-choice, then I think you should stop, right? Because what people do is they'll have this morality when it comes to things like abortion, right? Mm-hmm. But this immoral behavior that they do to help produce that issue. Mm-hmm. So, for example, it'd be different if most men in the United States weren't touted to be whores or whoremongers, right? Because there's a difference that y'all have already agreed upon and we had numerous conversations on, right? So men who are against abortion take this moral stance, but it's opposed to their actual behavior. So my stance is I have a moral stance against abortion, but I have a practical stance for it. There's no way that I think a woman who is in her environment or in a bad negative environment, do I think she should have kids? Because everything lets me know that, one, there is no one to help you, right? There is nobody to help you. There is no social safety net that most men think should exist. And there's also no social care or empathy for the situation at hand. It's fuck them kids, unless it's your kid. So I think if we have that criticism, right, we should also be for abortion and getting rid of children so they're no longer in that position. There should be no quote unquote separation between the moral implication of having an abortion versus the practical. That's where I think the conversation should go. But idealistically, what you're saying, yes, she should not, be considered because she knew where her position was, whatever. But I think there's a lot more that comes with that thought process than just that.
Okay. All right, I got your point. Okay, Devin, you want to say anything before I get Watso in?
Yeah, no, I don't want to bring it to the abortion thing because at the end of the day, it's like at the end of the day, the people who get the most abortions are the people who are the most financially stable. Like they're the ones who tend to like go have a higher rate of abortion, not the people who don't have the money. So I mean, I'm gonna just bring it back to the topic at hand to keep it concise. I was just also just doing more reading, trying to clarify, the thought process and get in line with that. What I was reading is that a lot of kids are more emotional to their current situation, to what's happening. So whether it's like a divorce, separation, and so forth, which is happening, but then as adults get older, you're like, hey, did you have two parents? Like, yeah, I did. They're not really thinking about the traumatic experience that's happening. And I would say that a lot of the times when we're looking at these numbers, I think the youth matters the most, the youth numbers, not the adults, because at that time the damage is already done. Like at that point, the damage is already done to a young impressionable mind of how things work. And I only think it becomes a gender war. I don't even think it's like I think it becomes a gender war because people get emotional. But I think overall, women get a lot of the grief by because it seems like they have more of the power when it comes to children bringing life into the world. And it's not, like I said, it's not, I don't think it should be a gender war, but it becomes that because if you have more authority, you have, if there's like a power dynamic to where somebody has more control, more power, more say so or something, then they get more of the criticism, they get more of the critique. And then it becomes, a back and forth in that dynamic.
They get offended, right? Because they essentially the responsibility is put on them, or the outcome of the kid. It seemingly says we're saying that it reflects their upbringing, which would directly implicate the parent that was there. Now, here's the thing, though. We're looking at impact and damage done. However, the 76% doesn't last the test of time. So it evens out when these kids become adults. So how do we reconcile that? So yeah, I get it. 76% youth offenders, but now when we get to adults, it's 36% dual parent, 41% single mother, 18% other, 5%.
Yeah, and I think I said that quickly earlier. I think it's the damage has already been done.
That's what I was asking actually. So I would if the damage is done, right? Do you think we would see a recidivism rate with those people? Right, because if you're saying the damage is done, they would continue to perpetuate the behavior. However, we're seeing a drop off, and we're seeing 36% from parents, 41% from the mother. So it drops off 30%.
I don't think it's a drop off. I think it's still consistent. I think the only thing is that, like I said before, the perception of as somebody got older is like, oh, I eventually got a stepdad or I eventually got a stepmom, just to keep it, copacetic across the board. I think the damage is already done between they've already been in a single parent household or some form of instability earlier in their life. I think that's the part. It's like there's been some form of instability, and I don't think when you have a parent that steps in that's not necessarily the child's biological parent, then I think that's where the issue comes a lot.
So you're saying okay. So you're saying they lied on the survey?
I think their perspective on life is different. I think they're just answering directly, like, "Oh, I had a parent. It was a stepfather. It was a stepmother." But at the same time, I think the damage was already done with our biological parents earlier, which coincides with the other study when it comes to kids compared to adults.
Chiki, you wanted to reply, and then we'll get Why So Serious and go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's almost like the 70% of women file for divorce thing that you was talking about earlier, right? There's speculation behind a number that we don't have enough information to, but either way it goes, it seems like it's a slight towards one party and not another, right? So that's the thing that makes the suggestion come off as disingenuous, right? Because if somebody is self-identifying as a person that comes from two-parent homes, why would I question that when we generally have an understanding of what a two-parent home is?
I think the issue is the biggest issue is you have to reconcile why is it that youth are saying that they come from broken family, broken homes, and don't have two parents. Then all of a sudden they get older and they're like, oh, I have more parents. Like how I would ask you to rationalize that specific portion.
Yeah, I think that's simple. That's simple to rationalize. I think children and adults don't have the same brain developing, right? I think things start develop in your mind when you're younger, right? You would find more adverse risk or more adverse behavior in younger people because they're developing into an adult, right? So there's a reason why at 21, young men's car insurance is much higher than they are at Hamp's age, right? Like there's a difference in age and there's different expectations. I wasn't trying to make a shot. I was just saying like 21 to, but my point is in everything that we do, there's this assumption that younger people are not good risk assessors and they do things that are more risky because of their brain not being fully developed. So I can see a kid having issues with the law and getting older and going, hey, my brain's not the same. The brain chemistry, all of these things are making more sense. I'm not a criminal. I just was in a rebellious phase or whatever the case may be. That just makes sense to me. That's more explainable than you saying they're miscategorizing their own life in childhood.
No, I didn't say they miscategorized it. I'm saying I think they're telling the truth. I just think that the damage is already done when they're younger, and even if they get a parent later in life, say a kid gets in trouble at like 13, he goes to juvie, and then he's like his parents separated, yada yada. Then he gets out of juvie, and he's like 15, and he's like 15, 16, and then he has a stepfather come into play. I think the damage is already done of that trajectory of that child. The likelihood of them continuing to be bad has already been set in stone. So then when they get older and they commit another crime, it's like, yeah, I had a stepdad. I didn't like him, or whatever. Like I had a stepdad. I think that's where the number changes.
What and how are you doing that? That is the point that it doesn't make sense. Like
because
so let me do this. Let me rephrase it. Are you saying that the people that are in juvenile or are in prison or whatever, the likely chance of them having a single mother, you still think exists, but because they got a father figure later on in life, they changed, or is being represented as a 2-parent home?
Yeah, because you can't give me a logical reason why the number would increase from not having coming from a broken home to then saying you have a stable home.
No. I can, and I think I did. That's the thing that's why this comes across as bias, Devin. Like this is coming across as bias because you're making it seem as if 2-parent homes cannot produce bad, or it doesn't make any logical sense for them to produce bad. But the answer is, I can understand people who get in trouble while they're younger because they're young and their environment may be bad, but the older they get, the more their mind develops and their prefrontal cortex comes into play, they change their behavior. That doesn't seem unnatural. That seems like a child maturing into an adult.
Yeah. So
I'm trying. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, there's a couple things too, right? It's saying 76% of youth offenders come from single parent home, right? But that doesn't mean that that's a vast majority or a whole bunch. So we're thinking that that's a vast population. We're just saying the kids that do get in trouble come from these homes doesn't mean that it's a whole bunch of them either. I think more adults are doing crime than children, right? And children get processed differently, So we're thinking that number has to extrapolate out. And then furthermore, what is the recidivism rate? If those youth offenders aren't duplicating the behavior, does the mom get credit? Like, how do you look at these numbers? So those are the two things I wanted to offer Devin. And it's not just to Devin, but just as we converse through this.
It's generally the conversation at hand. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's get Why So Serious. What up, my brother? Can you hear me?
Can y'all hear me?
Yep.
Hey, it's a great topic, and I've been talking about this for a while. Two things can be true at the same time, and I think both of them are kind of right. But I tend to do rabbit holes and do research like I'd be 6-7 hours. So it's a TV show called Criminal Minds, not our Criminal Minds of what we watch when we ain't have cable, but the docu-series about the truth behind what started Criminal Minds, where a dude actually did research on serial killers. So he's doing research, and he searched serial killer's name, and one of the serial killers said, I had my mom and dad in the house. So it made me go do research on all serial killers that I could find, and it was tit for tat as far as having the upbringing of a mother and a father. And as it showed, it's with the surveys, it's like what they did with the wage gap. They take in all women and all men without taking account for certain things, hours worked, degrees earned, the difficulty of level of work. And it just showed me that when it comes to cheating, I don't think that it's income based. I do believe that income play a role in it, because the lack of income will give you an eye for an eye mentality, where I got to get it how I live to make ends meet. Whether I got to take you out, rob, steal, I get that. But from what I've noticed and what I've researched and what I've looked at, I think it's just the upbringing, because I know the way you raised shape your whole worldview. And then the environment you raised in, and then it's also the company you keep. Because how many people have we grown up with where we look at their life, man, they had a silver spoon. This man was 8th grade driving a Benz, had his mama and his daddy. He doing life in jail for the rest of his life because he did something stupid. So I don't know, like, I don't necessarily believe. I used to say it's the single mothers that's the problem. I think both parents play. It's also how you raise, because when you look at like what I did with the serial killers, like with Jeffrey Dahmer, he had his grandma and his granddaddy. Granddaddy did certain things to him that shaped his mentality. You see what I'm saying? With other serial killers, they had single mother. The mother was a drug addict, prostitute. The dad was abusive, did time in the war. He'll beat his mom and then beat the son. And I'm just saying, it don't really matter if it's a single parent or it's all about how you're raising, and then how you try to be counterproductive to the society you raising your kids in. And it's also watching. You got to teach them. Like, you got to be careful who you keep your friends with, because you probably picking your homeboy from the park and he just killed somebody, and everybody just gonna say you was the getaway driver. So you got to be careful with it. You get what I'm saying?
So what do you think mostly? You kind of just gave us a layout of what you've learned. What was your conclusion based on what you heard?
I don't think it's 100. I don't think you need to look into the stats, because most of it do be biased. Like with the situation where a woman have a child, the dad leave or they separate, she get another man in the household, and the child don't like the man, so he gonna rebel against everything the man says. Is that a single mother household? Or he might say, man, I ain't have my dad. So are they gonna look at that situation as a single mother household? What I'm saying is, I don't think the stats are asking the right questions. I think they're just asking surface deep, and they're not breaking down. And if they are breaking down, they don't want to give it up, because then the numbers gonna be wrong. So I just think with the numbers, I don't agree with all the numbers. I think you got to do your own research.
Well, yeah, based on your research, what did you conclude?
That it's tit for tat. It ain't no such thing as the single mother is the issue, because there's some terrible dads out here. Like, I noticed with the study that if you have a single father, the kids become more stoic, but they be more emotionally detached. They might life be straight trajectory where it's supposed to be, but they be emotionally detached. And you can't have an emotionally detached person raised in the community or helping the community, because you need nurturing for the kids. And then when it's a single mother, a single mother, the kids' life be all over the place. So it doesn't, just because, like Chiki said, just because the single father might come off it doesn't really. I still think you need both. So I think with the studies, I think it's tit for tat. It's all about.
You ain't, well, so I'm not gonna lie, you still just thinking through it. So you haven't made a determination then.
Yeah, because this is what because listening to them talk is kind of like, I had these conversations with people, but it's too personal, so it becomes you this and that, you wrong, you don't like this, you don't like that. So I ain't gonna sit here and say I came up with a specific answer. I just think that it's 50-50. I don't think it's more so on the mom or more so on the dad?
I can't. It's too early in the show to let a 50-50 slide.
I get what you're saying, but I'm gonna be honest. I can't pinpoint exactly.
I thought you said you did 7 hours, beloved.
I'm saying, and it shaped. I told you, I used to think that the dads are this and the dad, because how my dad is and I grew up in a 2-parent household, so if my dad wasn't there, I'd be fucked. So, but when I do research, it don't matter if the dad is there or not.
Okay, so that's the thing about the numbers, though, right? 5% of the jail population is dad only. 41% is mom only. 36% is dual. 18% is other.
And I think with the mom only, that's crazy. I believe that the mama gotta be on point for sure if she gonna do it by herself. So, it's the upbringing. That's all I'm saying. I ain't gonna sit here and I ain't gonna make a decision now and then later on in the conversation y'all catch me up in the way you said this because y'all conversation changed my mind.
It's a convo, bro.
But I don't wanna just say I don't wanna
be wrong in a convo. It's not a debate.
I don't wanna give an answer, not just an answer, and I don't even know myself.
I would say this. I would say I will regardless. I'll stick with this. If you don't have a stable household, you're more likely to commit a crime, regardless of what stage of life. Like if you at some point in your life you didn't have a stable household, you're gonna commit more crimes. That's kind of how I make it PC around the table for everything, and I think that's pretty clean.
Also, what I realized too is it don't matter how good of a parent you are. You can be the best parent in the world. Your kids gonna resent you and rebel against you for something. So,
but we can't do that.
We can't, but kids don't have hindsight like we do.
Well, no, because the reason why I say that is because we can always point to the exception, but we can't always control every single individual that grows up. So I think the issue is when we have these conversations, it has to stay in the realm of what is more likely to succeed than not succeed.
Yeah. So,
yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
I looked up. Where is it at? Where is this at? I was looking up if most youth offenders go to jail as adults, right? Just because the conclusion that we're getting to, or what is being presented, is that the expectation is these same people will be recidivists, like the recidivism rate would be high, right? Just considering they come from single parent, whatever the case. Yeah. All right, so I just looked it up. Do most youth offenders go to jail as adults? No. Most youth offenders do not end up going to jail as adults, but the risk depends heavily on factors like the type of offense, family environment, education, poverty, trauma, peer groups, and whether they receive intervention early. All right. Research on juvenile justice generally shows many adolescents who commit minor offenses age out of the delinquency behavior as they mature. A smaller group of repeated or serious offenders are much more likely to continue offending into adulthood. Early support programs, stable housing, school environment, mentoring, therapy, and employment opportunities significantly reduce the chances of adult incarceration.
Yeah.
We can keep reading, but I'm just saying, just reading based off of this, it sounds like environment, education, and income.
Yeah, 100%.
Right, and family's there too. But I think you can avoid these things if you have a higher education, a higher level of income, right, and family, or the family member would be there, would have that higher thing, right?
Yeah, and this is the. Yeah, and I understand your initial offering about, and when you're pro-choice, pro-life, to make particular determinations, especially being a contributing factor to kids being born in undesirable situations. I understand that fully. I can't seem to move past the fact that, these things before you start to participate in certain behaviors, that then you bring a child into a situation where he or she is at a deficit. Like, how do I give that person quarter when they know that? So if she is more likely to be impoverished, and etc., how does she not wear the jacket of doing that kid a disservice?
Well, she can, and that's what I'm saying. She can wear that jacket of doing the kid a disservice, but that doesn't mean that she should wear the jacket of she produced a criminal if she did not produce a criminal. If we already agreed, like you said earlier, most men are not criminals and most men don't go to jail, but a majority of our population are in fatherless homes. In the same agreement, that means most people are raised by single mothers and most men are not criminals. That means single mothers are not creating criminals and they're not producing criminals by and large.
Yeah. And now this is where the per capita arguments come into play.
Sure. Okay. So what about the per capita?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, how valuable is the per capita if most black people, right, are just living and doing poverty, rich, in the middle? Most of us are not getting in trouble, right? It's 15,000 men per year getting in trouble, getting arrested. That's why I'm saying in trouble, you know, because I just remember the arrest records. I can't remember the actual conviction.
Right?
But getting in trouble some way, somehow, out of 20 million. And I'm using 20 million because kids get in trouble too. That's all.
Yeah.
And so it's like, what is the conversation?
I think when it comes to that part of the conversation, I really don't like it too much because it's almost like why do we have the conversation at all? Like, if the per capita or anything like doesn't matter, why are we having the conversation at all? Because I think that's where it comes into play, because then we're trying to associate, you know, those actual factors of, you know, what is causing this, you know, poverty, X, Y, and Z. Like, if that, so I think that's why the per capita matters, is because it's just something that helps identifies correlation.
So
no,
go ahead.
I think the per capita matters only to the topic, right? Because we looked up, what was it, a couple weeks ago, black people are targeted and shot by the cops, right? Targeted at twice as likely to have that run in with a cop and be shot and killed, correct? Per capita. And what was the stance with that? It's only 1,000 shootings per. It only matters. Only matters
per conversation.
Per conversation, and this is why I say these conversations, which is why I started streaming again, needs to happen more than once and by more people, because these conversations do not matter unless you can use it against the other party or other side, and you know what I mean by that. That doesn't mean that everybody who uses it is just out to get somebody else, but that's what I've noticed. You tried having a conversation, right, about what's BWE, and you saw how that turned out. You saw how the last conversation when it was like, hey, black people are reporting twice as likely to be killed by cops. And what was the response to that? That's only 1,000 per year. Per capita only matters when you can really shit on somebody or prove your point or prove the opposite point. But in actuality, the genuine conversation cannot be had.
So is your argument that per capita should never be like looked at, or like what is your stance on that?
He's saying it's used conveniently, right? So per capita didn't matter when it came to police shootings because it was about volume, and now per capita is important here to make a so-called honest assessment. But if most of us come from single mother-led homes, right? This is the part. If most of us come from single mother-led homes, and it's 10 to 15,000 black men getting arrested per year for like violent crime specifically, then is it a non-starter?
Yeah, I think it's disingenuous. And the reason why I say disingenuous, because I don't really care about what other people say or how they use it. I think when we're having these conversations, we need to figure out what our standard is. Like, what is our individual standard? And it's not about what outsiders think or what somebody said during the conversation. It's like, hey, what is our standard of success? And then how do we measure it? And then how do we fix it? Because I think Devin, we lack
slow down though, right? You're talking like about the conversation. Let's be in the conversation. So That's the key, right? If it's 10,000 to 15,000 black men and there's 20 million of us, who told us that we were so bad in the first place? Who told us that we were so violent in the first place? Right? So why do we have to talk about it? If it's 10,000 out of 20 million?
Because the bad side is overrepresented.
Overrepresenting who though? Overrepresenting what?
It's the small percentage of people is what's doing it, but one bad apple spoils the bunch. So
why?
all look at it.
But take this walk with me. Why are we making that conclusion? Because they told us it? Think about it. If they've been propaganda, they've been showing us nigga bad, right? And then they use the 30% stat, but it's 10,000 people.
I get what you're saying.
For me? And I understand you saying, yo, we addressing something, right, that can cause us turmoil. You feel me? But why that ain't us? Quite literally about the numbers. That's not us. If we talk about profane people in the earth, white people have been the most profane in the earth. But they get to start history when they want to start history, right? So now the most violent people are from between 1985 and 2026. Apparently. But what about the fucking Romans? Why do we have to all of a sudden wear some jacket about being the most violent? I'm just asking, like, if it's a nominal number, yes, we have to talk about per capita to make it substantial. What you think, Devin? Like, right? Why so serious, right? You have to talk about per capita to make it a substantial thing.
Because I thought per capita was an economics term that was used in economic classes and all that.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of this is. Yeah. And economics pertains to us too, right? Risk reward goes hand in hand, right? That's economics 101. So it's okay. You know?
But I never understood it using it as a stat. No, I never. As a survey or a stat.
And why so serious? This is the thing. We making an assessment, and I could be wrong with what I'm saying. I'm open to that. You feel me? But we introducing different things to the conversation about where is the value. Go ahead, Dev. I was kind of talking to Devin, but I'm talking to all four of y'all, for real. Devin thinking like a motherfucker, boy.
No, I am, because I'm trying to have a genuine conversation.
Okay.
This a thought-provoking conversation.
Yeah. Because I'm just like, I guess this is where I think something you said earlier was good, was just kind of breaking down the situation me and Shiki was talking about earlier. But like, I just still feel like
be careful with Phil,
we have to be conscious of how we are having these conversations.
Be careful with Phil,
what is the purpose of?
Be careful with Phil.
Yeah. I mean, because I feel something until it's validated, and I'm just saying I feel because I am open to be, persuaded or pushed in either direction for the sake of the conversation.
Hey, Knight,
I'm just
real quick. Sorry, Devin. Knight, you want to change your name on your screen?
Sure. How do I do that?
I think you have to.
It don't matter. Leave it up there.
You sure?
Yeah, it don't matter.
Okay. Sorry, Devin. My bad. I just wanted to tell him that. My fault.
Why you never asked if I want to change my name?
That's what it was on StreamYard. So I'm like, okay, he know how to do that. Everybody don't know how to do it on this. That's all.
Yeah, I'm just honest with you. Yeah, I mean, I guess what I'm trying to understand for you to move it along is, are you saying that we're pushed to have these conversations by other people, and that these conversations aren't worth having conversations about, and they're not really significantly important?
No, I'm saying that we've been told, right? We the most violent, we this, that, and the third, right? And we look at the number, 10,000, 15,000, right? Just to be fair, and then 15,000 to 20 million. That's a non-starter. We laughed when 200,000 people died from COVID. We thought it was going to be 20 million people. We like, only 200,000? That's less than 1%. COVID got turned into a cold after that. You see? But now when we talking about us, it's like, oh, 15,000, but it's 20 million of us. So I'm just like, what? Who told us this? And then here's the thing. Rape is violent, Devin? Yes or no? What you think?
Yes.
Molestation violent?
Yes.
And somehow, right? Caucasian men, 78%, 76%, 77%. But yet when we start talking about violent crime, we 30%. And that's what we focusing on. All that shit is violent though.
Perpetrators?
But it's just like, yeah, in terms of who's getting arrested for, right? And I'm going off arrest. I'm not going off of conviction because I know to arrest that thing in my head. So it's just like, who told us that we have to overassess this if it's only 10,000 when they stopped giving a fuck about COVID because it was only 200,000?
The propaganda and the people that played into it.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to, and why so serious? That's what and Devin said feel. I understood how he used it, so I agree. I'm saying feel. Like, niggas trying to like, you know what I mean? Like they trying to like skew yourself for yourself.
So when it comes to the stats and when people tend to bring up stats, is it good to use, because you know they say your personal experience isn't the world. So is it good to go off what you know to be for sure, and then correlate that well with the majority?
Why so serious? Here's an interesting point, right? 2K and Mr. Fantastic, I think I clipped it. It was from a Wednesday show I did. And they were having that argument. 2K said, salute to 2K, he said, yo, I go outside in he from Mississippi. Right? I go outside in Dallas. You can't tell me that the police don't treat us differently. I don't care about the stats. Right? That thought popped in my head when you said what you said. You see what I mean? He's like, you could tell me they're getting treated the same, but what my eyes don't lie to me. And Mr. Fantastic said it don't matter what your eyes say because the numbers say different.
And I'm gonna tell you how I know social programming when it comes to certain things.
Okay.
Because even though I've been over here my whole life, when I was 14, I went back, and I came back to Memphis when I was 17. When I went over there, I got so used to being up all night. For 9 cents a day, you can feed somebody over in Ethiopia. You can do this, worms and better. When I went over there, the culture shock. Them folks living good over there. So I do believe that the social programming and the people that buy into the programming upbring the kids in it is what I'm saying. If you get what I'm saying, like yeah. Was telling us it's the programming and the people before us that's telling us.
Why so serious? Not trying to shit on your experience, but I'm about to just say, once I say this, you'll understand. I Show Speed did that Africa tour.
Yeah.
Fucked everything up. Niggas thinking everybody got a pot belly with flies on their face. Yeah. And he in Ethiopia and is built up and he's trying to buy diamonds. They wouldn't let him buy diamonds because he wasn't something like some type of
he wasn't culturally from Sierra Leone. You know, yeah. Sierra Leone
which was and he like what the fuck? But he exposed a whole different narrative. To your point. So now that's a hell of a point, bro. You know what I mean? Like just on that. And here's the thing, right? I'm not dismissing violence being violence and it affecting people, right? When a person gets killed, that exponentially has an exponential effect. You know, so I'm not dismissing that. You know, but we're talking about raw numbers, and now the raw number does or does not matter to Cheeky's earlier point. You know what I'm saying? Knight, what's popping?
What's going on?
How are you?
What up, Knight?
I'm good. And yourself? Everybody else?
Yes, sir. I'm doing well. Prax, what up? Knight, what you think, man? I don't know how long you been here, but
I've been here since the beginning. I believe it's completely social engineering. That's why I don't really mess with the stats like that.
Okay.
Because I think it's manipulation. A woman once told me that, do you know that black men is the most undesirable? I said, yeah, us both, me and you, since we came here. We violent, we porch monkeys, but in reality, when you go outside, least desirable by who? Black women and black men. Because I hear people say that black women is least desirable. Not when I go outside. I hear that black men is supposed to be least desirable now when I go outside. So yeah, it is about your reality. And people may call it anecdotal and they talk about these statistics. Now the thing about the young people and supposedly all coming from single parent homes, I see a bunch of single parent home people that's working every day and not getting in trouble and not criminals and not none of this stuff. So again, people want to believe certain things because it goes along with their narrative. And that's why they repeat that stuff and have debates about it. But what is your reality? Most people don't want to hurt a fly, don't want to go to jail ever.
Yeah.
So yeah, to me, I believe it's social engineering. They just want to manipulate you.
And I do believe that most adults who've been in the system, they did a lot of crimes. They did, I'll argue down here, they did 90% of their crimes as a kid. 12, 13, 14, as an adolescent. It's just that because they made bad decisions as a kid, it's hard to get jobs. Well, back then they uplifting shit with felons now. But back then, it's hard to get a job. So my kids gotta eat, and I'm tired of my wife looking at me like I am. So I'm finna go sell this dope. I'm finna go rob, kill boy, and then it put them in another situation. So somebody said in the comments, people tend to make bad decisions as kids, and they have to live with the consequences as adults.
That happens.
Yeah.
Yeah, it happens. Yeah, Night, and see, I'm trying to find a medium. You know what I mean? Right? Because I don't want to. So like, DC. I used to live in DC, right? And I think the illest year we had when I was there, I think it was like 323 bodies got dropped, right? And you don't dismiss it because you might know people that know people and all that. But it's also 600,000 people in D.C. And when they clean up the gas station and take a yellow tape, niggas go back to the gas station.
Yeah. I don't think people look at the numbers like that. They don't understand. And again, people that know them people. So it's a touchy subject, but they don't understand how small the number that really is. Mm-hmm. And then when I think about things like that, what was that 10 years later? Was it still in the 300s?
No, it dropped
I know
last year.
It's ebbs and flows.
Yeah.
So maybe the early 90s was late 80s, early 90s was wild. But we had probably about 12 year span of kind of like not that bad. And then, it'll jump back off again. And I think that a lot of that time is just you kind of get numb to whatever. And then it gets chaotic because of a lack of the relationship with parents. So even early when y'all was talking about people's being coming from, you said 5% of the people that's locked up come from fathers alone, right?
Yes, sir.
And then the numbers that kind of match up with the single parent home and a 2-parent home, right?
Correct.
So I think it's like the relationship that they're having with the children. What kind of homes are those? Are those the kind of homes where both parents are driven and they in a latchkey type of situation, and then who's left with the kids? And then those kids that come from the so-called single parent home. My father was always kind of around, but I couldn't go somewhere and say I was in a single parent home because he was around enough to be in my life. But if you'd have asked me when I was younger, am I in a 2-parent home? I would say no, but that would have been a lie. So So how are the kids looking at? And then what kind of relationship, again, do the father have with the son or whoever else? Because it could be the situation where, your daddy ain't about nothing because he ain't here. So now we disown him. But he was there the whole time. I want to know where they get this idea about it's just a single parent home.
Yeah.
Because I always see dudes, orbiting around. They're not just completely out of the life. And the people that are them deadbeats that just don't have nothing to do with nothing, I don't think the numbers is as high as people try to make it seem.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So, and that's the thing. That's the entirety of what I'm trying to assess, I'm trying to figure out the line between the dogma, like people heard a thing, so they say a thing. What's the actual reality behind the numbers? And then what's the reason why the number or the study was generated in the first place? Right? Because if it's a hypothesis, people are going to work to prove their hypothesis correct. Right? Just like we did in science class,
Exactly.
And so that's what AL has said in his chat too. So I'm just trying to, how heavily do we weight these things that we read and when we start Googling and chat GPTing and prompting, you know? Prax, what's popping?
You right now, my brother, all of you guys are popping. I'm glad to see Knight up here. I haven't seen him in a while. And So Solid, my man, the security guard. I appreciate him. Cheeky. I listen to Cheeky and I'll be learning stuff, man. I'll be learning how a different way of thinking. This conversation is a really good conversation. Peace to the chat.
Mm-hmm.
I would say this. You asked a good question. What's the reasoning for the numeration?
Yeah.
Why are these stacks? I'm not a statistician.
Okay.
I'm not a numbers guy. I let my ancillary do that stuff, man. I think big picture. My thought processes on this conversation is that what's the reasoning for the numbers? What's the reasoning? Why are there a stat made? Why is there a stat made in any case? Right? Okay. To let us know, to give us some information numerically, what's going on in society. Society should be looked at as a body, right? Let's say this. You said those numbers, those stats are, what you say, 10% of the population? 5% of the population. Now, look at your body. What is 5% of your body? The body that you in right now. What is 5%? Is that a hand, a foot, a toe? What is that? It might be a toe. So let's say it's a toe. If you're missing a toe, let's say the big toe, because you could walk without, you could probably not have to worry about anything if you lose your pinky toe. Let's say your big toe, right? If you lose your big toe, what are you going to think for the rest of your life? I'm missing something. Something is missing. It's going to be a problem. And we got to measure it to see if it's going to grow or not. What we need to do about it. Do I need to make a prosthetic toe? Or can I just walk and run and all that without it? Can I maintain my life without it? Society is a body. Can we maintain society and be okay and live a good life in the body of society? It's just because society is going to prevail. Are we going to still be around if we lose our toe? I think we need to ask that question. What's the importance of numeration?
And I want to point this out before I forget. Something Knight kind of actually said what I said earlier, whereas like when I said earlier, when it comes to the younger population and how they perceive the reality versus the older population, like I think that was just a validation to the topic of like who's actually there, how are they actually integrated in the household, how did that demographic change over time. I think that was important, but I think the reason why things, as I'm thinking about it, the reason why I think a lot of these conversations come up is because the squeaky wheel gets the grease. So if like you're seeing numbers that pop out, they're gonna say it. It's the only way for it not to get any attention is that you have to kind of bring those numbers in line with other demographics or other situations. So of course it may not be like overwhelmingly a big portion or a big piece of the overall population, but if you don't break it down to a certain a certain topic or thing, and then there's like this one part of it is poking out more than the rest, then people are going to poke at it to try to get it back in line to everything else across the board.
Have you ever heard though, before I get so solid in, people make offerings to get it back in line, or are they just judging it and admonishing it? Right? Because a lot of things are being ignored quite often, i.e. money, opportunity. Because I think an argument can be made of, a single mom will be just fine if she's not in an environment that can influence the kid negatively and she has means and resources. So then what do we lay?
But then I think then the conversation is, if she has, does she have more means and resources if she's in a relationship with somebody? Like, is there more? Does a household run more efficiently if there's like two people there compared to that one? Is that the statement? Or are we just
But
saying
that's a different conversation. Like that's something totally different. No
But
one,
that's
no
the
one, no
I
one
think that's
here
the
is
purpose of
saying.
it.
No, the purpose of this show is not for that. The purpose of this show is to question whether or not the statement of single mothers being the issue, right, or being the biggest issue, or the reason why all of these black men are in jail, and he's investigating how true that is. When we already admitted, one, most black men are not criminals. Two, most black men when they come from single mother homes aren't doing too bad. We're the first to prop up black men and whatever stat we succeed at, but then we never look back at the mom who more than likely is going to be a single mother and go, you know what? Maybe black single moms aren't the problem. Maybe it's an economic or social economic issue that we need to address or take some kind of consideration for. What tends to happen is a blaming or a shift in blame, and we just leave it at that, right? So that conversation that you want to have, which would probably be better, right? That's a different conversation. And we can agree it would be better. I don't think anyone's disagreeing that the likely chance of somebody being with someone else and combining that income would lead to a higher income and better social economic status. But how are we supposed to do that when we can't even be with each other regularly? When marriage rate is already down. And the reason being is because we don't align on anything, right? So we're trying to jump from one conversation to another conversation, to this to that, when we need to just stick with dismantling a propaganda that may not be true or is overrepresented and is being used as cannon fodder or a bullet to shoot at black women and vice versa. Because trust me when I tell you, black women may have whatever BWE stat HAMP want to cover, guess who's going to be there helping him to look things up so we can counteract that too.
So I mean, but even then you're framing, you're like to counteract it. Like, are you? I mean, so is your position to actually verify if it's true, or is it your position to counteract it because you think that does more harm than the
truth
fact itself?
The truth will counteract it, right? The truth will counteract it. The truth in and of itself should counteract it. The point that HAMP is asking, though, the fact that we have to ask, so when is per capita important versus when it's not? The fact that that's even a question and you have to determine intentionality behind people using statistics is an issue within itself. And the truth of the matter is, if we just have an honest conversation and we take a look at things, most black men that come from single black women, single mother homes, are not criminals and aren't doing terrible. There's a subsect of black men that we can highlight and pinpoint, but now the question becomes why?
Yeah, I think I said it earlier. I think, like I said before, I think it's because if you start comparing, and then but then we get up here and we're like, just to kind of come at your point, it's like, then why do we always say, this other demographic is the most violent? Or why do we always say white men are the most, like, we'll use that argument with them, like, oh, per capita, they're not that bad. Like,
who makes that argument?
So, but
that's what I'm saying. We don't make that argument. Like,
no, we do. No. You and maybe people who think like you don't, but I do. Right? I'm directly opposed to racist people trying to use statistics to paint a picture of black people that doesn't match, one, that I know for a fact to be true, and then two, if you're going to do this race thing, because the people who tend to use the statistics to prove 13% of the population, they say 1350 rule, which is black people consist of 13% of the population and commit 50% of the crime, right? This whole thing started from a racist standpoint, and I do use statistics to counteract that because I have no care or consideration for the truth for people who tend to lie on black people generally. So the first thing I'm gonna do is make up my own propaganda. Why is it that 99% of y'all are pedophiles? And then we keep it pushing. Like, if Josh ever gets bold enough to do that 1350 rule here, he's gonna get destroyed by me personally.
Yeah, and I agree with you, like the consistency with like trying to get consistency on our side and make sure we get the right information out. But also, I'm like also trying to call out that you're also willing to then counteract or push a narrative that may not be true to then just counteract somebody else.
Yeah, because the person that I see as an enemy is not black women or black men. It's a my strategy toward people that I view as enemy will be very much so different. I will spank my brother, right, if he does something wrong, and that's because he's younger than me. I will spank him. I will admonish him. I will get in his face. But if you do something to my brother, I will kill you. Why is there such a difference? It's both violence. Because of who the target is and why they exist. I don't see black women or black men as an enemy to me. So I'm not going to try to sit here and try to use statistics to down or bash or point or shoot at them. What I'll try to do is go, okay, if we're going to have a conversation about us, let's have a genuine conversation. But I am going to be very skeptical if I see somebody who generally has bad intent for me, and that's been proven throughout history, throughout the state of this country, currently in the administration. I'm going to treat him like an enemy because that's how they've been treating it. They don't treat stats as they care. They treat it as you the issue, and the reason why you the issue is because of this, and that's why y'all niggas don't deserve this, that, and the third. I don't feel like black people are actually saying that against black people, and if they are, then I'm against them too. I've seen them as an enemy as well.
So solid.
What's going on, people? What's happening?
You?
Oh man, turning to the conversation with the single mother and the poverty. I came up on the panel because, like, I always like to come up here and give an anecdotal from my perspective, and I always perceive anecdotal as being slightly more important than statistics because I know statistics can be altered, skewed. There's variables that ain't included. With anecdotal situations, you can kind of get into it a little bit more thicker because it's coming from one viewpoint. So I was raised by a single mother, uber successful, you know what I'm saying? All the islands that niggas be going to and flossing at, I was going to them when I was 10 years old, because my mom was taking me to St. Martin, St. Bart's, and I came up pretty well taken care of in good environments and good suburban neighborhoods and all that stuff. However, I went the other way totally. It had nothing to do with poverty. It had nothing to do with that. And that's why I don't know if anybody's seen my contribution to the chat. I think that the main additive or main variable that's missing here is our culture, just black people's culture in particular. When you add that into the gumbo, it tends to take, I think, a front seat in front of poverty and income. Because black people as a whole, we want to belong to each other very, very badly. I think more than any other race of people. Like our sense of identity with each other is very, very strong. And
culturally,
if our culture,
but culturally, when you look, who been in trouble? Who been into the penitentiary?
Culturally,
well, we just be anecdotal. Who been to the penitentiary? Knight, you been to the penitentiary? Knight, you been to the penitentiary?
No.
Cheek? Black Dawn? Devin?
No.
Prax?
No.
JP?
No.
So even anecdotally, when we try to do a thing and then we blame the culture because it's just me and you out of the 8 niggas that's up here.
I ain't been in prison either, man.
Just me out of the niggas that's up here.
I wouldn't. Do you consider jail a penitentiary?
No, I'm saying penitentiary on purpose.
I don't. Where did penitentiary and jail come in? Did I say something about that?
Well, you're saying like culture. You're saying you went the wrong way, and our culture is the issue. But then when we look, out of the 8 of us, damn near all of us ain't never been to the penitentiary, right? Again, and so this is where the stat does align, right? 15,000 black men per year are getting arrested for these violent crimes and et cetera, right? Which is a nominal number because it's 20 million of us. And then we use anecdotal, because you were using your anecdotal example, to then highlight the negativity in the culture, you know, because you went the other way. So there's one thing that's on the other way as it pertains to the conversation, which is getting arrested and such. And then when we look anecdotally, ain't nobody up here been to the penitentiary except for one or two of us.
Oh, and by the way, Hamp, just
well, I'm talking about influence, Hamp. I wasn't really talking about the ending result of where we ended up.
But it got a result.
At.
What's the influence? It got to result in something.
Well, because like a lot of black males, even though they ain't been to the penitentiary or jail, they got so much negative influence it keeps them from, you know, rising to certain other, you know what I mean, levels, like going another way.
Well, here's other thing, right?
It's my opinion, like a lot of black men don't want to do a lot of certain type of work or go a certain type of fields because of our culture, calling it weak or white washed or whatever like that. Well, so I wasn't like talking about like penitentiary, like you got to end up in a penitentiary to go the wrong way. I'm just talking about just in terms of our mindset.
But I'm saying that how do you substantiate that point, right? Black Dawn is in IT, right? You in the process of working for yourself, right? You literally had an issue, got paid from handling the issue correctly, not going off, and now you got an even better opportunity. Cheeky been to the Air Force and whatever else. Devin is special operations in terms of being an Army Ranger. Like what are we talking about? Prax, I said, why are you standing outside that building, Prax? He said, I own this building. I shut the fuck up.
Well, I'm not saying that none of us up here aren't successful. I'm just saying I'm 40 years old, Hamp. I'm just put it on me because I don't know any of y'all personal stories. But with my intelligence and my grit, Hamp, I should have been way farther than where I'm at 40. Why? Way farther. Because that's what I'm trying to explain to you. With my anecdotal situation, my influences, the people that I looked up to, the people that I wanted to be like, the people that I wanted to be a part of, was ultimately a negative influence on me.
Like who?
And it had nothing to do with no white people or nothing like that. It was all black people.
Like who though? Like what? Like who?
My family members, fucking rappers, TV.
What was they doing? What were they doing though?
Entertainment. Like, so my family members specifically was selling drugs, doing drugs, and dissuaded me from being a nerd. Because I am kind of like a nerd. And anytime, you feel me, I would bring like any kind of achievements, like I won first French contests and speaking of French language. You feel me? I won first. I was skiing, I was snowboarding. Anytime I would bring any of them type of like achievements, Avenue nigga, that shit was getting fucking kicked out the water. But nigga, let me see my cousin taking some dope out the house and emulate him. All of a sudden, I'm doing something right.
But how do you? Is he up here?
And this one, yo,
go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, my bad. Go ahead.
And just like as even on a lighter note, all of us up here, I'm not saying that we all thugs or whatever like that, but I'm pretty sure that we all listen to. I said, well, I'm pretty sure we ain't. I said, I don't know if y'all heard me. I said, I'm pretty sure we ain't all thugs.
No, so solid. I'm saying though, you don't have to be pretty sure. We're not. That's what I'm saying emphatically. And I'm saying if you move in dope, how you avoid jail?
No, I'm just saying like I'm pretty sure we all, even though we come from the same different areas, we was probably all listening to the same influences at a younger age, and some of us was probably stronger or had more resources to fight those influences, but some of us probably was weaker and didn't have resources to fight those influences and got swept up in it. And I'm saying if our culture had shifted the like direction of where we supposed to go a little bit more, we probably have more success rate levels at younger ages and more successes for most of us.
Okay, here's the thing, right? When I asked you when I brought about a quantifiable thing, right? Looking at the results, right? We're saying that all this negativity and etc. However, most of us aren't enthralled in those lifestyles, up to and including yourself. Who cares what a couple or what your corny ass cousins was saying? Most of the OGs was just hypocrites because they would say, "Yo, don't do this shit," and they go out there and push packs and get all the bitches and buy all the cars, and you know what I mean. But they would at least say, "Don't do this shit."
It got to be more than that, Hamp. You can't be doing that shit and then say something else to a young nigga, man.
I agree. That's why I acknowledged it. I'm just simply saying that when I used to go to wherever I was going to, and they would have the newspaper clip, or one guy would say, "How many tackles you had?" I'd literally be going to this place, right? And I'd be counting my tackles because I knew he was going to ask me. But it was more than about football. You know what I'm saying? And I'm just like, yo, like what's the truth for real? Because you saying the things, and then your anecdotal don't even show it up, nor does most of the men on the panel.
I just, like, I told you a long time ago, Hamp, I feel like I'm lucky. I should be dead, bro, or like in prison. I just got hella chances. And I don't blame that on my mother, you feel me? Because she did every fucking thing that she was supposed to do, brought me up right. Why did I go astray if everything around me was set up for me to win? And the only thing that led me astray was my own culture and my own people. How come I can't pinpoint that and say that needs to change? You know what I'm saying? Like, I think that's the problem with a lot of us in our culture. I think a lot of people have my background, Hamp, and they don't even want to talk about it because it's, first of all, it's embarrassing. You know what I'm saying? To let people know that you was misled as a grown ass man, and then just to know that you could have been farther. And then having to look in the mirror and say your own people was the reason why, people don't even want to accept that or acknowledge that. Yeah?
Well,
I feel like that's a problem.
First thing first is you the reason why.
Yeah.
Because you could have looked at your mom instead you looked at your bald head uncle. You had the example of your Ma Dukes in the house, but you ignore her from some nigga with some Dickies on in Converse. And a Jerry curl.
Most of us do because he's a male, Hamp. He's a male. I'm not supposed to be looking up to a woman. I mean, that shit was funny. That nigga did have a Jerry curl. You know what I'm saying? But I'm saying, though, I'm saying, like, I'm not supposed to be looking up to a woman. Like, I'm supposed to be looking up to the men, and all the men in my surrounding area was doing the wrong thing. And it was made to look right. And then I didn't know that it was wrong until I was in my late 20s. And it's too late. I got felonies. I got this. I got that. And I'm trying to play catch up now. When really, I should have been straight and narrow from 16 years old. When I come back to the house with a fucking French contest, you're supposed to be like, man, what else you can do with that? Man, help me over here with this. Not downgrading it.
You know what's
and
interesting?
Then I go watch BET.
Now,
and all the bitches is fucking with the gangsters.
Nah, beloved. Because you got all the great information that you're saying right now, right? I did the Entrepreneur show a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, almost 2 years ago at this point. Whenever I had a hurricane out here, it was a Hurricane Harvey or some shit we had in Houston.
2 years, 18 months ago.
Right? And so I know it because that's like the first show I did coming back because I didn't have internet for 2 weeks. So Solid came up here, asked me some questions about how to get it started with his own security business and all that. Had workers, had an idea, had an opportunity. Who you working for?
It's in the process. I'm about to get my license this month. But a lot of, I blame you for that though, Hamp.
Okay.
Imagine if I'd had something like this when I was younger.
Okay, but you had it 18 months ago and you still in the same place. That's a so solid problem.
Oh, you saying no. That's different. I'm thinking you saying something else.
That shit is the same.
No, like I got my license and everything. That's the reason why I ain't got it right now from a year and a half ago is it don't have nothing to do with me, to be honest with you. But I know you don't want to talk about that and make the whole show about me.
What I'm saying is there's several things you could put in place, right? As you start to work towards that, right? There's even a thing where I don't have a class B or a class A CDL, right? But there's people that I hire that are licensed in class B in case we ever need to get that type of truck. And if we ever need to move 2 baby grand pianos, right? To where you have to go through the gross vehicle weight that makes it a class B certified truck. You see? So I don't have that either. But the construct of my company allows me to leverage the construct to leverage those people to make that money. So you create a company, you have people that have the license come work for you because they already working for somebody else anyway. Come on, man. Don't. I ain't from California.
I mean, I love the comparison, but with security in California versus moving in Houston, man, the structural rules.
I'm talking about structural rules. Do you know how much DOT? Do you know how much that stuff is convoluted? And that's putting it lightly.
I'm just saying, like, just to keep it real, like with security, it's like I'm a hustler, bro. Like if I could have had this shit up and running, I would have had it up and running. Trust me. It's just the qualified manager rules, and that's what I'm saying. I know you don't want to do a show about this shit.
No, I got
but
you.
The qualified manager rules, you feel me? Like it's shit going on out here that is.
I'm just saying, bro.
Which made it harder for people to get security companies.
When there's a will, there's a way. Is all I'm saying. And
I'm making it happen, man. I'm making it happen.
Like I said, like I mean, it's all good, right? We just kind of looking at the modus operandi. Your mindset is the issue here. It ain't your uncle.
I disagree, man. I disagree, but I mean, I see why you could see it that way. But like, I'm working backwards here. Is what I'm trying to say. So it might seem like that way to you because I'm working backwards. But as a young kid, if all your influences and everybody that you look up to is doing the wrong thing, and you get swept up into that, you know what I'm saying? You do have yourself to blame for that somewhat. But we sitting here trying to talk about why Black men are going the wrong way, right? When it comes to income and poverty, and which is the greater variable that leads them to go a wrong way. And I was just trying to make an addition.
No, 100%. I'm pushing back. I'm pushing back at your offering. I disagree with you vehemently because you had opportunity. You had the assets and the means, right? But you didn't take advantage of it because you were influenced by people that you had no discernment for. I understand that you were a kid, but you put a jacket on the culture anecdotally based on your anecdotal experience. And then when I assess the men on the panel anecdotally, they don't mirror that. But you tried to blame the culture. I'm simply saying, is it less culture and more so solid? That's my pushback for it. I'm not missing what you're saying. I'm disagreeing with what you're saying. That's all.
I think the pushback, the assessment was incorrect because you added a variable that I didn't put in there, which was incarceration, which I didn't make that be the threshold for going the wrong way. You did.
Well, no, actually, my conversation that was had before you got up. Well, first off. The conversation was around what the conversation was around. We were talking about violent crime, arrest records, and everything, right? So I'm thinking that you coming up here giving an anecdotal example around what is being conversed about. I didn't know that you were eliminating the variable that was being discussed. So I apologize. Yeah, that's my fault. That's my fault.
No, that's my fault then. That's my fault because like I was listening and then I had a phone call and then I came back in and I think I probably missed the incarceration aspect of it.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
But I was talking about like in terms of going the wrong way. Like if you look at all 8 or 10 of us up here, man, I can't really see because of the way the screen is on my phone. But I'm pretty sure all of us mimic in some type of way, some type of hip hop fashion. You know what I'm saying? And that's just an influencing of itself. Because if you all those things that you said, all those accomplishments earlier. That you mentioned that everybody is up here looking like, nobody is mirroring that at all.
You saying by how we dressed?
Yeah, because I'm not saying nothing wrong with it. I dress the same fucking way. And I think I should be able to dress any type of way I want and be whoever the fuck I want. But what I'm saying is that's how strong the culture is. It's making everybody look the same. So we got to ask fucking things about ourselves and nobody want to stand out any type of different way except for this one way.
Well, if you ask any of the like,
and to me that's significant.
Black don't work in IT. They all them white people be dirty as hell going to work.
Mine.
Wait,
crazy going to work.
You gotta be dirty as hell.
No, but you know how they be looking. They be looking frumpy, dirty, like. But they do their work. That's it. That's all. Yo, Yahoo. About 15 years ago, so solid. And that's the thing. Like we using these things against ourselves when we don't have to. Yahoo started putting like little like mini golfs in their places. They took away they made it casual dress code. And people just go to work and do the job. Like these innovation companies realize that that's less important. The more comfortable people are, the more productive they are. So you saying, are we supposed to have suits on? Meanwhile, I'm sitting in my house.
I would like to see that shit. Like, why everybody all gotta look the damn same all the damn time? And I'm pretty sure if somebody did come up here in a suit, somebody would clown them or say something to them about it. Like, what you going? You going
now here's the fly shit.
What you got a fucking trial today or something?
Now here's the fly shit. It was like, I think Aaron, Mr. Fantastic, and I, every month we would wear suits, probably once or twice a month, on the HQ show. And guess what? The compliments was doing. Okay, I see y'all fellas, y'all. So niggas wasn't like, yo.
Hey, all right, maybe I'm reaching a little bit.
Hey, HAMP.
Hey, I ain't fucking with you so solid.
You remember that song? I'm a classic, man. You remember that song?
Yes.
I ain't really started watching people wear suits until that song came out. Like, if we're gonna be honest,
that was 3 years ago.
It wasn't no 3 years.
I thought it was further back than that. I don't know how old everybody is up here, but that used to be normal for us.
Yeah.
In fact, the poorest black people had suits.
I'm trying to get back to that, Night. I love hip hop. I love our culture and everything, but like I just feel like it's only for strong-minded people. The weaker-minded people in our race, we take that shit to a whole nother level, and then most of us listen to the weaker-minded people, and it's destroying us. And I'm willing to give that shit up just to get to a better place. Like I love it, but it ain't that serious.
Damn. Okay, so we didn't get Mr. Williams in yet or Beans in, and I got Mr. Fantastic in the back. See if how I can bring them up. I had like 11 people up here.
Or Black Dawn. It was yeah.
Oh, Black Dawn too. Yeah. So Black Dawn, Mr. Williams, and I think it was Beans. I think.
Hey, HAMP. I'll drop down, but I got one question. So with the way he talking, what Cheeky said, what you said, and then what we said, if we talking about percentages, and we, like he said, influences, because influence do play a major role in how people make decisions sometimes. So in this situation, I'm trying to put it right without sounding retarded. How much does the parental upbringing matter, the percentage on that, versus, okay, when your child leaves your house and got to go to school, walk to the store, walk the dog, play basketball, how much of that factors in? And then, like I said, the company that they keep, how much of that factors into the decision making that leads to them being behind bars?
Behind bars?
You saying percentages?
Yeah, like, because what I said earlier was I think it's your upbringing that plays a role. The environment you was raised in is also the environment outside your household, what's on your block, the next street over, the football, the school you go to, the school system you in, the stuff that goes on at the store when you go get to the store, go get some bread for you, et cetera, et cetera. And then it's also a combination of your friends, the people that you are close to, the people that you care about. So what I'm saying, you said you didn't want to say 50. What I said was earlier was when you look at and you actually pay attention, it all evens itself out. So you said you didn't want to do 50-50. It's too early for that. So what do you think plays more of a role in the reason why there are some degenerate people in the black community? And what do you think plays a role in the fact that there are some outstanding citizens, law-abiding citizens in the black community, is what I'm asking.
You saying what plays the biggest? What's the biggest influence?
Because you can say it's the parental upbringing, but then again, if the friends, if you raising your child right, but everybody on the block and every neighborhood that you can't afford to stay in, they have an advantage. You got to do a lot more counterproductive to be what the outside environment is. And
why so?
I might be just going on a tangent.
No. You good?
I think he's asking what's the biggest percentage.
No. But here's the issue. This is the difference in time. The thing that used to be able to combat that was community. So when I was younger, I remember when there was a whole community, and it didn't matter where you was. Somebody was gonna know you from your grandmother church. It was everybody was involved. Once that started deteriorating and you could be left alone, then all them outside influences have much more power. So right now we live in a time of individuality. Individualism is the thing we in right now. So everybody can think whatever they want to think. And I think that's way more detrimental than hip hop.
So is that on the parents or is it more so on the parents?
You can't blame the parents because the parents got to be able to provide for you. So they're probably working or something in the best situations, right? So what used to be there is the neighbor and everybody else. Now that
It's
those
always
people
been that
aren't
way.
there, now that those people aren't there, you can't blame the parents alone because now other things can be influential. Your friends and all those things you naming.
So the numbers that basically that DJ Hamp said earlier, it kind of washes itself out. Then it's too many nuances behind it. Then.
So, Hamp, what was your numbers earlier?
They weren't mine specific. Yeah, they weren't mine specifically. They were numbers that were shown to me, and then I showed them to you. It's all good. Because I didn't do the work to put the slide together. I think Medium Man had put that together, if I'm not mistaken. Salute to him.
He's a statistic man.
So it was real quick. I'll say it real quick. He was 41% of people who are incarcerated, or sorry, was it arrest? Or in prison, come from single mother-led homes. 36% came from having both parents. 5% came from father-led homes, and 18% came from other, like a grandma, foster care, something like that.
Okay, so if I could speak to that, Hamp.
Hey, I got another question.
I'll just make it real quick.
I'm finna hop off. So when we say single mothers, single fathers, 2-parent household, do y'all consider if you was raised with your grandma and granddad, a 2-parent household? If I was adopted at 3 and I was and I got adopted by a married couple, would that be a 2-parent household? Or are we strictly talking about the maternal and paternal aspect, the biological parents?
The stat says 18% is other, so it included adoptions, it included stuff like that.
Okay. My bad, y'all.
As long as 2 adults in there are both raising you.
Okay, because you'd be surprised. Some people don't consider it.
So Hamp, when I heard those stats you just read off, right, and I think back again to my own anecdotal situation, all the dudes that I was raised around mostly had 2 parents, right?
Okay.
All my partners and all my peers. I was the only one that was going to jail, and mind you, my mother made more than their parents combined.
Okay.
So the dudes that I was looking at, we was coming up together doing the same shit, but they had, it seemed like, a little bit more sense to stay out of the shit that I was into. And they didn't go to jail. They had no records and shit, but I was back and forth. And I had way more resources. So I think just in my situation, you know what I mean? It's the 2-parent house it's more of a factor.
Okay, yeah, that would be
children.
That's your takeaway. Okay, yeah,
that's my takeaway from it. But
yeah, I think it was the father-led homes that had the least amount of people in jail, so that was more impactful. But the problem with that is the nurturing side. Yeah, and I think it's about the dynamic between you and the parent. There was a time in my life where I never wanted to disappoint my grandmother or disappoint my mother. So if you had that kind of dynamic, you're not finna run in the street and just start grinding or jump off the porch too quick. Then my mom got into a car accident. I got shipped off to some other people, and that's where I fell off right then.
That matters. Who you do and do not want to disappoint. That's very important.
But does it matter then?
Hold on, does it matter more than because there's been several people who haven't even spoken yet. Black Dawn, JP, Mr. Williams, Beans, Mr. Fantastic just got here. Let's go with Black Dawn because I forgot. So let's go Black Dawn. What you think?
Hey, salute to the panel, salute to the chat. How you guys doing? Yeah, I kind of got lost in the sauce. There's been a lot of topics y'all been like jumping around from. So I'm just gonna go back to like the data conversation and why people use it the way that they're doing. And I slightly disagree with Cheeky only on the fact that he says that people uses it maliciously. I don't think people use it maliciously. I think they're just intellectually lazy. I think they're not really gonna go through the whole phase of actually looking at the data and then trying to interpret the data and then actually trying to digest it in a way to where it actually makes sense. They're just going to look at the hard ChatGPT thing that they pull up and they're going to be like, hey, this is my confirmation bias, so I'm just going to go with this because it just makes sense.
Black Dawn, one
That's
follow up
just-
question for you, and then we'll move it around so we can get everybody in, and we can open the floor back up to free flow. Do you think ignorance is an excuse?
No.
Because when you're saying that they're intellectually lazy because they're unwilling, so they don't know, but then they're saying the stat in a particular way to where it implicates, right, maliciously. Why do you give them the benefit of the doubt?
Because like if they just, that's a good question. It's more of, I don't think they know what they're doing, right? Like it's like the difference between like murder and manslaughter. You know what I'm saying? Like one person intentionally did something, another person was just doing something stupid that led to something unintentional. If that makes sense, right? That's why I kind of differentiate like that intent.
Okay.
Right. So they may not actually be like, the way I look at it, I don't think any person, rather manosphere or feminist or whatever camp you're in, I don't think they're just being like, I'm gonna look up this stat that makes my other side look as worse and horrible as humanly possible, right? I don't think that's what they're doing. I think they're just really just typing in whatever that they feel like is true and then just going off with that.
I see. It's like okay. JP, what's popping? We got to circle back, Black
What's going on, Hamp? What's going on?
What's the word?
Hey, I think that I made a mistake. I Googled was the house corrections where I spend a lot of time at. I guess that's a misdemeanor prison for like people with lower level felonies and misdemeanors, where you serve like 2.5 years or lower. 9 times out of 10 they going home earlier, compared to like a state prison where you're doing like 3 years plus to life. So I think they told me it just said that it was penal. My bad. No, what's his name? Solid. So solid. Yeah, I'm in alliance with a lot of stuff he was saying. I don't know how we defute that, and I do believe that ignorance is an excuse, because slaves had an excuse to be why they lost. But to go back to so solid, yeah, our culture is criminal mindset. We come from a overcompensating, and what we think is a man is it was taught to us by women and by the society. Every time they showed us black folks on TV, it was always gangster. It was always something that it didn't like measure up to everybody else's standard. And so we cannot just say that we had all of these options. Me personally, it seemed like for black people, it's only two people that you could be: a nerd or a gangster. All that, ain't no in between. And most of us blacks don't want to be nerds. You guys, and when you look at most of these people on the platforms, most of these dudes, you can tell they're is nerds coming out their pores. But we laughed at them and they laughed at us. They don't want to be us. We definitely don't want to be them. So our impact, what we come from our struggle, it was always pimp thieves, hustlers, gangsters, inmates, criminal activity. That's all it was. And that's what the women rock with. That's our tribe.
So what do you put the athletes?
The athletes, I think them some hood niggas that made it. They had a talent. Like most athletes come from the ghetto. But a lot of people that, the dope boys, invested into a lot of these basketball players. Because most dope dealers, most niggas in the ghetto hang out at the basketball court. Every hood nigga want to become Michael Jordan, or hang out at the studio, want to become Tupac. So them are the options of street niggas. And so you got millions of black boys or thousands of black boys on the basketball court. It's only few of them gonna get picked. When you hooping at the YMCA, even though y'all fighting at them courts, a lot of people done died at them courts. But we always, there's one or two kids that it's cold. And there's always gonna be a nigga in the ghetto like, man, I'm finna put some money in little dog. Dog finna be in the NBA. My little brother My little brother, he almost made it to the. He literally got drafted to the NBA. He's 6'9". He ended up catching a felony for a robbery. He had to do 2 years in prison. He still hoop to this day. But I'll be looking at little bro like, damn, little bro, you almost made it to the NBA, brother.
Yeah, I mean, you're saying like Sasai was saying, it's the culture. I'm just looking at, for it to be a culture, it have to be, in my estimation, a majority, and we're just not seeing that in real time. You know,
Well,
I don't implicate
that,
real quick. I don't implicate anybody but myself for the trouble I got in. It ain't nobody but me. So when he's saying, "Yo, we had the opportunity and we messed over it," that's us making decisions. That's us being too easily influenced about things that we know are unacceptable.
I think the problem is, Hamp. I think the problem is like when they try to correct us, they say, okay, you need. Let's say if I had addicted to smoking weed or addicted to committing crimes, okay, you want me to stop this, but you're not giving me something else that's gonna make me feel like I feel when I commit this crime. So his other option is to be geeky and nerdy and be a little white boy. Most niggas don't want to be that. And then you gotta keep in mind, we still want women.
Why y'all didn't play football?
Men, no matter what race we is, men tends to do what triggered that catch attention.
JP, why y'all didn't play football?
I always thought, bro, I ain't gonna lie to you, Hamp. I always thought sports was gay. And when I looked at it, what's so crazy about it, I looked up who created football and basketball. It was a white man. And then when you look at football players, dude, they bodysuit, they got padded hips. And what happens when you bend? It's the reason why they say don't. It's the reason why they say don't bend over, don't drop the soap. So here it is, you got your back arch, and it's a nigga right behind you, 300 foot,
you gotta stop.
300 pounds tall, and you bending over with your asshole open, got a between your legs. I always thought that was gay to me. I ain't gonna lie. They say you are who you recognize, but sometimes, bro, sometimes it's right in your face.
Why you let them do this?
It's funny.
Especially when I know
this football we talked about, Hamp. Hamp, you gotta fight back.
All right, JP, mute yourself, please. All right, let me get Beans. What's popping?
Oh shit!
What up? What up?
What's the word?
Shit, man, you just said something, man.
Oh, the ignorance.
You said something specifically about you and your trouble, and I don't remember exactly what you said you did. But I don't think you could compare your trouble, right, to the majority of people's trouble. I don't think most people don't go to jail for what you went to jail for.
What, assault?
Right. Most people go to jail. Yeah, most people don't go to jail for violent crimes.
Oh,
right. Most people go to jail for economical crimes. Right.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't think you can really, like, when you say, "Yo, that wasn't on moms, that wasn't on pops, that wasn't on this." That okay, we all could tell you just a brute. You like putting your hands on people. You still like putting your hands on people after 16 kids and 4 ass whoopings, and you still like doing it because something's wrong with you.
I told him don't touch me. I told him don't touch me.
Okay, that's fine. I'm just saying, that's why you said it though. You said it because you knew that was going to provoke him to do it. That's exactly why you said that. Because you could have said, "You know what, pal? I'm going to get out of here before you touch me." But you didn't. You said, "Hey, man, don't touch me." He said, "Well, you tell her don't touch you." And then you said, right? And then now we here years later. And you're on the internet, right? So I'm just saying, to me, I think you can blame people, bro. We was just talking to on another show the other day. We was talking about how nobody don't want to acknowledge the people who's putting the guns in the shorties' hands when they're in the streets playing with guns. They just want to hold the shorties accountable. right? But
Mm-hmm.
when
That was a hell of a
talking
point,
about young
Diggs.
women, it's always they're being influenced, they're being manipulated, they're being this, they're being that.
Right.
But for some reason, as men, we just get dehumanized, even by some of my favorite people in the world. I'm not gonna say no names, she can, but we get dehumanized. Right? Like we don't get to have human experiences because we have testicles. I do hope y'all know that is literally sexism. Right?
No,
Oh, you a man. How you gonna allow somebody to influence you? You were supposed to know better. Just because. Because you's a man. Like that's not how life works.
I think that's fair. Maybe it sounded too absolute, right?
He didn't say that, by the way, Camp.
Who didn't say that?
That wasn't the stance. The stance wasn't it's just because you're a boy. It's children. We agree.
Bro, stop. Bro, stop.
No, real rap.
Get out of here. Come on, Jiggy. You know we talking about men, bro. We talking about men.
Real rap.
He was talking about kids.
Yeah, because here's it could have sounded too absolute, right? But I just know, because I know, like we literally go against the will. We know we taking risks, but we think it's cool, so we do it anyway. That's why niggas are chest bumping till the girls walk up, then they actually start fighting. That's why a nigga get brave when somebody start holding them back. So I just know what's so solid. He was conscious. He wasn't unconscious. All I'm saying, Bean. And also earlier in the stream, I was asking. Oh yeah. I think it's fair. And then one thing, when I opened the stream, I'm not sure if you was here. I know you be moving around. Even like the single mom thing, right? Because we saying, is it poverty? Is it this? Is it that? I'm like. But she knew she was broke before she had the baby. You know what I'm saying? So I understand you could blame an environment, but I'm still looking like you know your circumstances before you do what you're doing, before you make the decisions you're making. Do you make them anyway? And you can't bond out because you knew you didn't have no money. You can't get a lawyer because you knew you didn't have no money. And then you get caught up, right? And we want to be mad at the public defender. He a public defender for a reason. So that's how I was processing.
But Hamp, if your culture pushes,
hold on, so solid. You done me and you talk for 45 minutes. Hold on.
Yeah,
go ahead, Beans, and then I want to pass so we can get Mr. Williams and Mr. Fantastic. Go ahead, Mr. Beans.
Yeah, even though I know he mentioned about the young lady, Cheeky, but the two examples that he just used, right? The chest bumping. Who is he talking about right there? It's men, right? I'm not saying him. We talk about women. We talk about women all the time. I'm saying usually when we make those kind of statements about you knew right from wrong, you knew better, we're talking about boys, right? We don't lay that same level of accountability at the feet of young girls. I'm not talking about what we do to women in the manosphere and red pill content creation, where we attack women all day long. I'm talking about what we do with young girls. We don't hold them to the same level of accountability that we do young boys. So I'm saying to try to make it seem like influence doesn't matter to a young boy is insane to me. It absolutely matters. Young boys are sponges.
That's the biggest factor.
The concession.
They are sponges, right? Now, the one thing I will disagree is when So Solid said you might not know it's wrong. No, we knew it was wrong.
Yeah.
Right? I knew selling drugs was wrong. That's how I knew to run from the police when it came around. But you still are influenced by the people you're around to participate.
Yeah.
You understand?
So Bean,
I'm saying we can't dehumanize. We got to stop dehumanizing men in that way, bro.
Mm-hmm. Who is this dude? Why do I even have these people here? It makes sense. Yeah, no, 100%. Yeah, if it sounded like I was saying like that, absolutely, then I concede to your point. Yeah, I think that there's influence, and we know what we be doing when we do it, though. You know what I'm saying? Like, and we usually don't have a lot of quarter, And I expect a lot from men, so I pause just in case. Yeah, so even Mr. Fantastic said, I do be being hard on the fellas. Like, God damn, Hamp, if they don't got no kids, they can't be in it. I just see like the value and we be like so solid. Like I like with his company. There's nuance to why things are or aren't, but I expect him to be able to get that done. You know what I'm saying? So I agree 100%. All right, let me get Mr. Williams and Mr. Fantastic.
Yes. You mind if I address that real quick? What he was saying?
Yeah, only if Beans agrees not to respond.
Hey, Ham, you got the bodies on right now or no?
No.
As long as he don't mention my
keep
grandma.
harassing me. I don't know why he don't want to pull up on me. We only 20 minutes away from each other.
I don't know. But that's outside
like,
of
dude
that's
is 20 minutes away from me. He act like he got a big problem. I won't mind punching him in his
that's outside of my that's outside
Set
of
up
my
the boxing match.
Hey,
Set up
I'm
the
just
boxing match.
stop talking. Stop. Hold on. Just chill. All right, let me get my bad. So I didn't mean to say stop talking like that. I was saying just chill. Go ahead, Cheek. Even if, but Mr. Beans cannot respond though. That's the only thing.
Okay.
Well, go ahead.
Yeah, I think that we also hold boys generally different than women just because the type of chaos and destruction that can come. Like Hamp be saying, if he see two girls fight, he'll walk by and be like, "Excuse me, pardon me." But if he see two boys, like, hey, somebody got to stop it. Something bad will happen, not only to these two, but potentially to more. So I think that's why that standard is a little bit different. I think there's different social and safety reasons, but that's my thing. I don't know.
I'm gonna respond on mute, him.
Okay. Hey, you too demonstrative. We know exactly what you're saying. Go ahead, Mr. Williams, man, while he responded to me.
To the panel, salute to the chat. How y'all doing today, man?
Salute.
Good convo. We have to stop with the soft shit, though. That's part of us being a man, especially a black man. There's a lot that comes with being a black man. So we have to take responsibility when regardless of who we follow behind, we made the decision. We chose to do that because they're not going to go to jail for what I did. I'm going to. So if I do that, then I have to take responsibility for that. We have to understand that heavy is the crown because we were born black and we were born men. So we're already going to have it harder. And we have to understand that. It just comes with it. It's not fair, but it comes with it. But then we can't give another excuse for the teenage boys that have a poor behavior, and then it goes to the little girls, and now we battling with the women. When are we going to take the stance to say, you know what, this is our shit?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, and so just to rewind a little bit, Mr. Williams, yeah, because we kind of talk about what we're talking about. Only reason why we even here because cause we were talking about the numbers and what we should focus on. So Solid introduced accurately anecdotal, right? And that's what we was kind of conversing about, you know.
Well, I agree with you.
But it's more or less about just like the numbers. How does it line up? What is the assessment? Does the numbers prove or disprove anything, or does it allow for further assessment? Seems like we make determinations disregarding several factors. We'll just make a determination based on what that one number states. You know, so it wasn't even about the implication, but it's a good convo. That's what Bean said, what So Solid said, what him and I were talking about. It just had more to do with responsibility and why the anecdotes are what they are. He was talking about culture. So it's a good convo, but I just want to make sure we don't get too far off the plot, you know?
Yeah.
Mr. Fantastic, what's goody? No doubt.
Yo, what up? Shout out everybody.
You home? Yes, it's like choppy. I mean, we can hear you. Go ahead, do your thing. It don't matter.
Brother.
It's choppy?
Yeah, you like you look like who always got a bad
not your voice, but the camera.
Yeah, the camera. Yes.
Let me switch over there. Hold on. Let me fix that for broadcast purposes. I'll be right back.
You got that extension on that bill. They slowed your shit down.
This nigga ain't shit.
Damn it, brother, 3 times.
He ain't shit.
I know what that look like, man.
Hurry up.
Hey, Hamp, man.
Yes, sir.
How come every time somebody bring up an explanation for something, it gets taken as an excuse?
Oh my God!
Like in nowhere, I don't believe in nowhere in where I was saying. I said it's not our fault. It's not. We have no blame for anything that we done. I was just identifying a helping source to it.
100%.
It seemed like you, Mr. Williams, everybody else was like, "Nah, nigga, it's still on you. It's still on you."
Yeah, but I didn't call it an excuse either. I don't even know where you got that from.
This helped it.
No, but I didn't even say excuse. I just said it was on
Mr.
you. I
Williams did it. I thought y'all was agreeing with each other.
I mean, I think I understand what he's saying. I think the key is you didn't say it was you either. So I'm wondering why you left yourself
I didn't
out.
say it, y'all assume.
If you don't say it, then
I'm to blame here.
I'm just saying.
But why? It seemed like y'all looking for. It seemed like y'all looking for me to make an excuse rather than me making one.
Also,
you know what I'm saying?
Well. Here also the other thing is
I didn't make no excuse.
You gotta quit while you're ahead, man.
I'm just saying it so solid. I'm saying that. Also, we have to. I have to do that. To just for the purpose of understanding your ideology fully. That's all. Mr. Fantastic, what's popping? You can hear you. Yo.
I'm out here giving bail money to all this other shit.
Turn it up, bro.
Check. It should be good.
You was trying to use your phone before?
Yeah, little higher. I came from the gym.
I'm trying to tell you, boy. That fucking Android shit is trash, bro.
Man, get the fuck
Trash.
Do this shit with you. Coming from motherfuckers that steal everything Android does. Let's not turn this into that.
Man, go ahead, man. Talk your shit, bro.
Y'all, they stealing kidneys, apples, and shit. Fuck out here. Nah, man. Listen, shout out to So Solid, man. I don't know why whenever we say something, right? Even the men get shit discounted, bro. HAMP. You didn't want to be your motherfucking mama and your aunties. You want to be your strong ass daddy. What the fuck is we doing, bro?
Yeah, that's true.
A man is gonna want to fucking emulate the men that are around him, regardless of how great his mother may be, because humans emulate and they understand, similarities.
Yeah.
A boy sees a man and he understands that, hey, that's what I'm going to be when I get bigger. So he's going to copy the behaviors of the man. So no matter how great your mother may be, if you have men around you, what those men are doing, you're going to want to do.
Okay.
And then we get into the community as to where the people that are celebrated versus the people, especially now, when we were kids, hey, it was my dad stronger than your dad. People wanted to be firemen, policemen, doctors, and lawyers. Now, everybody want to be a ball player or a fucking influencer or a street nigga.
We wanted the ball too, though, bro. We wanted to play ball.
Yeah, we wanted the ball. We wanted to be like Mike. We didn't want to be like fucking Anthony Edwards.
We wanted to be like DMX.
Yeah, DMX. Yeah, outside of the crack smoke. Yeah,
yeah.
I mean, yeah.
50 Cent.
But you also had MC Hammer before that, right? So that's as you get older. You also had a balance, right? You had Will Smith, right? So you had Denzel. So there was more of a balance to where even if you had the extremes of the bad shit.
Niggas wanted to be Will Smith? I didn't know that.
Nobody wanted to be Will Smith.
Bro, don't listen to this nigga. You don't listen to this.
I mean,
nobody want to be Will Smith. Mr. Fantastic, take that back.
He's speaking choices.
No, bro. I'm about to. Don't make me call
Philly
Omar.
niggas wanted to be Will
Did you
Smith.
just say?
They didn't want to be beans. They wanted to be Will Smith.
Did you just say?
Philly niggas, DJ.
Hey, Will Smith was the only Philly nigga at time.
Hold on. Let Mr. Fantastic let him finish. Yeah, somebody call Omar.
Before AI hit fucking Philly, the most famous Philly nigga of all time was fucking Will Smith.
Exactly.
Gonna play like
Will
this?
Smith.
No, he's famous. He's famous. Nobody wanted to be him. You know that, Mr.
Have you wanted to be him and then you changed your mind?
The nigga made Jordans. He made Jordans like he's one of the niggas that made Jordans fucking. What are we talking about?
Nah.
Haircuts too.
Well, so
parents just don't understand what's big, bro.
I'm saying be him though is crazy though, bro.
So
when we say be him though, you mean like
I thought he said be. No, I'm saying like we.
Yeah, but he don't mean he means.
Hold on, y'all. Wait. First off, he was not cooler than Nas, so don't do that.
He was before Nas. What are you doing?
Nobody said
How old are you?
Nobody said that.
Hold on, y'all. Mr. Fantastic, are you saying that Nas wasn't the coolest person in the world from 1991 to 1995?
Absolutely.
I'm telling you that niggas outside of New York had no fucking deal who fucking Nas was. No one cared.
What?
But they knew who Will Smith was.
Nobody know what Illmatic was?
They know who Will Smith
No,
was.
nigga.
1994.
Nigga, they knew
fucking
Summertime.
nigga. Just like nobody
Nigga,
knew
they
about
knew Summertime.
Just like nobody knew about Reasonable Doubt, nigga, until like 10 years after it released. Stop it, bro. Nobody was fucking with New York but New York niggas and tri-state niggas.
So,
the South did not fuck
all right,
with New
my
York,
bad.
bro.
We derailing. All right. Well, so here's one thing I wanted to ask Mr. Fantastic. So here's what I was projecting when I was talking to So Solid, right? You know what I don't do? I don't gamble. I don't even know how to play no type of cards. Cause my father used to always play type of cards. He always played cards, so I never play cards. You see? I also know I was not doing concrete construction over my dead fucking body, bro. That shit was so hard, nigga. You out there, that shit the worst. So yeah, I adopted those things, but that one bad habit, I'm like, nah, I'm good. Cause I saw the implications or effects. And then the type of work he had to do, I'm like, nah, I'm good. You know what I'm saying?
Thing though, Hamp, but that's what I'm saying. But still, even
I'm saying the negative thing though. You see what I mean? I'm saying like I'm saying
you still paid more attention to the man and learn more from the man from that. Same thing with me. I've never smoked. Now I'll never smoke weed a day in my life because of my fucking dad.
Yeah.
I had a fucking contact when I was probably 3-4 years old.
I mean, that's not funny, but
I hate weed. I hate weed. Anytime I ain't never smoked weed. What, nigga? What? You're lying. No, nigga, I'm not lying. I was involuntarily smoking as a toddler, bitch. I don't want no fucking weed smoke, okay?
That's not funny. That's not funny, y'all. That's not funny, y'all.
That nigga laughed so hard and just said it wasn't funny.
Hey man, don't put that blunt in my face, man. I'll slap out your head. What, nigga? Hey, you know what the fuck I said.
Damn, man. Yeah, no, I accept the premise. I guess I was just thinking like, yo, we had a level of discernment. Like we knew things just didn't suit us, cool or not, feel me? And I just think that's but Beans cleared it up though. I was saying culpability, right? And understanding that there is influence that could put you in the wrong direction.
No, yeah, but I think, like you said, and then we get into the point you guys are going over the numbers. And what you guys explained were most young offenders don't end up being older offenders as adults. Yeah, for the motherfuckers that's stealing candy bars and the motherfuckers that's doing little petty shit. But like you said, the minority, I want to say, becomes a substantial portion of the people in prison because you gotta even though Bean said most of the financial crimes or what you call them?
Economic crimes,
economic crimes, right? Still that shit right there, we know the real shit that's jail worthy or prison worthy. That's what we talking about. That's a big core. I promise you. You talk to them niggas, drug dealer, killer, gorilla niggas, they ain't had no damn daddy. They don't know who the fuck their daddy was.
Okay. So, Mr. Fantastic, let me do this though, because I want to bring it back a little bit, right? I accept that. I concede to you clarifying So Solid, Mr. Beans, like in terms of what So Solid was articulating, I guess when he was implicating the culture, I also went to anecdotal, hey, well, a lot of us don't have these anecdotal example of, what I was talking about, but him and I weren't talking about the same input, the same effects or results, but and more so, what about the statistics though? What about the 41 to the 36% to the 5% to the 18%? Why is it so much closer for adults in terms of them coming from dual parents or two parents than not? Are we making a real honest assessment when we start saying implicating how bad kids are doing coming from single mothers? Are we making an honest assessment in terms of understanding all the particular factors?
Yeah, I'm still trying to hunt down those stats that you're talking about, because however I Google it and I switch it around and I say specifically how I prompt it, it's still giving me the 70% aspect.
It is for juveniles. For juveniles it's 70, but for adults it's
I even put adults. I put adult prisoners in the prompt, and it said the same shit.
Yeah, hold on. Let me just show you real quick, and I'll show you my prompt. So I was doing this earlier. So this my prompt pretty simple too. Hold on. This what I prompted here, and then it just says it has the 47% right here. Y'all can see it, right?
Yeah, and I looked at that though, Hamp, but that PA media shit, and that's what I'm saying. That shit right there is it's a fucking liberal propaganda. What's the name? The first thing you see there is gonna be some black woman on the page. So you gotta understand the fucking the source that it's coming from, and then Hamp, go into it, click on it. They recite 2002 data, Hamp. They're citing 2002 data. It literally says it on the page. So we're gonna use fucking, in 2002. I think the single mother rate might have been, high, but it wasn't in 70% in 2002.
Okay, so
this 2026.
Okay, this article's from June 2024, but you're saying they're using old data.
Scroll all the way down. It'll tell you. It'll tell you at the bottom. That's literally the one that came up, the PA shit, and it'll tell you from 2002, whatever. That's what it cites as data.
Okay.
Yeah, but even that meme that you're showing is still showing basically 60% from single parent homes. You just have to, equate for, or you have to quantify for fathers, right? And grandfathers, which I think is probably least likely.
The 35 plus the 18 would be people that don't have, I guess like fathers involved, right? But I guess that's kind of changing it. But the fathers, of course, is going to be small because, the percentage of, single father homes are like 9%. But we're still telling you the fathers are doing better because it's underrepresented in the prison population. 9 to 5, right? She said only 5% of only single father homes. And then we know overall, I think it's like 8 to 9% of single father homes altogether. And then you got 2-parent homes, which is still underrepresented because
so y'all don't consider stepdaddies have been fathers in the home, because that do change the conversation, that stat, because if the stats say wasn't all of these percentages of fathers not being in the home, majority of people in my ghetto always had a stepdaddy. Black men never left the homes. His roles has changed.
They still got that'll fall under 2-parent households. They don't step or whatever.
Yeah, it'll be under 2-parent. But so now let me ask you this, Mr. Fantastic. That 5% from a population that is less than 5%, right? Like how much does that actually impact? So
no, it's not. No. The single father homes are like 8 to 9%. Hemp.
Okay,
single father homes are 8 to 9%.
So total. Show me. Maybe
no. I'm saying no. I'm saying
he's saying of the population.
Yeah, I'm saying of the population. So if the prison population is 5%,
so you're saying it should at least be 8%.
Underrepresenting. It should be. That's what I'm saying. It's still underrepresenting. So they still would show you and say what we tell you overall, that single father homes still, bring out a better product. Because even in the worst situations, it's an underrepresentation of the worst outcome.
Okay, so if you're 4% and the stat is 4%, you straight.
Well, I mean, it's even. You're equally represented.
Yeah, I'm saying you straight.
Even.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
what's the margin of error though? Yeah, so good or bad is if I'm 10% and it's 5%, that would be good, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so what's the margin? Is it like 5% variance either way?
No, hell no. I think a good stats is anywhere between 1 to 3.
So 1 to 3 based on your actuals versus your representation.
Yeah, and so you're still good, because if it's 5% and it's 8 to 9, you know what I mean? Margin of error, you're still underrepresentation.
Okay. And now when we make these considerations, Cheeky had brought up earlier, talking to Devin about the likelihood for the men to be making more money. Is it much more to do with the parent or the economic means?
The situation of so you're saying the 2-parent household versus what the parent makes, the parents
so essentially like
standing?
The single father is more likely to have a better financial standing. And remember, this is everybody. This is white people. This is everybody, right? In this,
everybody across the board. Yeah. This ain't
and
just
so,
black people,
does it have to do with the environment you're able to provide for your child, or you think it's like the parents itself? See, that's one thing that we were questioning.
It's a combination of it.
Yeah. What do you think the skew is? And that's a hard question. But what do you think the skew is?
It's definitely more foundation than
money,
finances. Yeah, foundation than finances, because what we know, most people come from humble beginnings. Most people come from either lower middle class or just simple middle class, right? So those people that become rich or so on and so forth, self-made millionaires, all of those people are poor people, or like, you know what I'm saying? The vast majority of those people are poor that didn't grow up affluent. So the vast majority of people that become rich aren't rich growing up. That tells you. And then you have to have a foundation of, a solid foundation of morals, principle, values, and hopefully some sort of economics understanding, fundamental understanding of economics, and go from there.
So Cheeky, so you heard Mr. Fantastic's retort to it?
Yeah.
What do you think about it?
I think that if you have a single parent that is in a substantial amount of, in this higher substantial tax bracket versus a two-parent, well, not even, yeah, we'll say two-parent home in a lower, the kid with the higher, the parent with the higher stat bracket would be in a better position. So, for example, if I'm high class, a high class single person by themselves will prop their kid, the likely chance of their kid being better than a two-parent home, I think, is higher.
So are you saying that the single parent kids would thrive harder than the ones that grew up in two-parent households?
Yeah, I think that the resources and the overall the resources will supplement for the lack of a secondary parent, right?
I made a statement about that. I did say that two-parent households, I think that was on this channel. And everybody called me crazy for that because I said that single parent communities, the kids would thrive more where the ones with that was Lapeef. With the ones with two parents, they kind of feel entitled. They been baby. They don't have that drive in them.
I call cap.
Just real quick. So approximately 79 to 88% of millionaires are self-made, meaning they did not inherit their wealth. According to various studies, research only shows that about 11% to 21% of millionaires receive a significant inheritance. So,
did they come from single parent households?
Well, no. Clearly, that wouldn't be the case. I can prompt that and see. I would.
Are you talking about black communities, or that's a mixture of whites and all races?
It's in general.
Because the culture also and the environment also matters when it comes to that. That's the nuances that's not talked about. White people, they got single parent, single mother communities, but their single mother communities is a whole lot different from the black single mother communities.
Real quick to Cheeky's point though, so what is the likelihood if you are a single parent, you're going to be in the upper tax bracket? Because I think if you're a single parent, I think it's even worse probability of you going.
Yeah, it's unlikely.
Yeah. Yeah, so that answers the question though. So that in itself answers the question because I prompted that and it didn't tell it says no data available, right? But so understanding that the vast majority of people that do become millionaires or upper, higher earners are going to be coming from two-parent households. I mean, what do we?
I guess that's your opinion. No, that's his
Nah.
opinion because he tried to look up the stat, which I don't agree with stats anyway, but he tried to look it up. He said he can't find no data. So now he's speaking solely off what he believes. And that's what he believes is not facts.
I think that's what most people.
I guess my question is
it's called a hypothesis.
Yeah.
I guess spell that so you don't understand what it means. But go ahead. Go ahead.
I guess it's kind of it's kind of proving its own point. Like you're saying that most people who do come from these places, they are in poverty, right? But most people who are single parents are most likely going to be in poverty. So it kind of just we're not in poverty, but in lower income.
A significant portion. I won't say the majority of them, but that has been proven to Black Narn. So for the most part, if you grow up poor, you're going to stay somewhere near or around that. More likely than not.
No, I would actually disagree with that because if you grew up in a two-parent household, if you grew up in a 2-parent households, a lot of those kids was given a lot of stuff out the bed. Let's say their parents died, because as these kids get older, they get grown, their parents ain't gonna live forever. They might get inheritance, but they run the house down. They ain't never ran no business before. Just because their parents did, that don't mean they did. When it comes to single communities, most everybody in my ghetto always strive to say, "Man, I gotta get my mama out the ghetto. Gotta get my mama out the ghetto." It don't matter if they sold dope or went to school or did something. They was 10 times more motivated than the niggas that got taken care of from their mama and daddy.
Yeah, no. For one, the problem with your hypothesis, right, or the shit you're saying, it doesn't matter because we know it's
your mic is low, fantastic.
It's cool. Well, I don't know what the hell going on, but it's what it is. So the problem with what y'all keep saying about this is we know that it's only like 10% of the black community that's in the lowest of the low, right? Super duper poor. So trying to use them as a measuring stick for the 90% of other people that are like, middle class or better, yeah, it's just not gonna match up, bro. So of course, if you living in the motherfucking projects or you're third or fourth generation Section 8, that's pretty much you're doomed. But you're not the standard. So people talking about getting their mama out the hood, we really don't give a fuck. We don't care.
All of the millionaires, all of the black millionaires come from the ghetto. Mainly the rappers. Mainly the rappers is the highest. And when you talk about specifically black people, the millionaires is the rappers, the gangsters. It's not the nerds that grew up with 2 parents.
The rappers and the athletes are less than 1%. I'm gonna say it again. Entertainers are less than 1%.
What I'm saying is, do we got a whole bunch of black nerds that's rich? Because all of the millionaires I know that's black, they come from the ghetto.
Yeah, I highly doubt you know one millionaire for real. First and foremost.
Yeah.
But secondly,
and I doubt you know the nerds.
The vast majority of millionaires are people that do business or provide services, bro.
Yeah. No.
We're not talking about you keep combusting black millionaires with every other group. They got culture behind them. We talking about black people. Let's stick with black people.
I am.
Stop coattailing off other people's success.
No, you're not listening.
I'm talking about black people.
Yeah, you're not listening. I've said it and I'll say it to you again. The vast majority of black millionaires, see, you don't understand statistics. Like I said, you don't like statistics, so you don't understand them. Athletes and rappers are less than 1%. Famous people are less than 1% less. Mm-hmm. Okay?
And that's why you don't know.
99+% are regular, everyday people or people that made their fucking money from business. Robert F. Smith, okay, and fucking, I always forget the other dude's fucking name, right? But those are 2 black men that are billionaires off of business.
Okay, every business that I went to, they was owned by white. I don't see a majority of the black population is black owning businesses. That's a lot. Why we gotta fight for us to do it in the first place? Then, and what you saying is accurate, why is that the goal for us black people? We arguing that we need to own more businesses. That constantly somebody lying. You got a few black folks with some businesses, true. But what I'm saying is you trying to make it seem like the 1% is rich and at least by 70 to 80% is black owned businesses. That's a motherfucking lie.
So JP, what else would be the explanation for their money then?
Real estate.
If it's not businesses, tell us what and remember, they're not criminals, they're not drug dealers, they're not athletes, they're not famous. So if they're not that, what is the way? And we know you can't really become no fucking billionaire working a 9 to 5 for the most part, right?
Right, millionaire.
Extremely limited. I'm sorry, go ahead, Ham.
Millionaire, right? We talking about millionaire status?
Extremely limited to be a millionaire working for somebody else.
I think that
majority of black people
real estate.
Yeah, the obvious part is people's millionaire status comes from assets. That asset being mostly real estate. Right, that's where most of our millionaires come from, is real estate. Getting into that industry and then owning property is how they get the millionaire status, because your asset is an asset, it's not a liability like a house.
That's why most millionaires aren't millionaires until like later in life.
Are y'all saying black millionaires, like black people?
Come from real estate, yes.
Yes. So I would argue that the majority of black people do not own no real estate.
How? Right, but majority of people aren't millionaires. The point is,
if it's 44 million black
people own real estate. Let me see.
Right, because we talking about the majority, and him, you goes against the minority or some. So if
I
we
go
talking
against
about
some,
the
not the
majority,
minority.
yeah. So the majority of black people are y'all saying 51% of 44 million black folks own real estate and making millions off real estate.
No,
If that's the case,
nobody
what
said
are we
that.
arguing or complaining about? If most of
What do you-
us is millionaires.
Jay Prince? Nobody
Nobody
said
said
that.
most of us was millionaires, Jay Prince. I think
But
what they're trying to explain to you is that the majority of the people that have the resources that you're talking about that you don't see, they're not getting them from drugs or nothing like that. So they got to be getting them either from inheritance or real estate or like
It's from business.
STEM and business like that. And just because you don't see them, JP, doesn't mean they don't exist.
I'm not saying that they don't exist, but trying to make it seem like they's a factor into our race. That's false.
Why wouldn't they be a factor?
Actually, the only people that put the black race on is the ghetto niggas. They the ones that's the voice. They the movie stars.
All right, so
they the movie stars. They the rappers.
gotta.
No, don't try to ignore my point to try to lever up yours as if that shit that y'all talking is real. We don't know. I didn't know about a lot of nerds really had a voice until we got on the internet.
JP. But here's the point, right? You're incorrect in your assessment based on the quantifiable numbers. Most people are not getting rich off of playing sports or selling music. Right? Or sorry, most people don't have millionaire status from music and sports. Most of us has millionaire status from real estate and owning our own businesses that we then build up. Right? Those people are a nominal. Hold on. Yeah, specifically black people. Yes, sir. There's a nominal number of people, both black men and women, who do music or play sports to gain their millionaire status. That's just the
What's the
longest
percentage of rich black people?
I would have to look it up.
Yeah, I think that we can find that number, the percentage of rich black people. Then we could probably try to measure up, like, okay, we can go from there.
Okay, it looks like
right now everybody just speculates.
So golden.
Black
Well, we can
people
easily.
represent 8% of millionaires. So 8% of millionaires are black.
So Golden Pisces said 2 million. Does that equivocate to the 8%?
Of black people? No, I think it's a little high.
How
many? I know it's like hundreds of thousands of black millionaires, but I don't know.
That would be like 20%, like or something like that.
Okay, so almost 1.5. It says 1.5 to 2 million. That's Forbes.
Black big millionaires?
Yeah, with demographic that's 8%. That's 8%. That makes sense.
All right, cool. Well, that's total though. So that's So you're right. Of a total millionaire. So yeah.
Yeah, because there's 360 million of us, right? So
yeah.
So, is it liquid?
No, it's not liquid.
No, liquid. So no, they're doing the math wrong. So we got to know how many millionaires there are and do 8% of that.
Okay, so there are approximately 1.5 million to nearly 2 million black millionaires in the United States, with the number growing. This demographic represents about 8% of all U.S. millionaires.
Right,
so yeah, you're right.
Shout out to what's her name. So yeah, damn near 2 million black millionaires, and the vast majority, as Hamp said, is a combination of real estate and entrepreneurship. That's what I just read. So it's
I need to start seeing these businesses, black businesses, clearly on my ghetto, where my state.
Well, you keep
don't see
talking about
niggas owning
it.
shit.
You're not going to see it in the ghetto, bro. You're not.
That's
gonna
what.
be,
That, yeah.
You're not going to be a millionaire.
So
fucking rich
let me give y'all this.
bro.
Let me
You're
give
not
y'all
gonna be
this.
a millionaire barbershop.
Let's just make it make sense, right? So, JP, what he's saying is accurate. Most of the major cities with high concentration of black millionaires include Atlanta, DC, New York City, Houston, and LA. So if he's saying you don't see it, it probably makes sense just based on where you're
not there.
Yeah, I was just gonna say because I was always told Atlanta.
Yep.
I know California and stuff like that. I didn't know about DC. I didn't know DC had black people until I got older.
Oh yeah. 80%. It was 99% black when we was growing up. Now it's like 75% black. And then Prince George's County got so many millionaires.
About the White House.
Yeah.
When you think of DC, I think it's about the White House.
Yeah, and just living there, like Prince George's County, which is right outside of DC. I mean, I think it's the richest black county now, still, if I'm not mistaken. So, yeah, you're accustomed to seeing, $1 million houses with black
out of 52 states, only 5 states where black people is kind of dominant. Got more.
Fantastic.
No, wait, God, wait. No. So these aren't even states. This is just telling us the concentration. So it only names cities: Atlanta, DC, New York City, Houston, and LA. Those are cities where there's a high concentration.
Yeah, cities. So how could those cities impact the rest of the rest of the cities of black people?
It's a lot of us there.
Because clearly, them businesses is not translating, outside of those cities where they prominent at.
I guess that's a different convo, because essentially we're just saying how black people get their money. That was why you guys were discussing that, But how did we get to that though?
That's why I was so we got to that through trying to figure out how single parenting could offset two-parent homes, right? And the best way to explain it is through education, finances, stuff like that. So if a single parent, whether it be male or female, has enough resources, they will produce a child, or that child would have similar results as a two-parent household. Their contention was, how likely is that? That's not my point. My point isn't the likely chance of it, but the fact that it can be supplemented as long as you have the education and the resources to do so. That's been proven. The statistics can show that. The other part of it is because men are more likely to make more money than women. My hypothesis is that men are considered, quote unquote, the better parent, but it's not necessarily due to some inherent moral value or anything like that. It's because they have more access to resources due to the funds.
I think that's all BS. I think that's all BS, and I'm gonna tell you why. The whole thing about the whole wage gap conversation, the only reason why that's even a situation is because we know men are willing to work more hours and do more dangerous jobs than women. That is the most definite distinguishing factor. And the issue isn't about people making more money. If you're making more money, the more likely there's the likelihood of you not being home to actually raise your child increases. So if you want to make more money, you need two parents to be there to then balance off the workload schedule of, okay, if one person is working all the time, making a lot of money, then somebody needs to watch kids. Or if both people are working, then they need to be able to figure out a parenting schedule to where they can watch their kids more. So, and you get less of that watching your kid, which is going to be the greatest factor of how your kid turns out than just making money. Just because you're making money doesn't mean you're actually giving more resources, which is the one-on-one FaceTime that your kid needs.
I got a question.
That wasn't
when we talk about money. We throw a lot of money at the education system. Look where we at now.
He didn't address any of the points though, right? That's not any of the reasons why they said that the child would do better. It's not because of FaceTime.
Let's address them though, Cheeky, because I think it is some inherent moral principle things that fathers carry that women don't, that allow them not to be better suited to be parents, particularly in single parent environments, but not just because of the fact that it's a single parent, but more than likely fathers tend to cohabitate or marry, right? Way more often. They don't tend to just stay single fathers, right? At some point they realize these kids need a mama, right? And they tend to prioritize that. So when you look at the numbers, you'll see, I think it's probably around 60% or more of single fathers tend to either cohabitate and or marry, right? And then not only that, when you talk about the money part, yes, the fathers do tend to make more income as men do, single fathers. I think it may be about, on the high end, it may be about 30,000 more, but it's still about 30,000 less than what married couples do. It's not like they're just balling out of control. As a matter of fact, when I looked it up, the median income for single fathers was, I think, $70K. So that means half of them make less than that, right? So I don't think it's just about the money. I think it's about the fact that fathers. I'll put it in layman's terms this way, Cheeky. Two things to me stand out. Fathers tend to prioritize having a mother for their kids, and I think also fathers are less likely to try to be their kids' friends. And I think
I'm kind of confused, Cheeky. I'm kind of confused because at one breath we saying that we don't really see single fathers on a everyday basis to even come to form a stat, right? To be able to form a stat that really has some merit to it. This is like when you do see a single father, it's like one or two alls, but it's not an everyday thing where you're seeing a lot of these kids. And as a single father, raising the kids. I personally do believe that the woman will do a better job raising the kids, because men typically not going to have the patience or like to sit down and read and do all this other stuff that women is more naturally accustomed to of doing, nurturing. As a single father myself on an everyday basis, I don't got the patience to do that shit like the woman will.
But patience is part of the
it's a lot of nuances that's not been added in these conversations.
Well, wait. Hold on. Real quick. Sorry.
The lack of patience is a sign of order.
So, Mr. Fantastic, the census is saying 4 to 4.6% of the homes are single fathers.
Nationwide?
Yes, sir.
I heard it was like 8%.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's saying it's saying it's like 4.6%.
So like, what was that, 2022?
2024. A million households as of 2023, 2024, where this is census.gov.
Well, that means the other 2% cohabitating or got married. That's what I was just telling you. Like a large, if you look that up, you'll see a large percentage of single fathers tend not to stay single. Right.
Okay.
That's what I wanted you to respond to, Cheeky.
Okay.
No, I think he's bringing that up to the jail statistic point, because that was the point that it came about. So he's going back to, I think, the 5% of single fathers, kids are in jail.
5% of the jail population is single fathers.
Right, but a fantastic standpoint was that's a good percentage because of the overall percentage of the father household in the Americas. But now that we got new information that it's 4 to 6%, that means that percentage that we thought was good is actually more questionable.
Still good.
And that's what HAMP is challenging now.
No, because 4 to 6, you would have to add those together and divide by 2. You can't say it's 4 to 6, right? You have to.
It's 4. I think he's saying it's 4 to 6%. So he's saying somewhere anywhere between 4 and 6%. And then I see what you see saying, Dean. I guess like the median in the middle. But no, so
right.
HAMP, what I fucked up was I gave the percentage of single parent homes what it was,
and not the fathers. Okay.
Yeah, and not the total. So
okay.
Of single fathers represented like 8% at one point in time, I guess, of homes with the data I was using, but you're correct. So the total percentage of only fathers, they say like 5%, 2022, right?
Yeah.
So you say 4.6 to 6. So that would still be what? That would be even?
That would be even, yes.
Never break even.
What was the you said it was 6% in prisoners?
5%.
5%. It was 5% in prisoners.
So it'll be even.
Yeah,
so
it'll be
still,
even.
I mean, you're doing a decent job, I guess, or the job you're supposed to be doing.
Yeah, the niggas who's supposed to go to jail going to jail.
Yeah, but that's I don't like when y'all do that. Maybe there's some logic where that makes sense mathematically, but that shit does not make any sense to me. Numbers still won't correlate. It will be right back to this nominal thing that HAMP was using earlier today, right? What does 5% look like? What's that actual number, right, of the prisoners? And then compare that to what the actual numbers of those father-led homes are. And I guarantee you it's going to be nominal. So I don't understand why we do that.
But still,
1.5. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So no, it's all Beans. So no, Beans, you're correct. It's gonna be nominal. Period. We talking about prisoners because prisoners are less than 1% of the population, right? I think you might have 2 million prisoners for 340 million people. So if you only have that's less than 1% because 1% would be 3 million, right? So being the fact of the matter that we know it's gonna be nominal altogether, everything's gonna be nominal. But now you just get to the percentage points and you just compare. Positive things or negative things as to where you represent. Representation is representation. So if you have 5% of the households that are represented by single father homes, and then you're at it, I mean, it's just, it's a wash, or it's like, what you call it, it's like a push. But if you're over or under, then it's over representation or under representation. And you can take it and make it good or bad, depending on what we're talking about.
HAMP, what's the reason for the topic? That's why we're speaking about it, because I think HAMP wants to know what's the best family structure for successful citizens.
Nobody's even asking that question.
No.
He's not. So what
No,
single
we
mother
know
thing
what
he
he
was talking about?
believes. He's saying what he's questioning is the way that we use data to
The
think
way that we're using it. Okay.
right?
Or
So
make a
and then
determination.
that doesn't change now, right? Because if you're looking at what's the biggest factor correlation wise, right? Correlation does not always equate to causation, right? But correlation wise, that the biggest factor on that list is still single mother homes, right? So that doesn't necessarily change. It's just the numbers that people throw out that probably need to be more accurate, right? But at the end of the day, what I'm saying about that equate thing, because think about it.
That doesn't
If
quite-
you look at us, if you look at our community, we still talking about 60%.
That doesn't quite sum it up, though, Beans. That doesn't quite sum it up, though.
Doesn't sum up what?
So, because it says 41 to 36, right? I'm thinking it should be a much larger disparity, you know? But that is a margin of error that's acceptable. 5% either way is a margin of error that you can't make a determination to say that the single mother-led homes are indeed worse. And in order to make it work, you have to also start factoring in the volume too and the overrepresentation stuff. But that 41 to 36
Hold on, man. Come on,
isn't
man. I ain't
exact.
go to college. You losing me.
Yeah, but
I'm trying to understand. Damn, I did go to college too, but I was horrible in math. What I'm saying is this: say that one more time, okay? Because you said 5%, but that wasn't the number that was connected to the women. So what are you saying?
Yeah, it was 41% for the women, 36% for dual parents, right?
Gotcha.
And I'm
Okay,
saying that
you think that there should be a greater disparity
So this is the thing, Hamp. So just real quick.
based on the language. Hold on, fantastic. I'm begging you because I'm lost. I'm not joking. I'm serious.
I'm saying that margin of error or variance isn't enough to where I'm like, yes, these single mothers is fucking up. You know,
Hamp,
I
this is the
thought
problem.
this is the last part, and I'm done. I thought, Beans, when we kept saying, you know, these kids, the people that go to prison come from single mothers. I'm thinking it's a huge disparity, and then this pop up. I said, "Nigga, 5, fuck." So that's all I'm saying.
Oh, 5%, 41 to 36.
Yeah,
Okay.
It's a 5% variance in it, and it's not that extreme.
Yeah, I thought it was more extreme. Beans, literally before yesterday, I thought it was like 90%.
He was probably thinking 80, 20, like all the women, all the men in there.
Yeah,
it's still extreme because now we have to do apples to apples, oranges to oranges. So as of 2023, approximately 71% of children in the United States live in two-parent households. 71% of children in the United States live in two-parent households. Okay, approximately 25% of U.S. children lived in single-parent households in 2023. So now, when you do the comparison, there's a great underrepresentation. Less than half of prisoners come from two-parent households compared to a plus, what do you say, 46%?
41.
41%? Plus, and a plus 16% of single-parent households. Either way you cut it, it's still single-parent households have a horrible outcome when you only represent 25% of fucking what's the name for the whole country.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't the statute said that they asked the prisoners did they come from single parent homes? So this is a direct source.
Yeah,
saying
I'm not
everybody.
challenging that.
Well, hold on, I'm just saying everybody that is in prison. We're looking at that group. That group there. They're saying how much? What was the percentage that said they came from two parent homes?
36.
36, right? So 36% of the prison population in the entire United States said they come from two-parent homes. How many came from the single fathers? 5%, right?
Yes.
So 32 plus 35, 37, and what's the remaining? 37 minus 100.
18 is
whatever
the grandma,
the other
foster
18
care.
was the other.
Okay, so again, if you put all of those numbers against what we're saying is the sole issue, which would be single mothers, it's not as disparaging as Hamp would have thought due to the propaganda or whatever the case you want to call it. And you can't try to add additional stats because they're pulling from the source itself. There's no need for me to look at what percentage of homes outside of the prison population because that's not the concern that we're looking for. We're looking at the prison population. The research and studies has been done, and it's coming from the source itself that gives their own background. There's no need to start doing these additional percentage points from the United States.
Yeah, but then if that's the case, if the first point we were saying was moot, then It wouldn't matter. It wouldn't be a need to compare. You have to compare it to the households overall, though.
Yeah, Cheeky, can you tell me the stats again from the percentage of people that from prison, the percentage of people that come from two-parent households, and the percentage of people that come from a single-parent household?
Single. Hold on. Let me say it. Yeah. So single parent is different. You want single parent or you want single mother, single father, and then dual parent?
Yeah, I want that. There's a little formula I'm trying to just.
41% for single moms, 5% for single dads, 36% for both parents. Now, let me show you guys this.
You said 46% both parents, right? Just making sure.
36.
36.
Yep. And 18% other, so grandma and them. Okay.
Foster home, stuff like that.
Yes. Gotcha. So when we're looking at it, what was Mr. Fantastic? What were you saying? Because you weren't trying to render that moot, but you were saying something else.
No, I'm saying you still have to compare that because
you said, I got you. You said it. They're only this percentage of the country, but it's 41% of the prisoners. So you saying the overrepresentation aspect again?
Yeah.
Okay. So even though
I see what he's saying too, where it's only prisoners, but it's like we're breaking down a smaller thing within the what's the name. This ain't the same as where interactions or whatever, right? That's different. Mm-hmm. This is the overall outcome that we're challenging from how the children raised, so on and so forth, blah, 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 and you end up here. This is the outcome, right? So you have to take in consideration of overrepresentation, underrepresentation, because this is coming from the fucking populace. This ain't just the argument of, okay, criminals. Yeah, we understand it's criminals, but those criminals come from certain backgrounds. You have to take consideration of that total fucking thing 100%. And then break it down from there.
100%. Now, this is where, though, right? Do these rates and stats of the percentages also mirror poverty rates, income rates?
Shit, I thought you were back something else.
Right. Like for instance, 22% representation on food stamps, right, and government assistance. Isn't that the number? 22% or so?
I think it's 20 some. It might be 20 some percent total. You're right.
And so see now that right there. How does that factor in?
It's still overrepresentation, but then we have to start doing.
I got you, Mr. Van. I'm not saying it's not. I'm simply saying though, is the poverty the key over the parent directly? You see, like what is the assessment?
No, I think it's part and parcel. That's what I'm saying. So the parent is causing the poverty. Yep. The parent is causing the poverty.
Okay, and I was saying, me and Chico was talking about that earlier. Okay, so let me show y'all this. They can still hear you. They can still hear you. Go ahead. You can keep going if you want. I just wanted to show this.
No, I'll listen to you.
Okay. Overrepresentation in prison versus U.S. child population. Ratio equals prison population, and I can credit Sean. Sean sent me this, and Sean was asking for the link from one of the moderators. Overrepresentation in prison versus U.S. child population. Ratio equals prison pop share divided by share of U.S. children in that household type. Below 1% equals underrepresented. Pew Research 2020 DOJ BJS composite. So two parents 0.39, single mothers 1.7, single father 3.5.
But Ham, again, Ham, this is bullshit.
Okay,
it's bullshit because now he's using a thing that's giving you a calculation where we know that's going to be one of the least. That is the least population in the fucking prison system, and even though it's the least, so it can't be the least population and the fucking highest percentage. This is like, come on, bro, what are we doing? It's the smallest fucking percentage because, and this is like the per capita argument. This is why it's horrible to use per capita. It's always going to be that way when you're literally the smallest population. So single fathers represent the smallest population of everything. So at the end of the day, unless it's 1 for 1, in which it's highly unlikely, it's always going to be the highest. So come on, bro, we got to stop the bullshit. Volume wise, they're going to be they're the lowest, and percentage wise, they're the lowest. But then you're saying that they have the highest overrepresentation. Come on, bro.
Yeah,
But
I don't.
hundreds of thousands of more fucking. There are hundreds of thousands, if not more, fucking inmates from single mother households than there are single fathers. Come on, bro. What the fuck is we doing?
I mean, we already accepted the fact that we can accept the fact that the number may not be as big as what people thought it was, right? But I need somebody, please, clip Fantastic saying that we shouldn't use what is it called again?
Per capita.
Per capita. Please, somebody clip that and send it to me. I don't have to use it against Fantastic because he acknowledged it, but I want to be able to use it against every other conservative douchebag in the history of conservative douchebag.
Bro, I made that argument. Whenever you got to run to per capita, bro, for the most part, it's people don't understand. When you have the smallest number, you're always going to overrepresent, especially you have somebody like I actually did content on this shit. When white folks start bringing up about black people committing more crimes,
right?
Told you. Why y'all acting crazy?
Absolutely.
Why y'all acting crazy?
Absolutely.
On my own shit.
No, it's just that for real, for a long time, we've been dealing with that per capita argument every time people want to try to shit on black people, specifically when it comes to crime and things like that.
On your channel,
no. But we don't have to. That's what I'm saying. We don't have to run it down. I'm just saying I'm glad you said it. Your voice has more impact than mine. So as long as I got you saying it, I can use that as a weapon against other people, right?
It's bad.
Not you. You acknowledge
mathematics, bro. It's bad faith mathematics.
Yeah, I got you. I appreciate you for saying it. That's what I'm saying. But this what I'm saying. This is what keeps concerning me. I'm not gonna lie, I'm horrible at math. I don't even understand that graphic that Hamp just put up on the screen. I'm not saying explain it again because I'm probably not gonna get it. But what I'm trying to understand is why do we need all of that? Why is it that? Because here's the thing right now. I want to let me ask Cheeky. Can you acknowledge that these numbers that we're using don't accurately represent us anyway?
Yes.
That 41%, that 36%, that 5%, that 18%, it doesn't accurately represent us anyway.
Well, means if you did not watch the beginning of the show, you need to go back and watch it. Hamp, I'm glad this happened. I swear to God, it literally played out the way that I know it always does.
No, so my question is, what numbers do represent us? What is our number?
We're not. No. We're not going to just jump from this because you want to talk about some other shit. No,
because you said
no.
Yeah.
Boy, y'all. I swear it's this. Hamp, when you've been here long enough, you see some shit and you go, how's this going to play out? We have been on mute. Me and you made the same faces at the same time, and Beans picked it up. You want to know why all three of us saw the same shit and just go, that's fucking interesting.
I just asked a question.
You don't get to ask questions. You get to sit and learn with us too.
No. Learn. The part of the learning process is you're like saying this doesn't represent us. What represents us? Like, what is the fact?
I mean, that's the point. Like
the fact that you're missing the fact that you're missing how numbers. It goes back to what I was saying earlier. The way that these numbers, my fault, Devin. You don't understand. This has been pent up. Yeah. I can't believe this shit is happening in real time. Energy, my bad. You don't deserve any of the energy I just gave you. My fault. I apologize. You accept me, brother.
We man here. Go ahead.
My bad. You didn't deserve that energy, but I'm telling you, Hamp, I've been trying. When you try to have good faith conversation and you try to figure some shit out because you're like, bro, the way that this propaganda about black people, the way that something's off here. And when you finally get vindicated in real time, it's a mix of emotions. It's anger, it's rage, it's concern, it's happiness, it's joy. It's a lot because you're going, I know when people talk about these numbers, they are not doing it because they care. They're doing it because they want to paint an image. And when you really investigate these things and you're trying to actually figure something out, you start realizing these motherfucking conservatives, and I'm not saying fantastic, I'm speaking conservatives, white supremacists, they use these numbers to paint pictures of us so bad. And they always go, look at these niggas. They all... The Asian hate bill, they do that shit so much. And then when you look at this shit and you finally get a chance to confront them, they always play dumb.
Yo, Mr. Fantastic, I was saying earlier, right? So somebody was saying the per capita number is still the same percentage. But I'm saying, okay, cool. They say Hampton, you got to go feed 10% of those people over there, right? And it's 10 people over there. I got $20. How many people I got to feed?
100%.
You got to feed one person.
One person. I said 10%. I got to send
10% of the 10, one person. Yeah, one person.
I got 20. I'm good. Mickey D's around the corner.
Yeah.
They say
20,
Hampton, you gotta feed 10% of those people there. It's 100 motherfuckers over there. I got $20. And that's how this shit is like.
You finna go to the Dollar Tree.
Yo, they gonna be splitting Twinkies in that motherfucker. But you see, it's like, yo, the volume gotta fucking matter. Like,
but hell, we literally did. We did this on your channel. I'm trying to remember what the context was, and I literally said it because when you have such a great pool compared to another one, and i.e. where Cheeky is saying white people versus black people, you have 5 times more of a chance to get the outcome that you're trying to prove. You see what I'm saying? When I think, and that's what it was, Ham. I was saying I really think there's just a baseline of criminality. I think there's pretty much a baseline of criminality across the board. And if you were to track it and trace it, there would be like a high and a low. And then it's like a somewhere in between, regardless of race, regardless of whatever, so on and so forth, right? And I just think that's what it is. But again, now when you try to make it racial, oh, you niggas committing all the crimes and so on and so forth, blah, blah, blah. Well, no, it's just, you have a baseline of criminals, and because we have a smaller population, it's going to represent higher because we have a much smaller fucking population.
Yeah, and that's like the overarching thing. You know what I'm saying? Hold on, let me read these super chats and let me bring Sean up. 2K with the 20 ball. 2K was popping. He said, "I've been telling you, book reading niggas, the numbers been skewed. You gotta look at yourself if it's true." Project Mockingbird. Broke Genius with the $5 says top wealth producers are made from real estate and stock market. Cali Bev with the 20 ball. Salute Cali in the building. Says prompt: do most millionaires grow up in poverty? Research on wealth in the U.S. In other developed countries consistently shows that millionaires are more likely to come from middle to upper class families. Okay. Mount with the $5 says most millionaires are old people with jobs who paid off their home. They don't have high income, old boring people with houses and retirement accounts. AL with the $5 says, how will we know the parental background of higher earning adults? I've never been asked how many parents I have. How would that data be collected? I think they did a survey, I guess, for what we've been assessing. Rilla with the $5 says, don't cry, spend your EBT. And TAT with the $2 says, so JP, does that make your 6'9" brother sweet? What you mean? Oh, saying like a
he
nerd?
plays sports. No, he's saying he plays sports. Sports is gay. Your brother gay.
Yeah, okay, I see. Darius with the $5 says, hey, yo, he deserved like 5 minutes in the bathroom for the football slander. Nigga, chill. And Nikazu with the $2 says, football is definitely rainbow adjacent. Your daddy. Rilla with the 20 ball says, the adults are having a proper build. Sit the goofy from Milwaukee with the same talking points from 2020 down for a few, please. So I didn't even turn on the bounties. John, maybe I'll turn. I don't know. I'm about to go. John Boogie with the $5 says, salute my G. Thank you. Knowledge Seeker was popping. It's been a couple days. Hope all is well. We said, HAMP, salute for the goal. Appreciate you. I had to turn off my soundboard. I think my computer's on his last legs, man. Son Kiss, Shalom. For real, this shit been like freezing. It keep giving me this message, Cheeky said, like my memory and capacity. I gotta like close different programs. So I think it might be done, man. Homeboy with the $5 says, thank you. Thank the Most High is Friday. Great show. Did I read this one? Oh, no. Rick with the $5 says, a lawyer told me the facts, quote unquote, are the foundation that you build your house or argument on. Ignore or refute the info that doesn't advance your argument. Yeah, 100% in the court of law, yes. AL with the $2 says, also stats are useless without a proper root cause. And I read this one. Yeah, how the data was collected definitely makes a difference. That's what he was even alluding to regarding these numbers. Sean, what's goody? I can't hear you.
My bad, bro. Man, what's good, man? How y'all feeling on this beautiful Friday, man? What's up? Cracking, man. Man, what's going on, man?
They said everybody cracking till you pop them.
Oh, man. I came to have a conversation with the brothers, man. The good brother, fantastic. I had a question. What you said apples to apples, and you cited 71% stat for kids that live in two-family households. What was the point of that stat in this conversation?
So just setting the baseline from like when you get the overall prison population. So the prison population is still going to be drawn from the same things that HAMP gave. So you got two-parent, single parent, well, I guess single mother. They did two-parent, single mother, single father, and then other. So that was what it was. If it's 71% of the total American household or two-parent, it's still an underrepresentation from the people that are in the prison population.
I don't know where that came from, but this is the thing. This what you did that was very, very crafty. You brought in stats from juveniles when we talking about adults. So it doesn't matter as it relates to what's being discussed. This is about adults in prison. It's not about juvenile detention. So that wouldn't matter. So look, remember what Ham talked about in the beginning in terms of the rate. We know the rate is high with kids that are in detention that come from, single parent households. That's cool. But then he cited how the recidivism rate, how something happens in between being a kid and entering the adult system, where it's completely different. So that would matter for if we were talking about kids. Perfect. But we're not talking about kids. It's a totally different universe of stats if you're talking about adults.
Let me know when you're done. You done?
I'm done. Yeah, I'm done.
Before you become an adult, you're a what?
You're a kid.
So that's not going to change once you become an adult, Sean.
But that's not apples to apples.
No. Hold on. Can we establish that if you grew up in a single parent household as a child, you grew up in a single parent household when you were an adult, correct?
No, but I'm saying, but you can't. You got to use the right. You have to use the right data when you're talking. That was funny. Pause. Yeah. Look. Pause. You got to use the right data when you're looking at the adult system. So I don't even know why that data even mattered as it relates to kids.
Yeah, because it's the overall representation of America. Period. Like I said, so the overall representation for America. If this child, I guess you guys are making the assumption, or you're claiming that the 71% will be reduced because the single parent household, which that wouldn't, it's more likely for the two parent, because you can't go from a two parent to once, you know what I'm saying? If you were in a two parent, you're always going to be in a two parent. Even if it goes to single parent, you're in a two parent.
But right? That wouldn't matter, fantastic, because that's 71% of people in general, as opposed to that. But that doesn't matter because we're talking about the people who end up in prison. Okay, that doesn't matter. So that would be misleading.
Where do all the people in prison come from, Sean?
From life? What America, you mean? But what I'm saying is that number don't matter, bro. It wouldn't.
It does matter because we're talking about American prisoners come from American households.
Look. To say that 71% of people come from two-parent households, that doesn't mean anything because that would assume that makes a difference as it relates to what percentage of those people go to prison. So that's why I'm saying it doesn't matter.
It does matter because that's why they asked them the question. So they're asking the prisoners the question to see what is the outcome. And what they're going to make a comparison to, Sean, is going to say, okay, well, if the vast majority of American people come from two-parent households, okay, and there's an underrepresentation and it doesn't match, okay, a two-parent household is a better outcome or a better result for the child. Now, when you make the same comparison, and we know it's 25% for the single parent household, the single mother household, right? Now, hold on, let me make sure. I want to say it. It's single. It doesn't say single mother. I think it says single parent. It says single parent. 25% is single parent household. Okay, so that's combined men and women, mothers and fathers combined, right? Mm-hmm. So understanding that when you have an overrepresentation, okay, that's telling you that it's a worse outcome because everybody in the prison system, well, I won't say everybody because I guess you got some illegal immigrants there, but 99% of people in the motherfucking prison system are American citizens. So it matters a lot.
My bad. So what you're saying, that 71% number, it conflates the two concepts. The first concept, so if we were to just deal with your 71% number, that only matters as it relates to the overrepresentation, right? Which goes to the graphic that Hamp just showed, that showed that single father households are only 4%. And which means that now when we keep your point that you just made about overrepresentation, you can't negate the fact that, yes, while single father households are only 4%, the people that are in prison overrepresent as it relates to them coming from single father households versus single mother. Now you can't backpedal and say that now overrepresentation doesn't matter. I'm just taking the concepts that you said.
No, you're
I'm
right.
saying that that's 71%. Okay, that 71% will matter as it relates to that.
The problem is whatever math you did doesn't correlate with the percentages. It's no way. It will be a 1-to-1.
No, but the link is in the illustration. So like you just said, right? 4%, 4%
and
of households.
That's the underrepresentation of 5%. So that's why I'm saying whatever the numbers weren't done properly. It's no way, Sean. Because 5% to 4%
the link is there.
1-to-1.
But
There's
the link
no way
is
it's 3%.
But the link is there, right? So
I don't have the link. If Hamp put the link in here, I can probably figure out what happened or what the miscalculation was. But 5% to 5% is even, Sean. There's no way it's 3 times the number. There's no way.
So all right. So if 4% of households are single father households, let's just say if there are 20,000 people in prison that come from single father households.
Wait, why are you saying 4 though?
Wait, he's asking why are you quantifying single father households percentage in America at 4%?
Because that's what the data says.
I thought it was higher.
No, the data said if we're going off what Ham said, he said 4 to 6.
No.
Right?
I said 4. I said sorry, that's what y'all was saying. I said 4.4 to 4.6.
Right. Where y'all got 6? I don't know where y'all got 6 from. Right.
My bad.
Yeah,
that's why I was
wondering.
wondering.
Said 426, but he was saying 4 point. Okay, that makes sense. That's why. That's why when Bean said that, I was like, yeah, I don't know why he's doing that number either. That ain't right. But
so 4.
So it is 4. It's still 4.
Drop him. That's all.
Yeah. Right. And then when Bean said it said Nevada has a variance of like they go to 6.5%. You see, so like certain states had a 6. So when Beans was saying it, I'm like, well, I guess he looking at the same shit I'm looking at. So I just let it rock. But the overall is 4.4 to 4.6. 0.6. Right. My fault.
So split the difference 4.5. So in terms of 4.5%, let's do that. All right, to split the difference, right? So in terms of overrepresentation, you're more likely to from a single father household to be in prison than from a single mother household, which is crazy to me. Because think about the overrepresentation. It's the overrepresentation.
But
I'm just saying the overrepresentation.
Sean was not adding up the stats that Hamp gave us. Hamp, you said what did you say it was for the prison population? 8%, right?
8% what? Sorry.
8%.
5%. No, it's 5%.
Oh, no.
5%. 5%.
No. You're talking about the 36 and the 41. I'm trying to get to that. I'm trying to get to it.
No. Hold on, Sean, just real quick. So give us the breakdown again, Hamp, of the representation, single mother, single father, all this stuff.
41% single mothers, 5% single fathers, both parents 36%, other 18%.
Thank you. So Sean, that's what I'm telling you. The calculation has to be wrong. However they're doing it is wrong because we looking at the stats. And I'm looking at the stats that says 5% for single father representation overall across the board for the whole country, 5%. And if you have a prison population of 5%, it should be 1-to-1. There's no representation.
No, if you just let me walk through what I'm trying to say. So all right. So what we see with this number, right? So if 41% come from a household with 2 parents, right? Is that what it said?
No, single
mother, right? 41% come single mother, right? 36% come from 2-parent household. They're exponentially more 2-parent households than single mother households, right?
No,
not in our community.
Hold on.
No. We're talking about prison. We're not talking about our community.
Yeah,
we're
Sean,
talking about prison.
You're right. My bad, Sean. You're right. Sean. So overall, yes, 71% to 25%, and that would be all single parent households. So the total is 71% 2-parent households total, all races, all everything, and then 25% all races, all everything for single parent. And single parent includes both mother and father. Single parent, and I'm sorry, single mother, single father, not both mother and father.
So this is the point. The disparity between the single mother household and the two parent household is so small that it's alarming because there are exponentially more two parent households. So that means, right? We can draw the conclusion from that, I would think, that even in a two parent household, you damn near got a 50-50 chance of whether or not you end up in prison. So that shit ain't impressive at all.
Yeah,
it really ain't.
So you're interpreting that completely, totally wrong. No,
it is. It's a fact.
Let me explain the math. Let me explain the math. No, you're interpreting that completely and totally wrong. Anybody that understands math will explain this to you. So what I'm gonna tell you, Sean,
I'm great at math. Fantastic.
1-to-1. So if you're good at math, brother, I don't know what you're missing right now. So a 50-50 chance would mean it would be a 1-to-1 ratio. Okay. A 1-to-1 fucking ratio, not a motherfucking less than 50% chance.
What do you mean by 1-to-1 ratio?
It's not less, Fantastic, if it's 36%. Yeah. I don't know how y'all wait, Fantastic, how are you missing that? You just said it was 71%. That's what you said. The two parent households make up 71% of American households. That's what you said.
Yes.
Okay, what's half of 71, Fantastic?
35 or 30. Yeah,
okay, so 36% would mean it would be 50% or more, right?
That's not how percentages work, bro.
It is when he's saying it's a 50-50 chance.
That's not how percentages work, dog.
If half the houses, if half the people in jail come from that house, is what he's saying. I know what you're saying. You saying that it's not the number from the household. Yes, we understand that. We got that part. You see what I'm saying? But again, that's why he's saying we're specifically, and what Cheeky was saying, we're specifically just talking about the population itself. If you're going to compare it to those numbers, then you have to accept the comparison. You can't make the whole argument then. You have to stick with the comparison. So from the comparison point of view, it's about half. It's about a 50-50 chance.
That's why the whole thing.
No.
Right, but I never.
Wait. Hold on, I'm sorry, Sean. Well, let me say it like this, Fantastic. If you're in prison, there's a 50% chance, right, that you came from one of those two parent households. Right?
Literally. So Fantastic. Let's look at it like this, right?
Even though it's 36%.
Fantastic. If you have 100,000 inmates, right, and let's just say out of that 100,000 inmates, 46,000 or 41,000 say that they came from a two parent household, and 36,000 come from the single mother household. That disparity is so close; it's within the margin of error. But the problem is we can't say that you have a better chance to stay out if you come from a two parent household, like exponentially. It's not exponential.
Yeah. So again, y'all not letting me explain it because y'all keep like filibustering, right? So the problem comes in, and that's why I say you can't. This is not how percentages work, right? Because even though 36 is half of 71, right? Let's say that, right? Mm-hmm. The problem is once you start doing the math on the other end, it's not going to add up because, like you said, 41% of the fucking prison population, right, comes from single mother homes. But yet they only represent 25% of the fucking total. So does that match? No, it doesn't. It doesn't match. It's not going to fucking match. So that's why I told y'all try to come at me with this fucking bullshit, and I get so frustrated. That's not how math and percentages work.
I literally just said that, Fantastic. I literally said that you were right about what you were saying.
We don't
literally said that. I'm just saying,
we're not disagreeing with that.
Right. I'm just saying once you brought in the 71%, the way you were using it, he can make that argument.
Right. Of the prison, I'm saying, Fantastic. Of the prison population. I'm saying of the prison population, there's not a big disparity in single mother households and people who come from two parent households.
I'm not arguing that, Sean.
Okay. All right. So if we're not arguing that, then we aligned on that.
So we're not arguing that. The argument is the outcome from the beginning, right? So before you get there, all right, you got two parent households, you got single mother households, single father households, and other, right? What we're challenging here, we're trying to hypothesize is what group of people are going to end up the worst, Okay, who is going to have the worst outcome? What percentage of the people in prison are going to come from what pool? So when we start doing those numbers, and you know the biggest pool, 71% are two-parent households. Okay, half of that, or if you just want to do it the way y'all doing that, that's not bad. Half of a bad outcome, that's a good thing. That's a fucking good thing.
So look, we're aligned with what you said.
Okay,
Like once
so
they
now let me move-
what
now
they
let
get
me
to
move
prison.
on to
Hold on,
the
let me finish clarifying my point though, because I was trying to make my point. But I appreciate that feedback, right? So we're aligned, right? But once you get to prison, then all bets are off, right? But before you get to prison, right? That's where what you're talking about happens, right? Agreed, because there are far more, like you said, two-parent households. The problem is now I want to bring in the mother, the single father versus the single mother households. Because if what you're saying you want us to accept, we also have to look at the overrepresentation from the single father households versus the single mother households. Based on the logic you just said, we can't discount that now.
No,
that's based on the logic you just said.
And that's where I guess that's where we're hinging on it, because what you're saying, the numbers or whatever chart you did, don't match up with what we all agreeing to the numbers to be. What we know for a fact, Sean, is that 5% of the population come from single father households. 5% of the prison population come from single father households. There's no disparity there. It's a 1-to-1. It is a wash. There's no overrepresentation.
No, you can't put those two together. Fantastic.
You have to. Sean, what are you saying? Hold on, Sean. Y'all literally just said using 71 to 36. It was what?
But that's because he's not using. Let me show you where y'all. Let me show you where y'all bumping heads at.
Let me finish. Everybody else. I'm letting everybody else get their shit off. And now you niggas trying to do some real
I never really got my shit off.
It's just that I'm just trying to show you where y'all bumping heads at.
I never got my shit off.
It's the 5% thing, fantastic.
Math is math. You don't get to change up the fucking rules in math. If fucking 36 is half of fucking 71, 5 is for 100% of motherfucking 5.
Right, but he's saying that it's 4.6, fantastic.
Even still, no, Beans, that don't work that way. 4.6 to 5 don't get it to be 3 times the representation.
But it's not. But
just
it's
made
still
the case,
fantastic,
that you can't conflate the pre-prison population and the in-prison, the post-prison population, the pre and post disposition. You just made that case. Now
I didn't make that case. That's not what I said.
No. You were differentiating between what happens once people get in prison and then looking at those numbers versus globally. All right, 71%. That's what you were saying.
Globally, nationally.
I'm saying the global numbers. I'm saying the global numbers, not globally like on the globe.
Oh,
I mean, like
you're saying the overall numbers.
The overall numbers, right? You made that differentiation is what I'm saying. You can't then put those two numbers together because they don't go together, to your point, which is why I was allowing you to talk. So to your point, you can't put that universe of numbers together because you just differentiated them. So now what I'm saying is you're more likely, once you're in prison, there's an overrepresentation of people from single father households because, to your point, there are vastly less single father households in the world, but they overrepresent in prison. So once we get to prison, there's an overrepresentation from single father households versus single mother households. What do you think about that?
And what I'm telling you is that you cannot say that there's an overrepresentation and not use the fucking total numbers. That y'all not making sense. You're not making sense. In order to say
you're not using per capita.
Hold on, bro. In order to say there's an overrepresentation, there has to be a baseline comparison that you're using. The baseline comparison that you're using is the overall national populace and representation of fucking single father homes. Correct? Do we agree there? We agree, right?
I disagree. If you said it's 5%, if it's 5% single father.
You don't like statistics, bro. So you don't like the statistics.
No, but hold on. Can I challenge something or I gotta ask your permission?
Bro, just chill, dog. Hold
on. I want to challenge what you.
Wait, hold on, JC.
Let me just answer this question. How come I can't interject?
Let me just answer this question because I got a meeting in a little bit. So look, I'm gonna read the methodology to you. Fantastic. Basically, like you said, single father households represent about 4% of U.S. children, 4 to 5%, whatever you want to say.
It was
4.6, 4.5, 4.5.
How you want to see it? 4.5, right? But the single father prison share, based on the BJS statistics from 2016, is 14% come from a single father household.
That's wrong. It's fucking wrong. I don't know what you're using, Sean.
I'm pulling up percentages.
Two things. Maybe it's 2 things. Maybe it's 2 things. So for one, yeah, you're 10 years away. Secondly, you're saying whatever the fuck you're using. But what we're saying is this: prison population. So Bureau of Things, what you're talking about could include probation, could include a whole other shit, could include jail. We're talking about prison specifically. So what you need to tell us for sure is what your numbers are giving us.
This is prisoners.
Did he say 14%?
Yeah, no way. Again, that's what I'm talking about. Now you're going against the HAMP, the stats that HAMP said. HAMP's shit is the baseline. Prison population is what we're talking about. Bureau of Prisons could include other different things. I don't know what it is or whatever, but for sure, and that's what I'm saying. Your numbers are incorrect by the pre-premise that's been accepted and set.
Which was 5%.
5%. 5% to 5% is a 1-to-1. There is no fucking
the 4.6 is still 4.6, right?
It's still 4.5. Don't try to do it. That's why I said no.
Beans, guess what? Guess what 4.6 ain't to fucking 5. It ain't 14 times.
It's definitely not that.
So let me get an understanding.
So ain't fucking 14 times.
So
that's
y'all said it's 4.
sure.
Let me get an understanding right quick. So y'all saying it's 4.6 of single father communities, black communities in America. And Fantastic said out of those percentage, 5% of them ends up in prison from single father homes. Is that what you're saying?
What?
How many? What's the percentage? No, let me get it. Hey, Bean, stop laughing like a bitch, nigga. I'm having a conversation like you fool ass niggas
What are you
having.
talking about? Hey, JP, stop talking to me, bro. For real.
You ain't no motherfucking scholar.
Your dumb ass out of here, nigga. My fucking back hurts, dumb ass nigga.
You
What
want
are
to be
you
on
talking
the
about?
fucking internet bitching all day. So let me get an understanding.
Hey, Jay Prince, suck my dick, nigga. How about that?
Okay, so if you got 4.6,
What are you talking about?
If you got
Somebody laughing at your
4.6%,
retarded ass.
If you got 4, bitch, your mama retarded. I'll
Sure.
punch you in your motherfucking mouth.
My mama would beat your ass.
Daddies, I'll fuck you up.
You ain't gonna do shit. Shut your whole ass up, nigga.
Cacophony.
Yeah, you the one was getting hold, not me, nigga. I'll bring niggas up here right now. If box y'all, I'll stomp you the fuck out.
You ain't gonna do shit.
Yeah, man,
You ain't gonna do shit, nigga.
Cacophony.
You ain't gonna do shit.
I wasn't listening. Yo, chill. Oh, my bad. I wasn't listening. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. All right, what are you trying to say? Go ahead.
Jay Prince.
What's the question? You have a question or what? What was going on?
Okay, if it's 4.6,
okay.
If it's 4.6 of the population of single fathers,
yeah,
wrong.
Out of that 4.6, what is the percentage ends up in prison?
5%.
Yes, 5% end up in prison.
So that's very small then.
But
because it can be 4.6 million and 5% of 4.6 million.
Well, that's not 4.6 million. It's 4.6%. There's
Well,
less than 2 million people in prison.
It's small, JP, technically, but it also mirrors their representation. So it's basically 4.6 and 5. So it's actually higher than the number of people they actually have because it's 5% in prison, 4.6 of the population. That's not good.
So basically, what y'all and that's why I was confused at. Basically, what y'all this is what I'm trying to get understanding at. Are y'all saying the kids that came from single fathers?
Yes, 5% are in prison.
Majority of them ends up in prison.
The 5%, the right amount. So 5% population, 5% in prison.
Yes, it's it's even.
So with the moms, JP, it's like 22% population. 40% in prison. You see the disparity?
Double the chance.
Hold on. But that's what's being said. Now here's the thing though. 4.6%, 5% of the population, that's still something to be admonished. That's not something to tout.
No, the fuck is not.
Why not? Wait, so are you saying, all right, let me ask you a question. If it was 10%, you saying we should get on their ass?
Yes, if it's anything outside of the normal thing, I think
normal
like
accepted margin of error.
Yes, accepted margin of error. Then we start. There's a problem. We already established this.
What's the accepted margin of error?
Is within the.
So okay, let me ask you a question because now we're getting somewhere.
1 to 3%.
So in single mother communities, right? Single mother communities for black folks, a lot of them ends up in prison. Okay, how come it's not the same for single white communities where I'm talking about per capita because you can't say that it's a lot of white folks in prison, true, and there's more white women on Section 8, but the majority of their population is not ending up dead or in prison. So is this a cultural thing where when it comes to black folks, they automatically ends up in prison? Because now it's starting to get deeper. We starting to get to the root of the problem. Why is that number is not as high in the other cultures and groups compared to the black culture? Because you got to white community, they leave more in a single
beans.
Bro, you wasn't here for this nigga when he was disrespecting me.
I know. I didn't hear it.
I don't understand why y'all entertain these retarded ass niggas
I'm
anyway.
here now, but I'm just saying, calling each other out of our name is unnecessary. Is all I'm saying.
Be patient with each other.
Hey, so
get the fuck out of here. Y'all weren't telling him that shit.
Yeah, Pratt. If y'all wasn't saying nothing before, I don't need help now. I'm back. I'm listening now. So this is the thing. Oh damn! I was about to show something. Okay, so the accepted margin of error is between 3% and 5%, for a survey. So for a survey, it's even lower. For like a statistical research, it's between 4% and 8%. For a survey where you literally talking to people, it's 3% and 5% margin of error.
So even when we still there, Hamp, it's even more,
it's right there.
More than what I thought it was. I thought it was 1 to 3 shit. Mm-hmm. So yeah, it's not even 1%.
Yeah, so it's right there. Now,
so Hamp, why do you think that is? Like because are you saying that single white community, mother communities compared to single black communities, why is the per capita? Why is it the majority of the black race ends up in prison? What are not getting taught to them, but getting taught to whites?
We not. So these numbers are actually for the entire United States. These aren't parsed out. These are white, black, orange, blue, purple, everybody. Yeah, the numbers we're assessing is everybody. Because the truth is, this is probably more accurate because we're assessing a demographic of people. Right, we are assessing a demographic of people.
Prisoners.
It's criminals is the demographic that's being assessed. Because the truth is, there's not enough black men to assess us that are doing crime. Every year for violent crime is 10 to 15,000 black men, but it's 20 million of us. So how are we going to use that population to make assess about the greater majority? No, we got to assess the criminal demographic to see what criminals do in America. But we always trying to parse ourselves like we so violent, we so this. These motherfuckers been raping, pillaging, murdering, all types of shit. But now we talked about the 30% arrest record all of a sudden.
Hamp, they fucking the kids and the dogs.
That's what I'm saying.
So are you saying
I seen a dog? Hey JP, I seen a dog limp out my neighbor house the other day. Go ahead.
So are you saying there's a stat that's been ignored or covered up when it comes to other groups?
Ignored. I would say ignored. Like
ignored. So it's not even a stat because they don't even get charged. A lot of times.
No, they was getting arrested. Sorry, it's a stat literally. So you got violent crime right here, right? And you got a whole chart. You get down to DWI, DUI, public intoxication, fucking rape, molestation, and white people are out the wazoo with that shit. But we've been ignoring the bottom of the chart and focusing on the 2 lines that say violent crime.
So would you say that's due to bias? Racially biased?
Yo, the 2009 Federal Bureau of Statistics chart, I don't know who introduced it first, but it's like all we focused on and what they told us to focus on. It's almost like we was all biased. We was all just looking at the shit that they said that we were responsible for.
Yeah. So how can we trust any of the stat if it's rooted in racially biased? Because
not the number. No, rewind.
To paint blacks as violent.
No. Not the rewind it. Not the stat itself. Us. Our presupposition to focus on that. We had the same access to the same information, and black people also just focused on that one part.
Yeah, we didn't. We accepted their premise of what violent crime was
Yeah,
included.
but the
We did
numbers
not
are
include
good.
The most,
Yeah.
the most violent of fucking crimes that would be crimes against children.
Yeah.
And fucking sex crimes.
Yeah.
And for whatever reason, they make it, somehow, some way, they make a delineation between shootings and robbings, but they don't include that in sex crimes. And we know white people commit those exponentially higher, bro. It's not even. It's wild.
Yep. Yeah, it's just crazy. We ignore them ourselves. Sitting there just like, I'm like, you scroll down one line, oh shit, here you go. Taking ass.
Yes.
Like, and we just ignore this shit, bro.
And we just bypass it to go straight to black men are murderers and single moms are the problem, and we never address the actual issue that take over both percentages and population wise. There are just more issues with that community, and I'm so tired of us pinpointing things specifically to black people when, like we all say, most black people aren't criminals, most black men aren't criminals, but yet most black men have come from single mother homes. We've got to change how we're using these statistics to do this. It doesn't even make sense.
But cheeky, see this why I'm saying, like, this why I want to be Puerto Rican so bad, because one, the problem is this, right? Yes, the narrative has been used that if you come from a single mother home, you're more likely to go to jail, right? That narrative has been used, but I'm not even damn right.
Ugh.
Don't judge my hopes and dreams, nigga.
I like the Puerto Rican, but they ain't all that. I mean,
bro, have you seen them niggas dance lately?
They a couple rungs below us, man.
Them niggas
think about this, bro. You could, you might fuck around and be a Spaniard, my nigga. What if you're not even Puerto Rico or Taino? Ugh.
That's fucked up. I ain't trying to post out into my
at least those are at least that's our family, nigga. You might be a Spaniard. All right, go ahead. My bad, me.
Nah,
go ahead. My fault.
But what I'm saying is this though, Jiggy, because that's not the only thing that matters. Is the prison shit. I've been arguing, you know this, Jiggy, because you've been here since Fight Club days, against that whole narrative about the prison shit, right? Like that most niggas I know ain't been to prison, but it's more than just that. It's the complete dysfunction, right? The prison is just one side of it, right? And according to those numbers, it's still a bad look coming from a single mother home. We can't duck that. Even that 18% that's others is still more than likely single parented, right? And because we know most of the time men don't tend to be what was they calling them?
Custodial parents.
No. The ones who adopt the kids and all that shit. Foster care. That's usually not men, right? It's usually not grandfathers, right? So that's usually grandmothers. That's usually women doing adopting and foster care shit. I know my baby mama took in 4 of her girls' kids, right? So I'm just saying, like, even that is still, right? Technically, it's still problematic as it pertains to the single mother. We haven't really dispelled it. We just said you niggas got to stop saying 70-80% of the niggas in jail come from single mother homes, because it ain't true. And I'm for that. But the truth be told, what about the other dysfunction?
Hold on,
and that's
JP.
and that was my thing, Cheeky, about the numbers, is because I'm saying we usually be like, man, fuck them comparing ourselves to all these other people. To me, that matters, because it's like, okay, the numbers, they don't have them specifically for us, but we can do our own math in general to kind of like parse out what we think it looks like according to the numbers and according to what our data says for ourselves, right? And then let's start seeing what it looks like, because what is the single mother? Because Fantastic said 25%, but we know that is more than 25% in our community, right? So then what does it look like? Now, what percentage of those people and what number of homes are they coming from as it pertains to black people? That's what I'm saying. We really, only thing we've dispelled so far is that it's not 70%.
Well,
it's still 50% shit.
But Hamp, my bad. Beans, and that's what I'm saying. Beans. This is overall, so we still don't even know. That's for us. For black kids, that shit is pretty much on par. So black prisoners. Excuse me, black prisoners. I'm sorry, right? So, like you said, there's a overrepresentation, even for the overall group with the 25%. But now, black people have 3 times. We're almost 3 times the rate of the norm. So we don't, like you said, this is all prisoners, all races, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we would have to get the numbers of black prisoners and then do a survey of black prisoners only and then see how it tracks. My hypothesis is going to be just by the numbers being, it has to be, because if it's 75% of the fucking households, or excuse me, 70% of the households are single mother raised, there's no way you're telling me it's going to be 50%. There's not even 50% motherfucking. You're not telling me 50% of the black people in prison come from 2-parent households.
But even that's inaccurate, right? It's not 70%. It's not 70% in single household raised. It's 70% born to single mothers.
Exactly.
Born
even
to
that,
unmarried mothers, right?
I mean, that's another thing too. So yeah, born out of wedlock, right? So
right.
It's not, born out of wedlock. So then we get, because HAMP, we did the actual numbers. I think is what. Was it HAMP? Is it
born 44% or so? Without a dad?
On my research said 41% in 2-parent households.
Yes.
So 41% would leave 59% single mother household.
And then like maybe for us,
not even 56%, let's say.
59,
you got to count for the black, you got to count for the fathers too.
Yeah, but so either way, go half of the households would be single mother raised, just single mothers alone, and then let's keep the same tracking of 5%, even though I'm pretty sure it's probably less than that for black fathers. Let's just say 5%.
You represent 15% of that number. I looked it up while we was talking.
So to answer that, what Sean Antonio was talking about, tonight, he said 36% actually had a father in the home, and they still up in prison. So now that's close to the prison, the rate of the single mothers. So at first we thought by the father not being at home is the reason why the kids ends up in prison. But yet when the father is still actually in the homes, the number, it decreased only but a little, like what a little 1%. It's still kind of neck to neck. So what is the underlying? I think do y'all think that it's a deeper and something else that's going on reason why black boys ends up in prison? But because clearly, to Sean Antonio point, to reiterate, Sean Antonio brought up the stat, it's only so many few thousands neck to neck when the father is still in the home, 2-parent households. Compared to the 1-parent households, they still going to prison a whole healthy.
Yeah, Sean's point wasn't to say that it's neck and neck in that way. He was trying to prove that you can't necessarily extrapolate jail population percentages to the outer percentage of overall 2-parent home. It wouldn't make sense to do that. Yeah, Sean wasn't saying that, but to kind of address what you're saying, JP, we'd have to deep dive more so into to black, right? Because our statistics is pulling all races, all demographics.
Mm-hmm.
The hypothesis that Beans and Fantastic is, or I guess they're not even a hypothesis. What they're saying is, if we break those numbers down, right, the numbers will look worse for black people, specifically in jail that come from single mothers. The percentage to it, or the ratio, would be much higher than what it is since we're including all. Right, their hypothesis is the other race of people is doing a lot of heavy lifting for black people. So would it make sense to try to use this statistic and apply it to black people when we can take away from our overall viewpoint and our own conversations that is probably going to look worse specifically for black people?
That's honest,
right? And at that point, I can't argue that. Right, I'm glad that we got to this point, but the main point is. Yeah, and I'm willing to accept that. I can say, sure, let's take a look, but that'd be another episode because I don't know if you got time or whatever.
No, that is a good assessment, and that's honest, right? You get to that point by thoroughly trying to go through the information in the conversation. I mean that's honest.
Well, can I ask you a question then, Cheeky? On top of that, now. To if we're gonna go deep in that stat, right? Mm-hmm. Now we have known that, and this is where I come from. My standpoint, it's a large number of people that's been considered black and been the representation of black, and that's not even black. So could we also use that to take away from the actual black people? Because we got people that's, they got white and black in them, but the white saying, okay, that's not us. So it's a large biracial people is making the numbers of black people look more worse than what they is. The white people not accepting them, so why do we gotta accept them?
I think that
Especially if they making us look bad.
So I think that biracial people between all races is kind of negligible, and then also I think that HAMP, or somebody can correct me, I think they signify on their license or some type of identification if they're black, white, or other. So they would break that down too. So that number would still be separated regardless.
No, they label them black.
Well, they can't label them if they already are labeled by.
No, let's just say you got a kid, right? And your kid is biracial. They grow up, they commit a crime. They ask them, most of them people, let's say your kid grew up in a black community, he feel like he black. A lot of these biracial people, you can't even tell them that they not black.
Respectfully,
they gonna put down that they black, and they ain't gonna argue with you.
Respectfully, like Cheeky said, bro, it's an even smaller percentage of black people that are quote unquote biracial, bro. Black people have some of the lowest interracial marriages and relationships in the country. So that would be extremely nominal. And then it's going to be a percentage over percentage because now we're talking about prisoners.
So I disagree. I disagree with that stat, and here's why. You can shake your head, but I'm still going to challenge it because at the end of the day, you said marriages. Yes, the marriages, the interracial marriages, but that don't mean that the women. There's no stat of the women getting fucked. Hold on. There's no stat of black women or black men is fucking white women or white men and having babies of them and not married.
Yeah, it's low though. That's what we're trying to tell
right,
you. So interracial dating and marriage for black people are some of the lowest because.
Yeah, so if we if we just finish the sentence, JP, the argument is viable, right? We can make a consideration. You know, there would be a percentage, but I think it's a marginal percentage. So it'd probably be less than 1% to make the skew that vast. So I think what you're saying does definitely happen, but I think it's a nominal number, a small number to where it doesn't move the goalpost that much.
The overall, matter.
Yeah, but I think that does happen. I seen this dude was sitting in the thing. They talking about he black. He was white as snow.
Right.
But somebody grandma was black or somebody grandma was a coon or something that he got some black in him somewhere. You know what I'm saying? And so that happened. But I just don't think it's a big enough number. That's all. Yeah. But that happens for sure. My mom be saying that shit all the time, JP. My mom say that shit all the time. Like, we getting credit for niggas that ain't niggas.
But I don't think it's because
and that number growing. I'm starting to see more light-skinned blacks in my kids' new schools. In my nephew's new school, I'm seeing more light-skinned black kids in these public schools than the black kids that when it was when I was growing up. Yeah. These kids is mixing biracial and shit now.
Yeah, I don't think it's because like they're putting it on them, like the system or whatever. I think they're just claiming it erroneously, in my opinion. But because I see like people like that, they're like, I'm 3% black, so I'm fully black. I got this one thing, I got this one little BB in my hair, I'm black.
Yeah.
Like I think they're just doing it because it's like cool or whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
I don't think it's the system or the people or the police are like, let's see, black tests. Oh, you got a little bit of spot there, you're black. Like I don't think it's like that.
So here's the thing though, about getting locked up and all that. They don't ask you all the questions you think, right? Like you can get behind bars before you even get a Miranda. Like there's a whole lot of stuff that it can actually happen, and they'll make determinations about you without inquiry because they don't give a fuck.
Right.
You know, so it's interesting, man, for sure. I want to say this though. Oh, wrong one. My bad. Jesus Christ, that was terrible. I was not trying to say that. I want to say, I think I appreciate y'all. Like, I think the assessment was what I was kind of trying to look for, and look at the inner workings of these determinations. I think we've been coming to determinations a little bit too quickly regarding the numbers. If it pans out, it pans out. You know what we got to at the end, based on the last offering, that not based on the last offering, but I think Bean's last offering about is probably 10 or 15 to 20% extra points if you parse just out black people, because we already know our kids are already born out of wedlock and etc. The skew is probably there, right? We can maintain the talking point as long as we vet it out and substantiate it. You know what I'm saying? I think that's the key, because we've been making too many determinations based on just surface level numbers and analysis, and I think we're doing ourselves a disservice, which is why we talked about FBI's thing for 2019 for 6 years about how bad we were and we never scrolled down. So, you know what I'm saying? Black Dawn.
Yep.
I gotta get out of here,
and
Playboy.
We EBT brothers, man. We EBT brothers. Ain't no sense to fight, bro. We EBT connections.
Listen, man. No, sir. I'm telling you now. If you ever come to Chicago, it's up, nigga. I ain't trying to hear that dumb shit.
I'll box you. I don't.
Ain't no boxing, nigga. Ain't no boxing.
We still EBT connections.
No, sir.
All right, let me
Everybody's seen. Hold on, real quick, because this is important, right? Have you seen me grimacing all show long? My body, I'm in pain, nigga. My back been hurting and shit. I've been twisting and shit, stretching and shit all fucking so long. Well, I don't even know what the fuck you said anything to me about. I don't even know what you was talking about, bro.
Well, I know
but
your
you
back
keep
hurt.
saying little slick shit, bro. I don't understand that. I'm not your punching bag, dog. So I'm not doing no more apologies and all that goofy shit, bro. You leave me alone for the next 9 months.
Maybe I'll having a conversation. Every time I interject, you want to go to smiling, like, and then you was calling me.
Nigga, I wasn't smiling. I was grimacing. I'm in pain, nigga.
Come on, y'all. I gotta go.
I'm not fucking smiling, nigga. Go back and watch the tape.
That nigga back messed up. That's for sure.
Smiling.
That's one thing.
I'm in pain.
He be hurting, man. Niggas be trying to adjust in these chairs and shit.
These people be acting like they some motherfucking scholars up here.
That's
and then when I
I
get
am.
ready to speak, then when I get ready to speak, he go all the little chuckles and shit. Motherfuckers not to read between the lines.
Yeah.
I might not got a college educated in reading, but I know how to read bullshit when I see it. I know how to read bullshit when I see it. So when people sit up there every time I say something, they go to chuckling and duckling. I'm gonna call you out on that shit. Like, what you mean? Like, bro, if you was that damn scholar, why you on food stamps with me?
You didn't see it though. You didn't see it from me.
Nothing, motherfucker.
You didn't see it from me though. That's the point.
Y'all want to do y'all final thoughts or what?
Yeah, Black Dawn, go ahead. I
Black
can do
Dawn.
mine now.
Go ahead, Beans. Any final thoughts, Beans?
Yeah, hey, listen, it's up in the fuck, nigga. Hey, look, I'm not playing with none of you niggas. Hamp already told me he never gonna throw one of the get-togethers in Chicago, but if he ever changed his mind, I promise you,
I'm going to Chicago on Friday, so I'm about to check the city out, see what's what.
Fuck all that shit, bro. Look, but this was a dope show. I'm glad that you care about the truth.
Hey, come visit me, Hamp. I'm right down the street.
That's a fact. I'm glad you care about the truth, though, Hamp. I ain't gonna lie, because there's a lot of places, a lot of channels that really, really don't, bro. You know what I'm saying? They don't care about the truth at all. It's like it's just entertainment. You know, you just say whatever you want to say and just spew whatever bullshit you want to spew, and it don't matter about the truth. The truth really does matter, and I appreciate the fact that you care enough to challenge shit like that. Shout out to Sherelle and Shiki. I think Sherelle was the one who first started calling me the talking point killer, but I know Shiki have said it too, because I care about the truth too. But this right here, this shows a different level, bro. And I can respect that. I appreciate that from you. Shout out to Fantastic. I appreciate you for the comment earlier, Fantastic. Shout out to Devin. Shout out to Black Dawn. And shout out to Jay Prince's teeth when I see him.
Teeth is crazy.
That's what's up, man.
JP, any final thoughts?
Yeah, so I do think y'all want to diminish that the biracial people being labeled black, and but that number is actually more higher than y'all think it is. A lot of these people that when I went to jail, I was going to jail a lot. And these people that was classified as black, bro, I was like, bro, y'all not, you don't really see too many dark-skinned people nowadays. And so I don't know. I think that black folks should draw the line for themselves, because at the end of the day, it's people up here making us look bad with our input. And the reason why I don't like stats is because, like what we uncovered today, it's a lot of biasm. Of course, they're gonna ignore their stats, so they don't mind. These people don't mind, making us look like we worse than what we is. I think we need black people to speak for black people. Majority of these stats and statistics do not come from us. It come from everybody that don't fuck with us. I don't understand why us black folks is willing to trust numbers that's put on to us that was always, since they've been here, always looked at us or treated us with so much disparity. And now we're gonna trust everything that they have as far as like the stats of telling our story. basically telling our story. Let us tell our own story. That's all I wanted to say.
Indeed. Mr. Fantastic?
Yeah, man. You niggas need to learn how to do statistics, bro. Everybody hates statistics. Everybody don't like statistics. They got opinions on the statistics. At the end of the day, bro, the best outcome for a family is going to be two parents, without a doubt. Anything else, I mean, it is what it is. But who controls that? Not the men. These bitches getting pregnant by these niggas and having or not having the babies. So, brothers, use any other hole that you can use other than, the bottom one.
Black Dawn, any final thoughts?
Yeah, I thought this was a very entertaining show, and the thing that Cheeky said earlier happened exactly in real time, and I thought that was extremely hilarious. Just like a minor point on the side, because I was doing some like math in the background. I'm not sure if this point was in contention or not, but it's more likely that you're going to be in prison not because you had a single mom, but if you were raised in the other category. It isn't. Single moms is the leading, or at least in the national wise, single moms is the leading factor, or the leading multiplier or whatever.
What's the other category?
The other categories is if you don't fall under, you're just other. If you don't fall underneath raising by two parents, or you was raised by a single parent, just other. It could be granddad, officer, whatever. So, yeah, that's it for me.
Indeed. Devin.
Yeah, I think the issue with a lot of this conversation is no matter how much we want to grind out the numbers, it's just hard because everybody's biased, and like regardless of what side you want to believe or want to assume or what point you're getting to. So I think we just got to figure out before we even start attacking the numbers, what are we trying to figure out? What is the actual purpose of our conversations?
Cheek.
Yeah, I think the more we can have honest conversation and just take a look at the math and just find out whether or not these things are just true generally, the better we can contend with whatever the argument is. I'm willing to accept the fact that those stats were what they were for the general population, and we may have to do a deeper dive for Black specifically, by all means. So if something's there, it's there, but at least we can be honest about it and have a conversation. And I guess we've already assumed, you heard it here, Hamp, per capita is out the fucking window. And
yes, Lord.
I'm so glad about it. So I don't want to hear nothing about per capita. No more. And women get abortions, because you see what's gonna happen if you become a single mom. Ain't nobody give a fuck about you. So we're not gonna stop. Men not gonna stop smashing you and getting you pregnant and running out if that's what they decide to do. So just get an abortion. Please don't bring that child here if you're gonna be.
That's why I said aim for the throat, man. Throat babies.
Who sent you? Like I just said, go ahead and get that abortion. Especially if you broke and you don't got no education. Please do not have that Black kid. You're gonna send them to a bad place. Right, I disagree morally, but functionally, get rid of the kid. Please, thank you.
Oh, this is crazy.
This is 2026, Hamp. This is your fault.
All praise to the Most High. I say this, man. I know why the conversations are happening for me is because there's a verse that says, with all thy getting, get understanding. You make better decisions. You go further faster when you understand the dynamics in which you are a part of. I remember one time, and this is why everybody should play football. The coach, they said, Coach, why I got to get depth on the drop for the linebackers? I said, okay. Do this. Backpedal and get to this ball. And so I threw the ball over his head, and he was trying to backpedal as fast as he could without turning to run. And he couldn't get there. I said, now get depth and then break on this ball, meaning run forward. He's like, oh, shit, I'm faster when I'm running forward. I'm like, yeah, no shit, Sherlock. But you have to backpedal if you don't get depth initially. You see? He understood it. Now it's forever ingrained, right? And now he can apply the information accurately. You know, I don't know why or what people's agendas are, but it's inconsequential as long as if they come here, they get understanding of why the things are what they are. How they
do you think? Hold
on.
Oh, my bad.
How they apply it is seemingly up to them, but the understanding definitely matters. What are you saying, Black Dawn?
So how long do you think he's gonna keep that information?
The football player?
Yeah, after going through years of CTE.
He has.
This nigga ain't shit.
I forgot the question right now. I don't know why you asking.
Nigga ain't shit.
I'm gonna ask him. Before he goes to camp for the Buffalo Bills. You asshole. That's what I'm gonna ask him. God damn it, man.
Shit,
Oh my God, I hate y'all niggas, man.
That's a fact.
yo, Bees, Devin always do this thing. Yeah, man, we gotta figure out what the nigga hush and just participate. The problem with the comment, nigga, please. I hit him with the old one, nigga, please. Just participate.
No. This nigga Black Dawn is a piece of shit. Because I did not see that coming at all.
He's the fucking worst, bro. Hey, I ain't gonna lie, right? Beans, I almost hate when he super chat. That's a crazy statement. Yo, he makes shit up. He cites the worst part of the conversation, and then I gotta read this shit. But you know, I'd be like halfway reading it. I be reading his shit before I bring him on the screen. I'm like, this nigga's an asshole, bro. I ain't never going to Africa.
He was so serious, though. He's like, so how long do you think he's going to be?
That's what I'm saying. I thought he had a goddamn
After
offering.
TTE.
No, man. It was just like his super chat.
It's the sneaky ones that really hit you. That's the
Jaylen Brown looking at boy. Why you trying to lead the Celtics, Jaylen? This is some bullshit.
Yo, man.
Bro, but half those super chats be like true sometimes. Like
They
sometimes
do be true, but then you add you put sauce on them too. And then you say, you gonna take that? I'm like, this nigga, man. It's already trying to control, and he gonna say, you gonna take that from him? I'm like, yo, get the fuck out of here, son. Yo, what up, Chris, with the $10? If you are to engage in conversation on a per capita basis with individuals, excuse me. Oh, they got emojis now? Oh, gifts. Engage in conversation on a per capita basis with individuals outside the black community. You will likely continue to experience frustration that is misguided. Know your audience. BTS, Chris, once again with the $2 says, oh, my someone really ain't shit. In math? What are you saying? In nigga math? What are you saying? Yikes, I missed it. I fucked it up, Chris. Chris with the $2 says, someone ain't shit in my math. Rick with the $5 says, one number is 5 points higher than the other. One apple equals one orange. Congrats to the single moms. And with the $2 says, black fathers suck. Hit the outro. God damn. Rachai with the $5 says, all praises Godzilla and almighty algorithm. Go broadcast. Yep. Indeed. Look, it's so solid. Got a blessing, man. Salute, King. With the 50 boy, he says, no cap, no homo, Hamp. I love you and your channel, man. I love you too, man. I'm proud of you, man. I'm proud to announce I got my license, ! As soon as I got off, checked my email, and boom, my license has been approved. Your show was a major part of making this happen, bro. Was meant to come on today. That's a fact, bro. It's shit how shit be coming full circle, man. Damn, yo. All praise to the Most High, man. That's why I don't believe in free will, man. Yet another reason. You hurt?
Oh, that's the other thing you didn't send me the scriptures on the free. Yo, this nigga don't give a fuck about me. It just take a long time to realize it, Cheeky, but all this time he always be like, yo, Bean was here from the beginning. This nigga won't send me the scriptures.
Nah, I got you. They right here.
That's crazy.
I'm gonna send them right now. Yo,
I wanted to send a super chat too and tell you thank you. When I checked my email, Temu had sent me a confirmation that I get $1,500 worth of free shit as long as I spend 50. So I just want to thank you for that.
Yo, Temu be fucking. They be trying to reel niggas in, boy.
I swear they do.
I know a nigga that got a bulletproof vest from Temu. I said, this nigga trust Temu for anything.
Hey, that plate work, nigga. Shit. I'm about to order another one.
Yo, I wasn't gonna say nothing if you ain't say nothing.
I'm about to order another one. Nigga. You know what I'm saying, nigga? Hey, I can save my life for $5. I can save my life for $500. Nigga, I'll take the 5. You
Yo, I'm not protecting myself with no Temu.
That is fucking hilarious.
Hey, about this bullshit, I want to make content, nigga. I'm gonna shoot it and show you, nigga.
Yo, I gotta see that shit, bro.
Hey, Beans. You sure
I'm gonna hit that bitch with everything.
Huh?
You sure I didn't see that email?
Sounds like a scam.
Yeah,
knowing your ass, you probably did.
Yo, Chris, I fucked your super chats up, nigga. I don't know what you was trying to say, bro. Word is small, son. Hey, man. Yo, jump in the Discord. Be safe this weekend. Get your tickets to Houston, man. This shit gonna be epic, man. Oh, shit. I got an email Moo. So, Mr. Fantastic, they raised that. We need $90 more, man. DJ Hamp won. Mr. Fantastic fee to fight Moo. Moo called them out. You can send $5, $1, $2. DJ Hamp 1 to the Cash App. Mr. Fantastic fee was $508. We got 508. We need $90 more, man. You know what? Black Dawn, send me $90 to the Cash App.
No. I don't want Black Dawn money. I want Ask Ave. I want all you hating motherfuckers. I need to see it from my
Black Dawn can contribute. Okay? Can he send $20?
Black Dawn is limited. He a fucking a rich nigga. I don't want rich nigga money. I want niggas that don't like me money.
Fuck that, man. But Black Dawn, send $20 so I can eat away at this 90. Please, pause. God
please, let this listen, man. Hey, please understand
crazy, bro.
That waiver includes death. Okay, I'm not saying that's what I'm planning on, but boom. I'm tired of you little niggas.
He can't even play the clip.
I need somebody 6 foot and above next time, nigga. I'm tired of you little fella Federation motherfuckers challenging me. I'm sick of you niggas. Okay?
1985. If he dies, he dies.
Is this the crime? Is this what they call price fixing? Like match fixing? Is this what this is?
Nah,
no prize fix.
He got called out, man. He got called out
randomly.
Cheeky, did you see Hamp's last fight?
Yeah, I think I was there.
Yo, this nigga Hamp ain't shit, bro. You see how he was bullying, dude?
Yo, he was
bigger than me.
Yo, come on, man. Y'all can't be doing that, bro. Y'all gotta stop fighting these people that don't really want to fight.
Did he ask for it?
Nah, he definitely wanted to fight. You gotta sign up. He weighed in. He did all the shit.
How much y'all pay him for that fight?
Yo, Cheeky was with me the whole time, bro. You have to check in. You have to pay.
Bro, no.
And then I had to get
and then I finessed it. I wasn't even supposed to.
Yeah, he wasn't supposed to be in it. Yo, Beans, we had to take our shirts off, get another physical. Yo, you had to get a physical with an EKG, with a elevated heart rate, nigga. You gotta want to fight to do that shit, bro. That shit.
Yeah, but that don't mean he wanted to fight you. Well, that's your ass was in there for Joe Frazier shit. This nigga low center of gravity.
Yo,
oh my god, I don't know why I keep trying to move like that.
Yo, he said,
but this nigga, I'm looking at this. I'm like, I can't even watch this shit, bro. This shit, it look like dude was in there on some. They got my wife and kids. They got my wife and kids at home.
He said,
I ain't got no choice. I gotta get in here.
Look, he said, if I go to, because they said I go to San Diego tournament for free. He said he gonna request to fight me. I'm like, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know. I don't really want to rematch.
I mean, I was happy that you was shorter than him and you still, took advantage of it. But
it
was like after the first 30 seconds, I was like, he stalled him out, Debo.
I got tired too.
Yeah, he got tired as hell. Like the moment he went back in, I zoomed in.
Beans, they got the thing, right? 3. If you get 3 standing 8 counts and 1 in the round, it's over. So I was trying to get that last one. But nigga, niggas be tall, reaching to try to punch him is fucking tiring. That's the other thing. You gotta go further. Okay, so we got
welcome to my world.
Black sent 50. Mike G sent 5. That's 55. So we need, what's the math on that? We've been doing math all day.
35.
35. Black Dawn, send 35, man. Let's lock this in, man.
That's a fact, Black Dawn.
5 left.
35, Black Dawn. Don't try to
35.
nigga. And send it in. Don't send it in Nigerian pesos, nigga. Cash.
Nigerian pesos. Naira.
Yeah.
And then send me a Lincoln Town card while you at it, bro. I'm trying to get back into this limo shit.
Lincoln Town card.
That's all I can do at this point.
Damn, man.
Why'd you let that dude sign up for his death though? Like real talk.
Yo,
like,
he wanted to
Mr.
fight,
Fantastic's
bro.
going like.
He wanted to fight.
Okay.
Ever since Fantastic got compared to me on the fat side, that nigga been in the gym every day for the last 2 years.
Ever that. I can't be no tall fat nigga, bro. I ain't know. I was in the gym before that, brother, but yeah, no.
Damn.
Only tall fat niggas allowed are in the NFL. Shout out to HAMP, nigga. That's it. Or fucking club security. That's about it.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I think when I was the 5'8" Adonis, I don't think no 6 foot nigga could have fucked with that, bro. Like, cause you can't even be bow legged if you super tall, can you?
Them niggas exist, pause. But I mean, you know,
I ain't never seen it. Every bow legged nigga I ever seen was 5'8" or shorter. I know that shit got me a lot of fucking play just being bow legged. That shit's crazy. Now I can't get a homeless bitch, cheeky. I tried to offer this homeless bitch a 5 for 5 from McDonald's. She was like, "I'm cool, shorty."
Come on, bro.
A real nigga would have took me to Wendy's for the 6 for 6. Get your broke ass out of here. Oh shit! God damn, man. My motherfucking back is hurting me. Can y'all please send me something? My mama swears inflammation, but this shit feels stupid, bro.
Yeah, it is inflammation though.
Man, listen, I don't know what y'all want me to do. I can't afford to eat healthy like y'all niggas, man.
Hey, help! I gotta see you. You see the nigga with the little arm, the boxer?
Nah.
Yo, he throwing that bitch, bro. I gotta say the thing.
Yo, I did the one that you sent me. I said, yo, he got Unc got to shoot that nigga.
Yeah.
He got to shoot him,
I
bro.
seen the one you talking about too.
Yo, he said he got to shoot his uncle, bro. I mean, he got to shoot his nephew for sure. Fuck that. I'm telling you, bro, if you don't train, bro, you can't fight, nigga. Not at the length people think they can, man. That shit don't be lining up the same, you know what I mean? Trying to tell you, boy. So yeah, Black Dawn, we waiting on you. We trying to end the show.
Oh, what?
Yeah,
where am I sending?
Send the money, nigga.
Where am I sending?
It's right there on the screen. $emerge. No, I'm just
DJ Hamp 1 and put fantastic fun, man. That'll close it out.
See, what happened is my Cash App got closed down for all the scamming I'm doing. You know what I mean?
All right, man. Lose my number, man.
I knew you was a Somalian.
He got the forehead for it.
Leave my hairline alone, okay?
Hey man,
I'm holding on for at least the next year or two.
You sneeze is a wrap. I'm gonna tell you now. Don't sneeze, nigga.
Sneeze, nigga. I'm worried about getting in the damn shower. What? Talking about sneezing. Get out that bitch. I'm like, God, stay in.
Yo, it's like one of them zombie movies where they find out they a zombie when they be going like this. Nigga, oh shit, come out.
Nah, Hamp. You see this new Teddy Riley interview?
No.
He gotta stop. He need to be stopped. I'm talking about that shit is literally painted on.
It look crazy?
All around the whole thing, bro, is painted on.
Yo, man.
I'm like, bro, this shit look crazy right now.
Yo, Beans, one time we was supposed to start the HQ at 10 a.m., you know, on Monday. We had to start at 10:15. This nigga, Mr. Fantastic. That nigga had so much Beijing on, nigga. And then he started sweating. He like stinging them niggas, bro.
Oh my God.
Look like the Road Warriors.
He look like Steve.
Yo, real shit, man.
Hell no.
Devin, send us $35 for to get this fight locked in, man. You coming to Houston or what? Oh, JJ got it. You coming to Houston? Send it 35, Devin. You ain't doing nothing. You got Apple AirPods on. I ain't know them shits was that expensive. I was about to buy them. Them shits expensive as hell. And they said they can't even deal with sweat that good.
Yeah, I mean they're just more
in y'all ears. Them shits be hurting.
Nah, I'm saying the ones he got, those ones. But they say they don't deal with sweat that good.
Probably not.
Or CC, shoot me an email. This might be risky at Gmail. Either way, so I can figure out what's your original ticket name.
What am I sending this to?
DJ HAMP 1. Man, just send it, man. You ask too many questions, bro.
That's how Mike got killed in The Wire.
Damn.
All them damn questions.
That's what we supposed to be doing, bro. We supposed to be watching The Wire in the Discord, but I cannot find season 1 for shit. I've been able to find.
Oh, I got it on HBO Max.
Yeah, it's on HBO. Yeah,
I know, but I ain't want to.
I said I got it. I
all right, good. Can you play it on Sunday?
Yeah, just
so it's on Sunday. What time?
I don't know, 8 p.m., 9 p.m., 8 p.m. my time, 9 p.m. your time. We trying to do at least 2 episodes a week. That's the only way you're gonna get through it in a good amount of time.
Yeah, because I'm stuck on season 2. I can't get past the fucking shipyard, dog.
That's the worst season. That's the slowest season.
The shipyard is so ass. I'm like, I ain't want to see the white people. Why we with the white people? I was like, bro.
I ain't want to see the white people.
Because they was lame. They not cool. They just
yo, we locked in, man. I'm emailing Moo. I just emailed them. You're gonna get it popping. You got the champion of This Might Be Risky in the ring once again. It's gonna be awesome, man.
Hey,
you need to come down here,
I'm
man.
taking side bets this time. Y'all didn't bet me no money last time. Y'all was talking all that shit. Nobody want to bet me against me. I'm taking all bets on me.
You taking all bets?
Fantastic. You lose, you owe me $35.
Don't worry about that, brother. That's a good investment.
Oh damn!
Don't worry about that.
Callie sent it too.
I like that math, Devin. I like that math.
Shit, I'm about to go get me a massage. Everybody sent $35. Appreciate it. All right, cool, man. So we good. I'm excited, man. I'm about to go jump rope.
This nigga.
I'm about to go jump rope.
Bro, you trying to rub it in or something?
I'm fighting all the girls though.
Because I can't jump no more.
You can jump. You can jump, bro.
What you doing?
My back works.
Hey, I try this, man. Try to get 300 jumps.
Yeah, shit, bro.
300 jumps.
Did you hear what he just said to me?
What'd he say?
That's crazy. See what I'm saying? Y'all don't be checking none of this disrespect.
Hey, Black Dawn, be nice to him.
Yeah.
I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Be safe and do the right thing. 2K is boxing Fat Boy. Jump in the Discord so you know all that's going on, all the updates, all the fun. Salute to Devin, salute to Cheek. They come in there. I think Bean's a member, but he don't come in there. And I don't think I've seen Black Dawn in there before. Maybe.
I can't do Discord. So. That shit irritates my eyes. I can't explain it. It's something about that app, bro, that just fucks with my eyes.
Too much shit in front of you.
That's why I can't watch academics. It's just too much shit on the screen. I can't do it, bro.
Salute to academics, man.
But salute to you, bro. Love, man.
Love you all. Be safe, man. I'm gonna send you the scriptures now. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Be safe and do the right thing, man. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend and tell a friend. And we out.
Well, we can kill all this. We can kill all this. Say do you want to be next?
Anytime you ready, baby. I was supposed to be there.
Ooh, I'm with it.
I'm
with it. We can do it.
Knocks out everybody, and no one can whoop him. That's when that little Cassius Clay from Louisville, Kentucky came up and stopped Sonny Liston, the man who annihilated Floyd Patterson twice. He was going to kill me. He hit harder than George. His reach is longer than George. He's a better boxer than George. And I'm better now. than I was when you saw that 22-year-old undeveloped kid running from Sunday. I'm experienced now, professional. Jaw's been broke, been lost, knocked down a couple times. Bad. Been chopping trees. I done something new for this fight. I done wrestled with an alligator. That's right. I have wrestled with an alligator. I done tussled with a whale. I done handcuffed lightning, throw thunder and things. That's bad. Only last week, I murdered a rock, injured a stone, hospitalized a brick. I'm so mean, I make medicine sick. Man, dude. Yeah. Fast. Last night, I cut the light off in my bedroom. The switch was in the bed before the room was dark. Incredible. Fast. And you, George Foreman, all of you chumps are gonna bow when I whoop him. All of you. I know you got him. I know you got him picked. But the man's in trouble. I'm gonna show you how great I